There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding dong. And so what if there was? I never sucked any ding dongs. But I'll tell you, if they were going to blackmail me to start World War III about one, I'd say, hey, I sucked a golf ball through a freaking garden hose.
Living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, chicks dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. I'm your host, Gator. I thought you guys would appreciate that cold open there. It's the end of an era, and Gura is signing off with probably some of the coolest content I think I've ever seen. Her very own song, written and produced by Casey Edwards of Devil May Cry fame. That was in a...
Yeah, that's nuts. It's a not only is it an excellent, first of all, it's an excellent fucking song. Like, and I'd say this as the resident music snob. It's an excellent piece of music.
It is beautiful composition.
But it also, yeah, it is a harsh reminder that, yeah, you drove this away alive, number one. Number two, knowing her past life, which she will inevitably go back to, we'll probably never get this again. She's just going to go back to shitpost songs.
We'll see.
Which is a bit of a shame because she has a gorgeous voice. But it's really fucking with me. Someone says they can't hear me. Am I low?
I can hear you. I can hear you. It does maybe sound like you're coming out of the wrong microphone because I can hear a lot of background noise.
Can you? That's interesting. Let me see something here real quick.
Yeah, I think you might actually be on the wrong microphone, but that's a good...
How about now?
Okay, there we go. That's the correct one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know what other mic I could be coming through. Oh, you know what? There's probably a mic on this Cintiq. Because it's always bugging me about it. That explains some things. But yeah, like not only is it an excellent piece of music and all that what I just said, but we'll probably never get this again. Because like I said, she's going to go back to shit posting songs most likely. And it was messing with me because she sounds exactly like this vocalist that appears on a lot of like electronic music. If you look up like stuff from Liquidity, there's a singer named Vila, and at times Guru sounded exactly like her. It was really messing with me. It's like, is that Vila? That sounds like Vila. She sounds like, and then like a couple of times she sounded like other artists, other women that I've heard do like the lady vocals on some pretty electronic songs, you know, when they're going for that vibe. It's like, damn, I've heard this before. It's like it was weird. It was like exactly 1-to-1 the same. It was like, it was Guru Vila the whole time.
Hey, who knows? I mean, you know, you never know what people are doing behind the scenes. But speaking of behind the scenes, of course, I have the man Cody of Anime Outsiders in Buyerworks.
Yes. Yep. Sorry, there was a song. I had to comment on music real quick before.
And you know, of course, I had to. You know, the Gura song was very serious and very deep and meaningful, so I had to kind of break the tension up a little bit with the Alex Jones on Space Coast, Coast to Coast.
That is such a good clip. I don't know who made that, but it's like dead on.
That's pretty hilarious.
It was pretty good.
It feels like a moment from the show. 100%.
And I would be remiss if I didn't introduce our guest for this evening, ZAN-VT, the PR extraordinaire. How are you doing this evening?
Hello. I'm doing very good. It is very early in the morning, and I am fresh and ready to, talk about VTuber stuff and other mishaps.
Ah, yes, there has been
Geeky misadventures.
no shortage of situations that need public relations. This week, the week before that, the week before that, we set this episode up a while back, and there's no shortage of correctable mistakes, I would say, that have happened in that time.
Happened.
Yeah. But I guess
These past 3 weeks.
I guess we really have to kind of address the elephant in the room, since we kind of opened with it, talking about Gura leaving Hollow Live. I mean, that really wasn't even something like when we were talking about this episode. I believe we originally planned to talk more about Mume leaving Hollow Live, and some of the other graduations like Fauna and Amelia and even on the Japan side with Aqua and Noel. Or not Noel.
Now, just before
Chloe's
the show, even at Niji Sanji, we've had Fulgur who just announced his graduation, which is a favorite of mine. So
yeah, it's like Niji saw all of the graduations from Hollow Live, and they said, "Oh, now hold on there a minute. You can't leave us out. We got to get one in there too."
And Fulgur's a big deal. He was one of the big thirst traps. He had the he had a well, I mean, he might have been like second to Fox, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I don't know the
really
the inner workings, but he always felt like it. Like he's the one you heard of at least.
No, it's more that just Fulgur was like very liked by almost basically everyone because he's very wise and he's got a bit of that bigger brother vibe where he's the wise one who gives good advice and who is generally there to care for everyone and is the one everyone turns to for whenever they're having issues. He's the one who reassured the Scarling when Scarlet had seemingly something happen. I think it was last year. So it's that just that type of person, just a bit of a gem of a human being, just a very good person. And so yeah, he's gonna be very regretted. And he was also.
I can't imagine why he'd want to leave Niji then.
Yeah,
I mean, apparently it's a bit new. He announced it in January that he wanted to graduate. So it's recent, seemingly. He was part of the quadruet called Niji Cancelled, alongside Selene, Enna, and Vox, which produced some of the best Niji Sanji collab, to be honest, of all time. They're that good and that hilarious.
I think that's kind of the shame of Niji Sanji is a lot of the people that were kind of part of what everybody assumes is the clique or whatever. They produced a lot of great collabs with the people that the clique is supposedly targeting.
Yeah, and
that's how shitty people are. They're often two-faced and pretend to be your friend until they can.
Fulgur was one of the only person who actually called Selene, Selene, because it became a bit taboo because of the graduation and all that. But it was one of the few one that named her.
Yeah. Well, again, I can't imagine why a halfway decent dude would want to leave Niji Sanji.
I'm sure he'll do just fine. He's a very good dude.
Oh yeah, Fulgur will be perfectly fine. I think
he'll probably be happier too, because if you remember when he first joined Niji, he was trying to put a kibosh on the parasocial thirst trapping shit. Nah, I ain't your boyfriend. And he kind of began to just was unable to stem that tide, and just kind of gave into it. And I feel whatever.
I think that's accurate. I think it's more that he found a form of sweet spot as this.
Yeah, he found a happy medium where it wasn't quite like BFE or whatever, but it was sort of approaching that direction. It's
yeah, but I mean, it still was within the purview of what he said no to initially. So
he had limits on it, yeah, and he stuck by his limits.
I feel like we're gonna see whatever he goes on to do is gonna be a full on cutoff. I've always suspected he was almost pressured into hey, this is how it's done at Niji Sanji. And I feel without Niji Sanji, he will be able to he will be able to like just do what not feel the need to do that at all. Like put a absolute cut on that whole parasocial shit.
Crit DR in the
think
Twitch
it
chat
is
says,
like-
I'm the only Twitch viewer. Must do my best. Yay. Senpai notices you. Senpai notices you.
Because I feel like, let me think how I can word this for a sec. You know, in a core VTuber corporation like that, it's not that they're forced or pressured. It's a bit more subtle. It's a bit more like coercion, because you know those parasocials, they're the one who generally donates the most. So you know they're just told to like not aggravate them too much. You know, well, there's an incentive to keep them around because, well, you know, they're the one who give you those supas, and you can lift those to survive. So that's why it can be very dangerous being a VTuber at time, because of how the dynamics of that can work, where you can kind of become a slave to your audience in a sense, you know.
Mm.
I mean, as a VTuber, you are a dancing monkey. At the end of the day, you're an entertainer. You're here for your fans. So of course, like they're gonna have a say in a bit in what you do, but you shouldn't let them become your master and this become, you know, a master slave relationship, because that's when it becomes unhealthy, and then yeah, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. He just seems like he's free. He is free, and does not have to abide by a lot of Niji bullshittery. So good on him. I look forward to seeing where he goes in life after Niji. I'm curious, like, will he
He's already
again,
he's
or-
already made an indie channel, so he should come back fairly
Oh,
soon.
is he VTubing again, or is it just streaming again?
No, it's VTubing, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so do we know what kind of character he's playing?
Not yet, I think so. Like the channel is set up and everything, but we've not seen anything else.
Okay.
It's sort of like how it's sort of like how Penny Puffball, when she left her previous identity, you know, she fired up the account and everything, but she really hasn't like brought her character forward and everything. But you know, it's sort of like it's a placeholder for now for whatever he's going to do.
Okay.
It's not like a situation with Gura where she's clearly going to go back to her past life and fire that identity back up, which brings me to this super chat here. This is from Child of Shade, who's a member on the channel. By the way, we have memberships. We have memberships if you would like to join Anime Boomers. We are going to be, once we hit 25 members total, we're going to be doing monthly members streams where we get to talk to you guys, and we talk about pretty much anything that you guys want to talk about. If you want to hear us yap about your favorite anime, ask us about what anime we're watching. I'll probably be more receptive to that than Cody, because Cody like hates 99% of like every season. So if you ask me what, you know, anime recommendations and what you're interested in on the member streams, I'll probably be more receptive to that than Cody.
I'm just waiting to watch Lazarus. That's the only thing coming out right now that looks interesting.
No, just saying, there's this new anime recently about this dark elf who's, you know, a bit yonder, and I might be into that, you know.
Ah, yes. The Yandere Dark Elf from, I can't remember the full title, but it's just basically like Yandere Dark Elf follows the guy into the real world, and it's a lot of boobs. It's like the fat elf one.
I miss when anime had cool premises.
I mean, dude, come on. It's everything I've ever wanted. It's dark elf because, you know, I hate elves generally, but dark elves are cool because they hate elves like me. It's, you know, the whole yandere possessive dominating woman trope, and it's isekai. Come on, that shit was made for me.
I got no need for these fucking girlfriend shows. I have one. I have access to pussy. I don't need this shit.
but
yeah, man, I miss when anime is like, bro, what if like there was like a space station with like a ghost in it, but the ghost was like made of lasers, and like the only way it could be stopped was by a priest, a rabbi, and a 12-year-old gremlin, not a metaphorical gremlin, but like an actual inhuman creature, and it was. And the title was named after some 60s rock song that came out in America that no one in America knew about, but Japan knew about. That's the kind of shit I miss.
I mean, if you take away the space station, it's basically you just described Ghost Hunt.
Yeah,
It's like
basically.
just give a madman a shitload of money and just be like, make me something. I don't fucking care what it is. Animate it. I just need it animated and on store shelves. I miss the OVA boom, is what I'm saying. When just absolute madmen were given free reign. Like if there was tits in it, those tits came with plot and something interesting instead of just like, look, it's like a girl loves you, but like in first person and it's animated. Look, she's like, what kind of girl do you like? We have a show for you. Like, fuck, set that shit on fire. Get that shit on my face. Get that fucking shit out of my face. Tell me a story, bitch. God damn. Why is that so hard for anime these days? Tell me a goddamn story. I miss it. I'm just watching old shit now to get my fix. I'm just crying. A single tear like that Native American from that old littering ad, that famous one from the 90s where he just turns to the camera, sheds a single tear. That's me watching old anime, remembering what used to be.
I see what
Remember
you
when
mean.
you could
Raider.
have? Remember when you have babes and they did cool shit too? Remember Gunsmith Cats?
Oh, Gunsmith Cats
Why
is
don't we-
legendary.
Why don't we have more Gunsmith Cats type stuff?
Oh, you know,
Like, oh-
there's this cool anime called Gunslinger Girls, but the issue is that season 2 was given to another studio, and yeah. But
It's like,
you should watch season 1, you'd like it.
I think I remember. I think I heard it. Is that the one that completely changed in the second season? Like the first season was kind of dark.
I
And in
mean,
the second
that
season-
can sum up. You know how broad that is.
Well, like this first season, like it's very introspective and did something with the premise, but then the author hated it because the author wanted it to be just ooh woo little girls and their grown men handlers and all the weird shit that came with
No,
that.
it's,
And so
from
he,
what I remember, it's not the owner; it's actually the studio who was taking issues with it
no,
because
I
they wanted
remember
to put out
if
a
this
more happy anime. Or
if this
maybe
is
I'm
the
mistaken.
show I'm thinking of, it was the author of the manga because the manga was like grown men with their little girls that kill people, and it had like weird connotations to it. But then they got the license of the anime, and the anime director was like, well, there's something to work with here with this premise. There's a lot there's a lot to chew on with this, like, oh, it was a government program to make little girls into assassins because no one suspects a little girl, but they need a handler, and it's like the different kinds of handlers and the relationship they'd have, and you're like, oh man, isn't this fucked up, and wouldn't this really damage these girls? And with these guys, the main pair is like it's like a father figure, and you're like, oh man, I hate what's happening to my little girl that I'm supposed to watch. I should do something about this. But then the author hated it because he just wanted to be this creepo fucking fantasy, so he like the season 2 was more what he wanted, and so the season 2 goes in a completely different direction. Like you don't think it's the same fucking show, and I think it's
that's
his.
lame.
And it's like you don't like it, all of a sudden now it's like ooh woo ooh goo type shit, and it's like, bro, wouldn't we just like contemplate our mortality in the first fucking season? Weren't we just dealing with like trauma and like government conspiracies and just this dark fucked up side of the world? Why are we now having like super deformed sight gags? What did you do? And like just totally ripped it, because I remember I think this is Gunslinger Girl. I think because I remember this story because this is like it was just crazy. Like you have. Personally, I think the fucking manga author was mad that the anime director took his own premise and made something better than he ever did because he wasn't a fucking weirdo. And he was fucking mad. He's like, no, I'm a fucking weirdo. Make my weirdo slop show. What is this? What is this writing? Get this writing out of here. I'm here for suspect slop. I'm here for the kind of shit that like normies think every anime is. It sucks. It really sucks. Because like season 1 was like, that's character writing. That's things to think about and chew on. Ooh, my brain is like, I like this. I'm feeling things and thinking things and questioning things. I like that. And then season 2 comes like, and I just want to like, is it possible to set a show on fire? Like not the screen with which I watch the show, but like on a deeper level, can I set a piece of media on fire so that if anybody else tries to watch it, they'll just click it and it's just in the middle of burning? Is it possible? Because I want to do that right now. So I think I am familiar with what you're talking about. If it's the same show, because I'm still annoyed. I've never seen that ever happen in an anime before. And it's one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen happen to an anime. Like, no, I'm mad. You're not supposed to tell a real story. Oh, somebody just said in the chat. Yeah, that's exactly it. First season's very dark. Second season more about budding romance between the girls and their handlers. Yeah, the Archie. Yeah, that's right. Because the first season had a more muted color palette too, because it's more gritty and real. And the second season's like, wait a minute, why the fuck is this shit look pastel and bright? And this is like, did I on the wrong show and it just turned shonen?
I am not a fan of tonal shifts. I also really hate when studios change, because it's like, especially like I remember what was it, like Seven Deadly Sins or something, like they went to a completely different studio, and instead of like the blood and all that stuff, it was like super dark, and they did the like anime censorship thing where it was like overly censored. You couldn't show the violence, and I'm like, that's so stupid, and I dropped the entire show because of it.
That's why I couldn't watch the original Bleach anime. That shit pissed me off. Like, look, I'm no Coomer, but I don't like censorship. If I see like when I saw some of the toned down, like the weird censorship to some of the character designs, that feels like that's blood in the water. I'm like, I'm out. You can't show cleavage in an anime, really? And then like I was proven right with like the one chimera that's like the three girls rip their arms off to create a chimera.
Yeah, to create the big monster thing.
Yeah, in the anime they just turn their arms to lasers. It was so stupid.
Yeah,
but Thousand Year Blood War has been a solid fucking adaptation.
It's silly when Kubo's character design are like some of the best in like in like bigger shonen as a whole.
Yes, 100%. His character designs are fantastic. He's the only fucking dude that'll give an anime villain facial hair. Like, doesn't have to be a pretty man. No, he's fucking your evil dad.
Evil dad, yeah.
Let's give God a biker mustache.
Pissed off, angry skeleton man.
Yeah, oh my god, Barragan, don't get me started. That went so hard. Barragan went so hard, man.
He cooked so hard.
You know, the only issues with the Thousand Blood Year War is some of the translation choices. And you know, that's like usual fuckery at this point.
Yeah, it's Crunchyroll being Crunchyroll, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had some problems, and this is my little autistic rant, and then I'll read the super chat. So in the translation for ReZero, they went and they screwed up character name. And so it's like he's talking about a completely different character, but no, it's a character they had already like established previously. They just completely butchered the translation of the name so that you think it's like a totally different character. No, it's the same one that they were talking about. And then there was one where Gluttony was using one of the Gluttonies were using an attack, but they didn't fully translate it properly. And it's very important that, because he has multiple attacks that do different things, and it's very important to establish for plot reasons which attack he was using at that moment. And it was like, it drove me crazy. It drove me absolutely freaking crazy. And then there was another scene. This happened 3 times in the same season where Greed, the Sin Archbishop of Greed, was like saying something, and it totally was like completely mistranslated. And so it didn't make any sense. And it's like Crunchyroll's so bad, and I hate them. I hate them so freaking much.
I remember people ranting about those Crunchyroll translation, and that created a whole mess.
It's funny.
Like, did they actually fix thing? I remember hearing about that.
They did fix some of them, but not all. They fixed the one. They fixed the one in the episode I was talking about with Greed, but they didn't fix the other 2.
It's funny. It reminds me, as some of you know, I am a filthy dub watcher. I prefer the English dub if it's not fucked with. And the Overlord dub actually fixed a sub fuck up, because the subs kept calling the slain theocracy the Holy Kingdom. But that's another country. There's 2 separate countries in Overlord. There's the slain theocracy and the Ruble Holy Kingdom. So whenever they'd say the theocracy, some idiot at the Crunchyroll subtitles kept saying Holy Kingdom, and it kept fucking like, what? What are you talking about? That's not... The Holy Kingdom didn't do that, what? And the dub fixed that. So, points for me, I guess. But that was yes. Crunchyroll is fucking incompetent. They're absolutely fucking incompetent, and it's made worse by the fact that they are monopolizing so much of the industry.
Which is a shame because Overlord is like one of my guilty pleasure, definitely.
Yeah, Overlord is just good. It's not guilty pleasure. It's just good.
Oh
Like,
no, there's there's one character I really like,
Well, I wonder what character it could be.
I wonder.
I mean, she's just a good character. So I don't fault you, even if we might like that character for different reasons. I don't fault you.
I'm just like crazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Overlord is Kino. It's just absolutely, it's super well. I've ranted before. It's super well written. Like it's more well written than it has any right to be, with like its premise involving like so many like slop type things, like video game shit or whatever, and then like
yeah, it's a isekai.
Yeah, well, it's technically an isekai. It just doesn't feel like it. It's super good. It's like actually really, 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 really well written. I love it to death, and I wish I could shoot it into my veins. But someone in the chat to the earlier discussion of like me missing when anime was good said like we need to get Rei Hiroe. What was it? What did he say? Because I'm gonna point this out because this man is cooking and he's correct. Yeah, just let Rei Hiroe and Takashi Miike make an anime while on a coke binge. I need that. I'm mad at you for saying that because that doesn't exist. And now I'm mad that doesn't exist. You've dangled the possibility of greatness in my face and then reminded me it's wrong. Also, yes, Crit DR, your take is cringe and bad. I'm sorry. Like, if you can't enjoy all that juicy character writing because you're not following a hero, that's on you, bro. That's some good. Like that's the kind of thing. It's not only a good story with like memorable characters, but like it gets you in the emotions and gives you thoughts to chew on.
There's multiple ways to tell a story than just straight having one hero does everything.
Yeah.
Have you read a novel, sir?
Yeah, it's like it's not about him losing though. Like that's the point. Like this isn't the hero's journey. No, each book is a different story where the overpowered protagonist is put into a different situation where he will either sort of upend it, or it is used as a vehicle through the latter half of the books. There's a vehicle for the larger aspect of do the ends justify the means? Because he's building a perfect utopia, but he is doing so through war crimes and absolute atrocities. So is it like, but he's committing these atrocities to build what is essentially the perfect nation where there's like no crime and there is peace and happiness and everybody lives in harmony, like an actual utopia, but it's built on the backs of death and blood. So is it? The show doesn't give you an answer. It just leaves you to ask. And that's why it is fucking brilliant. Like, it's not just, oh, will Ainz make it out? It's not about will Ainz make it out of this one. It's, okay, let's set up a different scenario every time. And it'd be one thing if you just threw an overpowered guy. No, it needs to be an overpowered villain because he will have different morals than an overpowered hero would. So, oh, what's book 2? Oh, it's a simple, adventure story, but they don't know that the overpowered villain is actually pretending to be this hero adventurer. It's like fucking with everything they know and completely upends the evil plot through like, oh, oopsie. If you just hadn't killed those guys, you'd have probably got away with it. If you want Ainz to be challenged, that's book 3. And then you have like oh my god, when they hire the adventurers to go through Nazarick. Oh my god, man. Like, they actually give you a different protagonist group just to fucking wrench the heart out of your chest. They eclipse you. They berserk. Overlord has its own eclipse. Is its own eclipse moment. And that fucking moment where he goes to the workers and he asks, why are you doing this? And you know, as the reader, that he is giving them an out. Because he's asking them, why are you going here? And he's essentially asking, why are you going into my precious home that I love more than anything to rob it? And all the reason they gave him was money. Even though we know there's a noble reason for the main people in that book. They just said money. So they told him, we're going to rob your precious beloved home for money. And that just made them dirt to him. And it's like, oh, God. And you wouldn't have a moment that gut-wrenching if he wasn't evil, basically. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. We're in on it. And we know what he was doing. And we know that they just fucked themselves. And oh, I like you, main group, with the priest voiced by McMignana. I don't want you to die, but you've just killed yourself. No! You don't get that shit of a moral protagonist. That's why Overlord's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Can't fucking wait till they adapt the Elf books, because the Elf Kingdom is so fucked up.
Yeah, we talked about that in one of the... I don't think it was the last episode, but it was the episode before the last one. It was like, oh yeah, the freaking... How messed up the Elf Kingdom is.
Yeah.
I hate Elf.
I cannot wait. I cannot fucking wait. The fucking scene with the one pedophile that wants to date Aura and Ainz doesn't understand that he's a fucking degenerate. Like, oh, he must be trying to set her up as a date with his son. Oh, the Elf Kingdom's so degenerate. Oh, God. Overlord is 10 out of 10. It's 10 out of 10. It's 10 out of 10. And it's ending soon. That's good. It's going to be sad. I'm going to be sadder after Overlord is over than I am when Gura announced she's graduating. Because at least I know she's probably going to come back as like Senzawa or something. Overlord's going to be done. There's going to be no more
There's
of this.
no more Overlord, yeah.
Where am I going to get my Kino now? So good. If anybody watching this has not seen Overlord yet, you fucking need to. You absolutely fucking need to. It's like doing shit. You're gonna forget it's an isekai because it's doing shit no isekai does. The anime, other anime, manga, whatever, just aren't doing. And it's gonna make you think and make you feel. And it's like this writing is too good for this.
JoJo Part 7 is coming soon.
Yes,
dude. I
love Silmarillion, dude.
I'm so ready.
I love Funny Valentine. I hope they do him right, dude. It's gonna be so hilarious.
Dude, man. Oh my God. This is going to be so good. This is also going to be the part, too, that's going to make me lament that JoJo has kind of a mid-dub, right? Because, like, one of the things when I watch a show set in America, I tend to really prefer the English version, or, like, set in the West. Because it's just weird to have, like, oh, Steve-san, you know, we don't know. Like, welcome to New York. Like, no. It's like Garo Vanishing Line. Thank God, had like an immaculate dub because the show is set in New York and it's very American. I mean, look at the main character. That show is American as fuck. It needed a 10 out of 10 English dub and it got one, thank God. One of the best anime, by the way. If you haven't seen Garo Vanishing Line, you don't even have to worry about anything else Garo. You'll figure it out watching Vanishing Line. Vanishing Line, it's another 10 out of 10. But like JoJo, like the dub quality's all over the place. Like this part's really good. This part's bad. Its problem is, like I've talked before about the difference between Japanese and English voice acting, and like Japanese is more theatrical, English is more naturalistic, and JoJo requires theatrical. You cannot have JoJo and talk normal.
Yeah, there was something. I was watching Kirsha earlier today, and she was talking about how she like would put Archer on in the background just to be like white noise, and because it was funny. Mm-hmm. And she got into a discussion about how English voice acting for like American cartoons is like the Japanese anime, where it's like they emote and they have like a lot of emotion in their voice, and then you get to like anime dubs, and it's pretty much universally, outside of a few companies, trash. It's like you've got Johnny Young Bosch out there like actually giving a shit, and everybody else just phones it in.
You know, the idea is that when you're like dubbing like a Japanese anime, you need to have like that bit of mustache twirling villain kind of energy, you know? Need to be grandiose and overplay.
Yeah. It's like the best way to do Japanese anime is for it to be like, imagine it's a stage play.
Yeah, take your average theater kid. They'd be better VAs than most American VAs.
Yeah, like present company included. I'm not just saying that because I moonlight as a voice
Alex
actor.
Jones would be a better VA for a villain than most American VA. Because you know you gotta
Yeah.
you gotta yell loudly, you gotta play the theatrics, you gotta be very emotional. You know basically when you're listening to the anime, you should be able to tell that inside that recording room, the voice actor was going crazy and gesticulating around and swinging his arms around.
Well, yeah, that's
If
the
you
thing.
don't feel
Like,
that energy, like you're missing something.
you need, like, first of all, I said before, was not always this way. I think the problem is a lot of there was a time like the 2000s. If you go watch the English dub of an anime that came out around the 2000s, and it's like night and day difference, because like the industry was different and they cared. There was a lot more passion in it, and the problem is like the good voice actors went off to do video games.
Yeah, where they made a lot more money.
Yeah, and then the people that came in were like friends of people.
Yeah,
Like and again, great example, the best dub ever, Bakano. Like they went out of their way to like imitate the accents because it was like the 1920s Chicago, New York. Yeah, old Funimation dubs, man. It is crazy that what Funimation used to be and what they became, bro. Like anime dubs, it used to be back in the 2000s. The dub versus sub thing was so stupid because they were they were comparable in quality. So it was just like, okay, well, what do you want? Like, what language track do you want? Like, why do you care what language track?
Well, it used to be a stupid argument that it was like, oh well, you know, they're both basically good, so why do you care?
Yeah. So just watch whatever you want. I think though the vision of like dub quality is now overblown, and I think because we were in that period of like the late 2010s, early 2020, late 2010s, where the dubs were really fucking bad, that people just stopped watching, and now you've seen a lot bigger jump in quality because you have like I talked about the Sakamoto Days dub, where Netflix is just getting like actors and like actors from film.
Yeah,
and fucking a WWE.
Yeah, Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss was did a voice in that. She was one of the villains.
Yeah, and like that, we're seeing more of that, and I think people, and I can tell that this is the case because the things people are saying don't apply anymore. Like, oh, well, it's just a handful of people in Texas. Well, that was the case, and that was the case when things were really bad. But the Texas clique has lost a lot of their clout, a lot of their sway, and you don't see them as much anymore. Yeah. When was the last time Monica Rial got a job that wasn't a legacy?
Ironically, I'm pretty sure a wrestler would make a. Did Alexa Bliss do great? Because pretty sure a wrestler would be a very good voice actor because you know that old theatrics.
Yeah, she's a multi-time women's champion in WWE. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the Sakamoto Days dub is fantastic. It's a great dub. And I think we're gonna start seeing more of that, and I think it's because of Netflix. I am loath to give Netflix props for how often they've fucked up, but in terms of dubbing existing anime, they are making up for a lot of the mistakes that Funimation and Crunchyroll have made, because they're pulling out of the whole like the same small pool of Texas. Like the same small Texas clique, the same small little circle jerk of people's friends that, you know, are kind of mid, and they're getting, like I said, actor. They got the star of the Blue Beetle movie, which again, not a huge movie, but the star of the Blue Beetle movie is a major character in Sakamoto Days. Like the head, you don't, even if it's again a small failure of a movie, you would never see before a major character of an anime dub played by like a film actor that starred in a movie. And
so ironically, one of my favorite dub character is Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh yeah, he kills it. He basically made that character.
He made that character. He got the swagger, that's why I just love it. He's basically the mustache twirling evil CEO, and I don't know, I just love that archetype.
Yeah, there's a lot of people say, oh, there's only a few good dubs. No, there's a lot. You just didn't watch them, and a lot of them came from when you were like growing up and they were the ones you could watch, and you've sort of reasoned that, oh, well, those are the exceptions. No, there's plenty of good ones. It's
No,
just that
you're mistaken. A lot of them weren't even born yet, so
Yeah.
they should shut up.
I'm talking about, you know, me. I've well, you don't know me, but Gator knows. I've dealt with a lot of like snobbish millennials.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, but like there were plenty. There was basically the quality of dubs has ebbed. So it was like, you know, the old Speed Racer days, right? We're not knowing. You say, oh lol, it's so funny. It had soul or whatever. It's bad. And then like we were starting to get up. You look at that old DBZ dub and 4Kids. That wasn't great. And then like around 2000, when anime became a real industry, and a lot of the people that were bringing anime to the States gave a shit about it. There was like a lot of passionate people in like, you know, the audio video industry that were like wanted to bring this whole anime thing to the States. You had a lot of that. So dubs were in a really good place until about mid 2010, and I think the moment that the good dub became an endangered species was after Space Dandy. I've talked about this before, but Space Dandy and then the rise of the simul dub and this need to rush dubs out is what really caused the quality to tank. And then you're starting to see, and then you had that, and then people hiring their friends, and then all the political bullshit, and you're starting to see that quality come back up, but it's not sudden. But you're seeing it more because I always go for the dub first, and if the dub sucks, I go to the sub because I just want to see something in my own language. I don't fucking care. And I'm seeing more and more just solid English dubs coming out. And a lot of it is because of fucking Netflix. Like, if I see a Netflix dub, it's probably good. And again, saying that feels weird because of everything else that Netflix has done to fuck up anime and just medium in general. But if Netflix does an English dub of someone else's show, it's probably going to be a good dub.
Well, another great example was Uncle from Another World was a Netflix show and a Netflix dub, and it was hilarious. It was really well done.
They dubbed that in English?
Yeah, I believe they
I didn't
did.
see that because I saw it subbed when it was coming out. I didn't know there was an English dub. I gotta see that shit now. That'd be a good excuse to rewatch it. I haven't seen it in a while.
I believe it is an English dub.
I'm gonna have to check that out. Because I thought it was undubbable because of all the Sega shit, like the legal problems that came with that.
Well, no, because it was on English Netflix, I believe.
I'm gonna take a look. Because that'd be a good excuse. Because I want good dubs again. Because I was spoiled in the 2000s where I could just watch shit in my own goddamn language, and it was just like 1-to-1 quality. Like I miss it. I miss when localization meant making it better. Essentially. Not better, but like for the English audience. Like Desert Punk. It's another one with 10 out of 10 dub from the glory days of Funimation. Great show. One of the ballsiest plot twists I've ever seen. Had like localized an insult in the first episode where the guy was mocking this dude he came to kill. And in Japan, he said something to the effect of, your mother has an outie belly button or something. Some Japanese kid's insult. So they localized that to, your mother's a dirty whore. Desert Punk is absolutely fantastic. Oh my god, yeah, Desert Punk had one of the best fucking bits of localization. So there's an episode where there's a haunted area. There's this ghost of this dead woman that haunts this well. And the main characters go and investigate it, and his rival goes up to investigate it. And what they don't know, because Desert Punk is a very bawdy show. It is a very dirty comedy type show. But like back when dirty comedy meant actual comedy and not just like, are you horny? Let's be horny together. It's like it's you ever have the friend back in the day that said, "Oh, I only look at hentai as a joke because I think it's funny." I think it's funny that like,
everybody had that friend. I think.
Yeah. That's like modern horny comedies in anime, but no, Desert Punk was back when it was an actual. It wasn't really a comedy; it was kind of comedic. But so they didn't realize.
my friend was a 4chan Channy. Actually, funny enough.
Well, that tracks.
Of course. Ruining the fun for everyone.
And he was an IRL friend too. That's the funniest part about it. He wasn't an internet friend. I knew him in real life, and he was a 4chan Channy.
Oh my god. So like they didn't realize that the woman haunting this well, I think was some like old whore or something, like the ghost of a prostitute or something. So like so they say no man could get near, only women could get near the well. No man could get near the well. And the main character's rival gets near the well, and all of a sudden he starts convulsing, and he just drops to the ground, and we realize that he's being stimulated by the ghost. And in the English dub, he has the line, "There's a party in my pants and everyone's coming!" And that is the best.
We've talked about this before. We talked about this.
That is the great. Yeah. Well, we got new. We're getting more and more new audiences, so I gotta catch them up. Like that is what localization used to be, and I want that. I want those days back. I want it back, and I think we're kind of getting it back. We are kind of so back, but it's gradual. Like you see the Netflix dubs, and like, ooh, that's a good dub. You got some real actors in there. We're getting there. We're getting there, but we're not.
I think if other studios get more popular shows, I feel like it's gonna force Crunchyroll to like step their game up. Because right now, like they still don't care. But I think as different studios, like especially once AM Studios really starts popping off, I think that's gonna that's really gonna force their hand. Because once Vic starts getting in more shows, especially popular shows, like they're gonna be like, all right, we have to like do something. We can't just like, you know, live off our reputation in Japan anymore. Because now the Japanese have caught on.
Yeah.
You know, remember the universal rule to like push for better quality is competition. There's nothing like it.
I think that's what caused English dubs to kind of turn to shit too. Was who was going to compete with Funimation? I mean, maybe Aniplex, but I mean, all their competition was so small. They were basically who was competing for second place. Funimation did not have to try, and that's what killed them, man. Because like they used to be the GOAT, and then they got big, and then they got too big, and then simuldubs happened, and then like Space Dandy was the end of an era, and that was a Kino fucking English dub, man. Because I want people to have options, you know. I'm like, okay, subtitles are fine, but maybe I don't want to read. I don't want to read. And
I was elected to read, not to read.
If you're watching the sub version, you're not truly watching it as the director intended. And you can say, but you're getting the original voices. Unless you speak fluent Japanese, it doesn't matter. Like the director of whatever you're watching did not intend for your attention to be on the bottom center of the screen all the time. And you also notice, and I noticed this when when One Piece got picked up by Funimation, when they sort of got rescued from 4Kids. When they started to come out with the new English dub, I went back and I said, a great excuse to rewatch One Piece, and it was a pretty good dub. So, like, I don't know what the quality is now because it's been going on so long, but, you know, when they first got it, and them first several sagas are pretty good. But I was noticing, now that I was watching this dubbed, you notice, and I think this is one of those, I think there's subconscious reasons for why people get so emotional about the sub versus dub argument, that it's like they're not, you know, being honest with you when they tell you why they care. And this is one of those reasons. You notice the flaws in the animation more in the dub because there's an illusion that the changing subtitles creates of movement. It's like a subconscious little illusion, and you notice it.
I never thought about it that way.
Because like I really noticed, like you'd say a pan shot where because you know the One Piece anime can get pretty cheap.
Oh yeah.
And there'd be like a pan shot where fucking nothing's moving. And those stick out a lot more when you're looking at it in its entirety. You're not looking at the bottom of the screen. I mean, not that, you know, you're hyper focused on the bottom of the screen. I can't see anything, but you're focused more down there. And that movement of the one subtitle to another, to another, to another, it's like the illusion of more animation than there is. And you think, well, no, there's not. I mean, I can tell the difference between something. It's like, it's the Mr. Plinkett line, like, you may not have noticed, but your brain did. It's a subconscious thing, and you really fucking notice it when you've watched something subtitled for so long, and you go back and watch it dubbed, and you're not reading anymore. It's just them talking to you. And this is like way less animated than I remember. It's like you see more of the warts.
Well, it's like when
in
I
the
went
animation.
when I went back to like do my Lane rewatch, I suddenly noticed I'm like, the animation's not as good as I quite remember it. I was like, damn, I'm picturing the anime in my head, like remembering all the scenes, and I'm like, was I just like was my brain just filling in the blanks when I was a kid, and now that I'm an adult and I can't really do that as much anymore, it's just like, oh, yeah, no, it's like it's good, don't get me wrong for the time, but it's not as animated as you think it is or remember
Yeah.
it.
This is basically my exact experience replaying PS2 games when I finally got to rebuy a console as an adult. I'm like, wait, I remember it looking better.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Your kid imagination does some heavy lifting.
It really does, especially with like the pixel games too. The CRT mixed with the kid brain, somehow it's just like everything's perfect. And now that you're an
Yeah, 'cause
adult,
the CRT
you're just like, damn, I noticed this. I see the pixels.
Well, you really, I think in recent years people have like realized it more, like what the CRT did with the pixels. Like it's not just the pixel art. You got to mix the pixel art with the effect of the CRT because the CRT bleeds that shit together.
Yeah, it blurs it just enough so that it gives the illusion of not being pixelated.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, I think the subs like really trick you more than you realize. With like the animation, like they really do highlight like, oh wow, this is like unanimated because nothing's moving now. Before the text was moving, now nothing's moving. It's like, oh, and it's like there's little things like that. I think there's also, while I'm saying it, I might as well bring. I have a hot take, a conspiracy theory, because there are people you may have noticed, like when it comes to sub versus dub, you can have preferences, but there are some people that are a little overly emotional about it. And there's nobody goes from 0 to 10 normally. There's always something going on behind the scenes, right? You ever seen the people like someone will pull up, oh, I just want to see this fight scene, right? And it just happens to be, someone pointed out, yeah, that's right, he is in Cobra Kai. Thank you. Like you ever see I want to see this fight scene, right? But it's the dubbed version, and there always has to be the guy, ew, the dub, ew, like, that's not normal for just a language track, right? To react that strongly. But I think I know one of the reasons, because there's always something in common with the people that react that strongly to the dub versus something, and they're always like super weebs, right? They're otaku basically. They're otaku, kind of needy, and like they're the ones that the waifu shows are made for. You know what I mean? It's like it's not. You're not reacting that strongly to a language track. If like you're,
it's like Ohayou gozaimashita. You could just say hello.
Yeah, exactly. It's the kind of guy that he's got all the girl memorabilia. You know what I mean? Like he ain't just into anime. He's a little bit too attached to these goyles, and I think I understand why now. And once I tell you this, I am opening a Pandora's box for everybody in this podcast and listening now, because you'll never be able to stop noticing once I've pointed this out. It's because they start viewing the Japanese language as just separate from like the world they live in. It's like it's not the language of the nation of Japan. It's the language of their happy place. Now you combine this, right? Because these people also only start listening to anime music and Japanese music, because Japanese is not the language of Japan. Like I said, it's their happy places language. Now you combine this with the fact that Japanese women, especially in anime, they don't sound like American women. This is actually kind of a problem dubs run into. Like, the Japanese woman just sounds different, and she can hit pitches that a lot of women in the West can't. I think that's kind of changing. You see that a lot of VTubers are able to get that cute voice. But a lot of Western women just don't have that voice. They sound like a woman. They sound like a white woman because it's a white woman. They have the voices of the women that reject them. Now in the English dub, their waifu is speaking with the same voice or type of voice of the girls that go ew at them. And that sets them off, because that voice, not just that they don't hit the same registers, that's part of it, but also that they have like the sound of a white woman, the sound of a teenage girl, the sound of a girl that's in their daily life. They sound like their waifu sounds like their mom that's disappointed in them. Their waifu
It
sounds
breaks
like the
their
girl at high
suspension
school
of disbelief, which is one of the most important things in theater. You know, you always want to keep the audience believing that they're watching like a real event. And if you do something that breaks that suspension of disbelief and makes them realize they're watching a play or watching a TV show, you know, like breaking the fourth wall, then it kind of ruins the experience.
I don't know if I could call it a suspension of disbelief, but it's more like if you're a shell-shocked war veteran and someone takes you to an action movie and the sound of the gunshot sets you off.
Are you saying
it's like
it's a trigger? It's a trigger. You're saying they're triggered by the sound of a white woman's voice.
Yes.
That's hilarious. You know, it just reminds me of this whole discussion. Just remind me of Pipa, the Pipa meme from like a couple months back from Thing Japan. Just
it's like their idea of the perfect uwu, like that girl from ReZero speaking with the voice that rejects you. Just that's why they get the dub. Because, like, again, preference being one thing, but it's that strong reaction. You don't have a strong it's like, you ever see true crime and you can always tell when the police are interviewing people who did it by that's not a natural reaction. People don't react that way to that. Like you were just accused, and people who aren't guilty, they go like, what the fuck did you say? Like, they don't go up like, well, if you think about it, I must not have. It's like, that's not natural. There's something going on here. It's the same thing. It's like that. We're talking about a language track here. That's not a natural level of preference. There's emotion there that comes from somewhere, and I 100% it's because like this thought of like Asuka sounding like the girl that told them no. Like the sound of that perfect Ugu girl that they have merch from, not having, because especially if they live like only in the West, no girl in their life sounds like an anime girl. Like that put on voice that Japanese women can do is just something that Japanese women can do that not a lot of women in the West can do. So it just sounds alien now. It's another world. It's another kind of people. And now you have taken their precious thing, their precious escape from their miserable life. And now it speaks in the voice of those that like the voice that hurts them on the daily. And that is why. And look, if you think I'm crazy, or I don't know if I agree, Cody, just mentally make a checklist every time someone has a strong aversion. Again, not an aversion to a dub at all. I'm not talking about not liking it. I'm talking about they can't contain themselves if a dub comes up. If a dub clip is posted, they can't restrain themselves. And just that guy, look at him. And if he's like on Twitter, look at his profile. Right? If he's on somewhere where you can look at what he does, look at what he does. And I'm telling you, you're going to see all the same signs. You're going to see a little gooner in him, a lot of anime girl, a lot of fixation on it, probably fixation on cutesiness. You're going to see it again and again and again. You can mark my word, clip this shit if you must. Mark my words. I'm right. And you'll notice, you won't be able to not notice it anymore. That is, I guarantee you, that is the secret root of dub versus sub. It's not like what is truly conveying the. No, that's for some people, but a lot of it is fucking shut-ins trying to defend their happy place from the sound of their mom and their dad.
You might be onto something there.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my conspiracy theory. We should address that fucking super chat that you've had on for half the show so far.
Yeah. Eventually, I just kind of took it down. I was like, okay, it's like blocking a third of the screen. I have to bring it down for a minute. All right, this is from Child of Shade for $10. Says, any thoughts on the recent HoloLive graduations? Personally, this feels like Blizzard when Grumps talked about being bought out by Activision, in that the owners are saying we're a real company now. I kind of disagree, and I'll explain why I disagree. I think what's happening here, and I've read a lot of the stuff that Yago has been saying in these magazines and in interviews that he's been talking about, like his vision for what he wants HoloLive to be. I think what's happening is that as HoloLive grows and becomes a bigger company, they're trying to branch out. And a lot of people say, oh, well, they want to like super hyper fixate on idol stuff now. And so they're going to be like, you know, focusing on concerts and all stuff. I disagree that they're making the idol thing a priority. What's happening is I think they want to evolve beyond just simply being an idol. They want the talent at HoloLive to not just be idols, but to be stars. They want them to be actual personalities. Like you see, you know, like just think of like Sabrina Carpenter, right? How she's like ubiquitous, she's everywhere. They want that, but for their talent. They want them to be seen as actresses. They want them to be seen as musicians. They don't want them to just be idols. They want them to be like household names.
And if you look
The thing is, they basically want to push for them to be IPs, intellectual property, because then
Yes.
you can use their likeness for games and stuff like that. And I think that it's pretty easy to see that when you look at like some of the graduation and why they graduated. Because if you look at like Aqua, she loved doing idol stuff. So clearly her issue was that she felt like she wanted to do more idol stuff. Same for Fauna, she loved doing the idol stuff. So clearly the issue is not that they're becoming more idle, since people are leaving because, well, they're not doing enough idol apparently. And then you have other people like Ame or Gura who are leaving, well, just because the company is changing in a way that they don't think like is fitting for their content type or what they want to do. And so, well, clearly something else is also changing and like what the company wants to do. And I've showed this to Gator and other people countless time. But on LinkedIn, Hololive has a magazine in which they interview like some of their staffers and stuff like that. And from like one of the overseas marketing people, they've talked about drafting a business plan that we carry them for the coming 3 to 5 years. And I think what we're seeing right now is that they're starting to put that plan in effect, which is what you talked about transforming like the talent into stars and IP and, you know, a marketable name basically, where they're going to be in a lot of different stuff. And that's why, well, they're letting their talents that just don't fit into that or don't want it. I even remember, I think this pushed like Gura to go out if like she didn't felt like she fit in anymore, because, well, the company is gonna move in that direction because it's their business plan. And, well, if she's unhappy with the state it's right now, well, she's not gonna be happy like a year from now on when that transition is fully done. And even when you look at like some of the recent wave, they've hired like excessively talented people who are talented at like very specific set of skills. You know, you have dancers, you have VAs, you have cosplayers, you have artists. You know, they're basically like hiring people that have like another like value outside of just streaming, which like more of the earlier wave were more focused on just being good at streaming and entertainment, but now it seems like they're more focused on like talents. When you look at like Fuamoko or Aura or Bloodflame, who's crazy at singing.
ERE.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Narissa.
her voice is phenomenal.
Narissa, another great example. And see, this is why my grand theory kind of starts with, I think when they were casting for Advent, I think they had the vision of what they wanted HoloLive to be in mind. And so when they cast all the actresses for Advent and onward, you can kind of see the vision. They want people that aren't just, you know, a streamer. They want girls that have these other talents that they can, you know, essentially put on stage and be out there and doing all this other stuff, whether it's being extremely talented with art or music or voice acting or what have you. So I think what happened, especially in Gura's case, Fauna's case, and Amelia's case, is that they wanted to be streamers. And this is kind of my theory about what things are going on, and just from reading a lot of the stuff that they talked about, I think HoloLive is ready to make the jump from simply being a company that has VTubers that stream and occasionally do performances and things. I think they want to evolve the company so that the streaming is not the main driver of revenue. It's kind of like an advertisement for the characters, for the IP, and their main source of revenue will be creating, having these concerts, having these events, anime, games, what have you, pushing the limits and what they can use the IP for to the absolute limit. So then they're going to use that to kind of drive revenue back into the company. It's a very ambitious idea. And,
but they're the biggest company, so they're the most apt to get there. And if you want the explanation in simple corpo speak, it's about diversifying flow revenue.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there are issues with that, and I think also, a lot of people point to the investors, like HoloLive going public, and I think it's not so much that. I think it's an easy scapegoat to say about going public, but it's not so much going public. I think it's like how you react to going public, because like a lot of companies go public and they're fine. Like,
right.
You gotta have that sort of confidence in what you're already doing. Like if they're investing in us, they like what we're doing, so we just keep doing it. And then there's that need of like,
good, I'll keep it up.
Investing in us. Yeah, people are investing in us. We need to make it worthwhile. We need to push. We need to, or like be careful. Don't do the don't do something too risky. Oh, what will the investors think? And Japan is just annoyingly risk averse, especially today. And that's probably even worse. And to the person that said going public while Coco was gone, I don't believe they were public at the time.
I don't think they were public. The reason, what happened with Coco, I'll say it really quick, is that Coco made a reference to Taiwan, and China's very sensitive about that. And because HoloLive had a presence in China at the time, they had to completely destroy their Chinese branch, or they had to like try to make amends. And they chose at first to make amends, but that was obviously never going to be enough. So they ended up just having to just blow the whole branch up. And it sucks. Yeah. It sucks that she had to leave. And it sucks that they didn't stand by her to start with, but I kind of understand why. And it goes back to what Cody was saying about Japanese companies being super risk averse. There was a huge risk, and they didn't want to like eat the financial penalty for dealing with it. So they took the easy option. And I think,
by the way, to expand on that China thing, Aqua was also doing a lot on the Chinese market, and like the Chinese netizens sided with her first. There was that whole meme about like Aqua being like the good VTuber,
I thought she was
VTuber for
secretly on
China.
their side. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when that didn't turn out, they like early dropped her song. They did a bunch of stuff to like annoy her, and I was very, very sad. And yeah, that's why still nowadays HoloLive is very frisky about going back to China, and why Kobo has been the only one who's done anything consistent on China. And that's because Kobo is a bit of unique character, and she's more apt to manage a Chinese audience compared to an EN VTuber or Japanese VTuber.
Yeah,
because she's Indonesian. She gets it basically.
Yeah, she's close enough and interacts with enough people from China that she knows where the line is. She knows how to interact with those particular audiences. Hey Cody, is this Discord stream still spinny?
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah,
it is. Okay.
I've got the YouTube up. I've been looking at everything through that.
Okay, is it still spinning? Is it still spinning now?
Yeah, it's still spinny.
Okay, I may have to stop it and restart the Discord.
Yeah.
So I'll just unshare the screen. We'll do it that way.
Yeah, I think it's just Japanese companies need to sort of learn that just because it's working doesn't mean it's right. Like it's working currently, but it doesn't mean it will work forever. And you're not going to. They are very susceptible to the boiled frog syndrome. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely. Like, no, we're fine. It's not. And that's how anime got to where it is. That's why anime is in such a sorry state. Like, the frog did not notice it was getting boiled until everything is made for neats and shonen. Like, it's kind of the problem Hololive is facing. I think, like, I get the ambition, but I think you're forgetting where you came from, and you just drove away your biggest talent with your vision for the company. Now,
Well, I mean-
probably a lot of it was it's been kind of obvious Gura is burned out. I think she did not want to be the biggest VTuber in the world. But you can see when these Hololive talents leave and go do their own things, the recent ones, they don't want to be big stars. Like Fauna went and became Mimi Nightmare. What was it? Mimi? I forget.
Nimi Nightmare.
Miss Nightmare. And she's a lot lower key than Fauna. Like, she ain't doing anything crazy. She ain't like Selene, you know. Selene goes and becomes Doki Bird and becomes a brand, you know. Like, she's just kind of chilling, doing their own thing, just chilling. I think a lot of them did not want to be superstars. Like they were fine doing concerts and stuff, but to a lot of the girls that joined Hololive, I think it was a matter of they thought that was going to be secondary to being entertainers. And then when it became, I think when they say, you know, to set like the direction of the company as their reason for graduating, that's the big one. It's like, I wanted to be an entertainer, and the brand was supposed to be second to me being an entertainer, and you're telling me the brand is first and me being an entertainer is just for the sake of building the brand. And that would also be why Callie, when she made that statement, the statement she did, and she was like, yeah, I have no problem. I'm not going anywhere. I'm very happy where I'm at. Because Callie has big ambitions. She wants to be like a superstar on stage, a big singer, rapper. Like, that's what she wants.
Well, and that's the world Kiara came from. You know, Kiara was an idol before she became a VTuber. So, you know, this is her wheelhouse. So I wouldn't expect either one of them to leave. I would actually be very surprised if they did. Ina?
Absolutely, yeah.
Ina's kind of 50-50. She, you know, this isn't really...
I think Ina's the next to go. I think she's the next to go.
Possibly.
Like,
Possibly. I'm 50-50 on it. I would not be surprised.
Not a superstar type. Yeah.
I would not be surprised if she did, but, you know, I think there's a chance that she may decide to try it.
Yeah, I think she's staying now, but I think the next EN to go is Ina. I don't think it's going to happen soon. Yeah,
as a her in the chat says, Ina clapped back about staying. Yeah, so she's probably at least for now she's going to stay.
Yeah, yeah. Callie and Kiara ain't going anywhere. Crony
I think I'm gonna ask the tough question when I say kind of like, well, why is that really a problem in a sense? Because, you know, maybe I'm saying this too much from like being a part of the business side of things, but like, you know, things change, and when you've been at the same workplace for like 4 or 5 years, well, at some point you kind of get tired of it and you just want to try new things, and like that's very normal. Like, I think the issue is that many people are, I mean, I am also very attached to Mayoshi, so, you know, I get it. But we also need to remember that this is a career, this is work, this is a job, this is like, you know, serious stuff. And every creator in a agency is going to have a shelf life. You know, we all have like different, I guess, levels of like when we are finally fed up with something and we don't want to do the same work anymore and we leave. You know, some people never do. Some people after 2 years they're done, they're washed, they want to leave, and you know that's just different for every person. And burnout is a bit inevitable, and it's normal that people just want to, you know, change things, change scenery, change company, and just move on to other things.
It's like Mr. Medicare said. He said, you know, every internet career has a shelf life of about 5 years, and after that, it becomes diminishing returns. I think maybe a lot of the talents in Hololive, if it's not like, you know, whatever internal company thing, it's like they see, it's like, well, I've been doing this for a while. Why don't I try to reinvent myself and try to do something new? Because I'm kind of like staying consistent, but I have bigger aspirations than just being this. And that could be very, I mean,
or
that could,
I wanna be back to doing simpler things. No, like
that's
being
true too.
a corporate VTuber is harder than being an indie VTuber, and I will never not say it because some people think it's easier and they've got it wrong. Because you have so much more
No.
responsibilities, you have homework, you have so there's so much more at stake when you're an agency VTuber. It's a lot harder because you have to deal with a lot more people and a lot more parameters.
Oh yeah.
And you when you work at corporate for a long time, you have that innate desire at some point to go back to simpler time and just do you, which is what a lot of recent graduation have done. And I've seen people like go corpo for 3 years, do 3 year indie, and then go back to corporate. Like I've known someone who like has done it right now. So it's just that it works in cycles sometimes. Just it just professional life is normal. Like everyone is a bit overreacting about it. I feel like.
I see what you're saying. I think if you're doing right by the talent, they'll have no reason to leave. Like you're not going to leave a job where you're happy.
No,
You're not
you
gonna
do
leave.
actually.
Not most
I'm
people
sorry
don't.
to tell you that, but you do. No,
Most people don't.
absolutely.
If you have a stable income and you're with something that makes you happy, you have no reason to leave. You have no reason to quit that job.
Well, I think
mean, there are
happy's
people that will have the
probably
same-
not the way to describe it. I would say it's like you're happy at your job, but you feel like there's something missing. And as time progresses, you become less and less happy because things just kind of become routine. And you get to this point where it's like the thing that you're missing just becomes like this giant void and you just can't look away from it. And you're like, okay, I was happy here, but there's something missing, something more that I want, and I need a change. I need a change of scenery. I think that's more apt than happy.
You have people that like will work the same job for like decades and be completely satisfied doing so, and that's a lot of people.
I don't think that's true anymore. That used to be true like maybe 50 years ago, but with our modern time, things are moving so fast that people rarely stay at the same job for more than a decade now. Like,
Well, that's also because a
it's
lot of
just
jobs aren't
different.
worth it.
Yeah, and I have been various jobs where I've been happy. It's just that I wanted more.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like personally,
I was happy. I could have taken the cushy job, but I wanted more.
Well, most people, not saying, quite a few people will stay where they're good, especially if they have responsibilities at home. Like if you have any kind of family, or if any kind of dependence, or anything like that, if you're good, you're not going anywhere. And if you have no incentive to go anywhere, you're not going anywhere. And you see that in like a lot of the hollow talents that are still there from like the early days. I mean, like what reason do they have? And I think a lot of that is that they get a little bit more chance to try different things. Corone, best example. She just had out the whole fucking puppet show. Like she was able to get a puppet show with a little puppet Corone. Like she could do weird things like that. And I think one of the reasons you're seeing more people leaving EN than JP is I think JP is getting a little more privileges like that. Where like I mean Hachima is infamous for reinventing herself. She had a whole fucking ARG arc for a while.
Yeah.
like they have the opportunity to do new things and reinvent themselves. And they can take it. I think it's this new push for like mega stardom is putting some of them off. I think, and it's also, I do believe it's that Japanese risk aversion where a lot of them like, ooh, I have this cool idea, and then magical. I don't know.
Well, there's still a lot of restrictions.
Gets as much of that.
Yeah, there's still a lot of restrictions.
Yeah,
and it's not just Japanese company. Like I've worked with various corpos, and I can tell you it's true of every VTubing corpos, where there's gonna be a no sometime. And as a many content creators who work in corpo, I've talked about this already, where sometimes you can take a no very personally, or it can hurt you a lot because there's an element of pride as a content creator you take in the ideas you want to try. But that's true of like every VTuber corpo ever. That's just not unique to Japan.
I think just this Yago's getting a little bit too big for his britches. I think he's reacting to the going public with like, oh, we need to be a multimedia empire, like, and you're driving. You just your grand vision just drove away your biggest talent by a country mile. Like, it's not even just, oh, well, the biggest, but I mean, number two is like slightly like, no, she was higher than your second biggest talent by orders of magnitude. And if you drove her away, that's a problem with you. Like, that's you couldn't even think about your vision in a way to accommodate your golden goose. That's not good. It's not a good look. It's not a good business plan. Because that's a lot of money you just pissed away. Because, my God, was she your biggest earner? You pissed away a shitload of money.
I mean,
So,
was she? Because like she's been on hiatus for a year and a half. I like, sure, she's a symbol. She's the biggest name in VTubing. Yeah, true. But is she the highest earner? Definitely not. Do I need to remind you that Rusha is still the highest fucking super chatted VTuber in Holo? Gura is not the highest earner. This is just
you're looking
not
only in
factual
super chat.
true.
Remember,
True.
we're past just streaming now. You
True.
you get Hololive merch of 3
But
different characters. If Guru's one of them, that one's selling twice as much as the other two combined.
I think if you take into account like the concert money and all of that, I think that Kali is the highest earner.
Well, it's
Kali is
because
the
you're just
golden.
thinking she does concert, and they don't get as much from Cali because they got that deal with Universal with her.
True.
So their profits from anything Cali does is split more. But like, you put Gura on something and it is going to sell like much more than anyone else that you put on something. You have Gura involved, it will now make twice as much money by her presence. Her imagery will increase the profit margin of whatever you involve her in, and you just lost that.
I think especially with
does
Gura,
anyone remember from the Dodgers? Who does anyone remember from the Dodgers thing? Did they talk about Suisse in the Dodgers? Did they talk about Pecora in the Dodgers? It's Gura. Who was the good luck girl?
who was Good Luck Shark?
The
Boomer
Good
Dad
Luck Shark.
bought merch of because they turned the game around and won.
Yeah, Gura. Like, now that's the biggest earner, and they lost her. Your business model just drove away your biggest talent. That's not good.
I'm pretty
at
sure the
all.
biggest earner is still in JP. It's just that Gura was the face of EN, and maybe she didn't want that. Actually, I have that feeling where like
I don't think she
got
did
that
either.
spot, but she never wanted that spot.
Oh, absolutely. I think anybody could see that she did not want to be what she was. Like, she did not want to be that big, and that was likely why we got so many hiatuses and all the burnout. Like,
Well, I think that's
it was
what
like
really
if she
drove
wa-
her away from cover more than anything else was the fact
Yeah.
that she became the face. She really wasn't, especially being an introvert like she wasn't really equipped to handle it. And I think that she just eventually decided, she got to a point where it's like, well, the company's changing, the culture's changing, so this would be a as good a time as any to retire as Gura and just go back to making content and being more low key than she was.
Yeah, because I think people are like oversimplifying it. Generally, there's never one thing that just creates a situation. It's always a multiplication of different factors. And if you take into account the fact that Gura got this top spot that she never wanted, if you take into account the fact that, as Gator said, Hololive is changing culturally and the business model. If you take into account the fact that Gura has been a bit burned out for a year, if you take into account that, well, she wanted to be more shitposty, just having her own space rather than being this big corporate entity. Well, if you take all those different factors, it creates a wider picture of just she just doesn't feel like she's happy where she's at currently, and it's not that just corpo bad. It's just I feel like he's just simplifying what comes down to a complex mixture of both professional, interpersonal, and personal aspiration.
Yeah. I mean, I think like there a lot of it is the she didn't want the burnout. She didn't want to be this big, and I think a lot of it is like I think Hololive really needs to learn when to like just if you have someone that's making you money, and that's a success for you, learn to accommodate them. Don't get so laser focused on your vision of being the biggest fucking brand in the world. Because not everybody wants to be the big brand. And I know that's the direction you want to build the company, but how good is it going to, like, you look how much your stock went down because you lost Gura. You really should have tried to make her happy. You really should have
No,
tried to make some of these people happy.
that's gonna come back up. It's just investor panic. It happens every time a VTuber graduate. Like,
But
just
this
don't
is
don't
Gura.
overthink it.
Let's not pretend like it's the same as when Fauna left or the same as when This is Gura. Like,
Right.
Gura
But
is a big
again,
fucking deal.
she wasn't very active for a year and a half. She
Doesn't
was
matter.
already on her way out. I mean,
It doesn't
does
matter. It does not. It does not matter from a marketing standpoint. It doesn't matter from it. She was inactive that long and still was that big.
Fair.
Like she didn't stream and she still was the face of VTubing. So it did not fucking matter. The fact of the matter is, they screwed up because Yago is so focused on this brand shit, and they don't realize they're making a similar, but not the same, but a similar mistake as Kizuna Ai's company. They don't realize it is the person behind the character that matters. The stream is not an advertisement for your brand. The stream is the brand, and basically what the talents thought they were getting to is what you need to have been doing. Like, the stream is the thing they're coming for. Everything else is ancillary to that. No matter how big the Dodgers deal was ancillary to your video game streams. The only reason that anyone gave a shit and stood in that long line to get your Dodgers merch is because they watch the streams these girls are on and are entertained by them.
Well, this is where we can get into the talking about the investors, because now that the company is public, what they're looking for is revenue and increased revenue. And so when it comes to streaming, there's an obvious market cap when it comes to super chats and memberships and things of that nature. So I think what's happening is they're trying to evolve the company, not just from a standpoint of they're trying to, push the envelope and push the market in a certain direction. They're also trying to maximize revenue streams to keep the investors happy, because if the investors aren't happy, Yago could be replaced. And I think that's a consideration too.
Yeah. He also owns a lot of the stock too. I think people forget when they, the investors in HoloLive.
Yeah, Yago still owns enough. Yeah, they don't have enough to push him out. Conceivably, they could.
Yeah, it's just it's not so much the company went public is the problem. It's your reaction to the company going public, like I said. And I think Yago, he's dreaming a bit too big. It's good to dream big, but you gotta build up gradually. You can't just put the brakes on what is essentially a very down-to-earth operation and say, we are now going to be international multimedia superstars. It doesn't work that way.
For those who don't know how those sort of public business companies works, basically they have this thing called a board of directors, and they're the people who are making the decision, essentially. The CEO doesn't do everything. He has a board of director who he takes decision with, and the board of director can decide to push and replace a CEO. So that's a concern to keep in mind. Because Yagu will keep the stock even if he's pushed out, of course, but he can be replaced as a CEO if the board of directors says so.
Right.
Yeah, but in the end, it's not going to happen. I mean, unless he starts tanking their money, it's not going to happen, because he's so intrinsic with the brand. Like, they know.
I'm gonna have to kick you down on that, because we are in entertainment and we play by different rule in entertainment. You should never say never in entertainment. You want an example? Look at wrestling. People said CM Punk would never wrestle for WWE, yet here he is back again at the face of.
Well, they said Vince McMahon would never leave WWE, and they erased him.
There is no never. It's just about money. What is going to be profitable?
There's a difference between never in the context of as things are, and never in the context of a rug pull. Like, Vince McMahon leaving the WWE was a rug pull because of the allegations. Like, without those allegations, he'd still be there.
I mean,
Like,
even
yeah,
with the allegation, he's been allegated so many times, yet he was still there.
not to the
He just
degree
gotten
he was
old
when he
and,
got he
decided,
not to the degree he was. And of course, like,
weird.
yes, obviously if someone gets old. But
Uh,
Yago is so intrinsic with the brand, it would be a brand risk to get rid of him. There would need to be rank incompetence in
True.
order for Yago to get ousted by the board. And that's like as many bad decisions as clearly are going on over Hololive, there's not rank incompetence. Like it would need to be Niji Sanji type shit. Where Yago
True.
is in front of a checkerboard wall bowing and begging forgiveness. For them to,
Yeah, true.
like
It would take a lot to get rid of him. I agree, though.
yeah, like as it stands now, there's no chance he's getting ousted.
But I
The
wouldn't say never ever, because the risk is always there.
well, it's like the context of never, I guess.
I mean, we are talking about a post-Gura world, so there's the.
They need to not only figure out what the fuck is going on over there, but need to make some kind of public gesture that things have changed. Because many of their most it's not even just a bunch of talents, it's a bunch of their most popular talents have left. And like they're the kind like you really should have tried to accommodate them. You really should have thought like, man, my grand plan, my master plan just drove away the biggest names that I have. Whoopsie doodle. What am I doing? Maybe I should course correct a bit. And I think this whole like, oh, we're gonna be the biggest, we're gonna be multinational superstars, and then like you have a company full of mentally ill introverts. The fuck did you think was gonna happen? Do you think they were gonna be on board? I mean, the only way they could be dumber is if Face Connect decided to do that. Like you have to realize you need these girls, and they're not gonna be on board with your vision. It's frustrating because it's utterly avoidable. Like you can still do the big IP thing, just don't do it with everybody. You can make Suisei a superstar. You can make Callie a superstar. But if like Fauna doesn't want to be a superstar, don't drag her into superstardom. She is very successful where she is. Let her do her thing, make you money, and you can just stick her on some merch and make some cash. This idea that the whole brand now needs to be superstars is fucking stupid. Did you really think every single one of especially these fucking girls, a girl does not get into VTubing if she's stable. Because because let's be real, one way or another, she ain't right. Like maybe you could parlay it into something healthy like Callie, where it's like a workaholic type thing, an obsessive workaholic, but you're asking a lot for a lot of girls with problems, and a lot of them are introverts. That's why they're behind an avatar. And you're asking introverts who not hide, but you know what I mean, behind an avatar to be international, multinational superstars? Are you out of your mind? It's one thing for like in Japan, right? You think about how big some of the Japanese talents are in Japan, like with like Pecora and Subaru.
Well, I think especially in Japan, I think Yago's vision is more realistic. When it comes to English, I think it becomes a little less because we're just built different. And our Menhera is a little different than their Menhera.
Yeah, and also like that's a way bigger stage, right? There's one thing like, oh, you're the Hololive talents are on billboards and they're commentating baseball games. Mainstream TV, their mainstream popularity. It's a small, kind of an isolated country. Like they're not isolated, but they're isolated. You know what I mean? Japan is its own thing, its own ways.
Infinitely more normal for a VTuber to be like presented on TV or doing live commentary on a TV show than it would be to say like having a VTuber pop up on like MTV. That would be very weird for people.
Yeah.
It's not just Japan, it's East Asia who's pretty addicted to VTubing,
Yeah, that's a good point.
China, Korea, Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, all of those countries, VTuber are mainstream and pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's not just Japan.
Yeah, so it's like a Japanese TV show or, you know, a TV show in the Philippines or China or whatever. Like all of that stuff would be like perfectly normal. It just kind of goes back to something we've kind of harped on the podcast before, that there's a divide sort of between Eastern philosophy and Western philosophy. And you can kind of see, especially when it comes to this particular situation, that the vast majority of the graduations from the way that covers changing things are probably going to be on the English side, because they are a Japan-centric company in Japan, and so the way that they do things may not necessarily mesh with the way that the English side VTubers would expect.
Yeah,
I think also people are not understanding how Japanese and East Asian people think in general when it comes to like making a brand or a company. They have a lot more collectivist mindset, whereas it's the idea that you are a part of the group and the group as a whole is the most important thing, which is neither better or worse. You know, it's just a different way of like, there's different philosophy and thought process of like, you know, that's why they have all those expressions about how the nail that's bent out is, you know, hammered down or something like that. And because of that said collectivist mindset, everything that has to do with like brand unity or being part of the group as a whole is there's a lot more emphasis on that rather than being an individual, where it comes to like more Western audience who are more into individualism, which, you know, has not shown to necessarily be the best option as of late. So, you know, it's just different way of thinking about it.
Yeah, and it's that East-West culture clash that a lot of the problems in VTubing as of late, like we go back to Niji Sanji, a lot of the issues with that comes from that culture clash. You know, Sulentatsuki, Canadian, from the West, clashing with the rules, regulations, and the way they do business in Japan, and it didn't work out for either side, really. They had all these expectations that were just totally unrealistic for her, and she had an idea of what the company was that it just absolutely wasn't. And so inevitably there was going to be some sort of clash, and then they handled it in the Japanese company way, which was, you know, we all saw how that happened. We all saw the fallout from that, and a lot of it was just simply lost in translation. They had no idea how it was going to come across to the Western audience, and they were totally clueless. And then, to make matters worse, when they got the pushback from the Western audience, rather than like try to figure out what they did wrong, they just doubled and tripled down, which made it even worse.
I think also one of the things that made it worse is that they relied on talent for PR.
Right. They used the talent as a shield.
Be the bridge and be the bridge to, because, you know, basically they wanted the talent to kind of understand the Western audience for them.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
I think it's just another
things
case
were getting lost in translation.
Yeah, like the Japanese company just not understanding that the rest of the world is not Japan, and you can't do your Japanese company shit overseas. It doesn't work that way. And yeah, I think, like I said, Iago's grand vision is kind of part and parcel of that. Like, you're not going to become mainstream superstars overseas the way that you are in the Japanese mainstream, and it's just going to be the same. It's just going to be the same on a greater level. Like, no. A lot of these talents don't want that. There are people that are just going to not think like, oh, but I want to help the brand. Like, no, I don't.
Well, that's why
overseas people use the word "I" a lot more.
That's why they've been recruiting people who fit into that. If you look at like the 2-3 past wave, they've been recruiting people who would fit into that new vision. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah,
like
but
the new waves, because they fit into this new vision.
They kinda, but I'm like some of them are working. Like Fuamoko will absolutely ride or die. They're gonna be like Callie. They're gonna be huge giant superstars and totally go for it. But some of them, like I can't see them trying to be more than a streaming personality. Like, what massive superstar is Bijou going to be outside of like a little Twitch gremlin or something? Like, Bijou is not going to be Callie.
Bijou can sing?
Yeah, but she ain't going to be Callie. She ain't going to be.
Sure.
She ain't going to be that. And like, the problem with Hololive, they want everyone to be Callie and Fuumoko. And there comes a point where you don't want to be that.
Well,
big.
look, not everybody can be Shawn Michaels. Some people are going to be Marty Jannetty.
Yeah, and you know, not everybody wants to be like. If you look at the Attitude Era for comparison, right? Not everyone can be The Rock and Stone Cold. Sometimes you need a Hurricane Helms. You need that mid card guy.
Hey, he's from my state, by the way. I've met him in person. Funny enough.
I loved when he was doing the superhero bit. That was Kino, man.
Stand back! There's a hurricane coming through.
I miss it. He was like my favorite mid card guy, man.
He's one of my favorites
back when
too.
I watched wrestling. Yeah, back when I watched wrestling, man, he was peak. Him when he had who was it that was his superhero in training?
Oh, Rosie.
Was it Rikishi? Oh, somebody.
Well, there was Mighty.
SHIT.
There was Mighty Molly, and there was Rosie.
Yeah, well,
But, I remember Disco Heat, but Cody doesn't like him.
Who?
Cody Rhodes. Dude, didn't you see that tweet?
Which one are you talking about?
He was saying like, "You're nothing. You're just a mid-carder who was there because he was over with the boys. Nobody has ever came to a show to watch you. Nobody has ever left a show a Disco Heat fan. You know, he just fucking torched."
Oh, is that when he like blew up Disco Inferno on Twitter?
Yeah.
God, that was funny, and it was true too because Disco Inferno sucks.
You know, you're gonna pull the tweet if you can right now because it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I'll find it. Cody Rhodes, Disco Inferno. Yeah, that was great.
Not everybody wants to be the main event. Sometimes you want to be just the mid card. Do your thing, have your fun, and without the eyes of the world all upon ye. You know. Just and I think Yago needs to realize that. Just have your mid cards. Don't try to turn everyone into the main event.
Yeah, that's the tweet. Stop. You know nothing. You have drawn $0. No fan has ever left a show thinking about you. You were lucky to be a juiced-up, double-lifer, over with the boys, type in an era where you hid in plain sight, coasting on other success. Couldn't hang then, can't get booked, and now.
That was such a
hilarious.
It was such a great post.
Insane.
God damn, dude.
Cody Almay literally ending Disco Heat's career right here and there, or whatever was left of it.
Jesus Christ.
Destroyed him. It'd be funny if we see him in WWF or WWE right now.
I doubt it.
Awkward.
There's too much heat. There's too much heat because he's talked too much shit.
True, but it'd be hilarious with Cody in the same locker room.
So about that tweet,
Yeah.
Cody would just look at him like, yeah. What about it?
Yeah, exactly. So what?
Hmm?
I said what I said.
Look, I haven't watched wrestling in a long time. It did kind of fall off. I watched it at its peak, and it started to fall off, and I lost.
I was literally watching it right before the show started, WrestleMania Night 1, which was a disappointment until the last match.
If you want an idea, we're in a bit of a renaissance era since
I've heard
2002, 2022 approximately.
I've heard things have gotten a lot more interesting. I don't know if I'd jump back on. Just I need those larger than life figures, man. I mean, remember when Kane would just tell that he was not human? He was a monster that just like this wrestling company just happened to sign a monster man.
If you like that sort of character, you'd like MGF. I love MGF. Too bad he's at AW and they're struggling a lot. Yeah, but like MGF is absolutely bringing kayfabe back and is hilarious how evil he is.
Closest we had for a while was I can't remember his name, but the guy that had the demon persona.
Finn Balor.
Oh my god, he had a super Irish sounding name.
Yeah, Finn Balor.
Yeah, Finn Balor.
Finn Balor. Yeah. And he would do the whole like thing where like he'd be a normal wrestler, but sometimes like for big matches, the monster,
The
the
demon.
monster matches, and he won almost every match as the monster. It was like it made it a big deal.
Except
if you like that type of
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
if you like that type of wrestling, I think you're just watching the wrong show. You should watch AAA or New Japan, because they definitely have more of that old school energy.
Like even in the Attitude Era, where it wasn't like you still had the Undertaker, right? And then like when things were still down to earth, it was like, are these guys just committing crimes? Like, are they just like committing felony assault on each other on live TV? Awesome.
Brian Pillman pulling a gull on Stone Cold.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, no, they're not settling in the court. They're settling into the ring. This is good shit. You know, and they just won't do that anymore. It's just like, it's like first name, last name in his trunks and knee supports and same boots, and they just wrestle with their plot lines. They can't go too crazy now.
You can actually blame the internet for this because, they killed kayfabe, basically.
Yeah, the IWC, Internet Wrestling Community, ruined it for everybody.
Just stop acknowledging the internet. Just keep up with the fucking characters, man. Like people know about kayfabe.
It's easy for you to say.
They do all that shit, and people still call Dwayne Johnson The Rock. Like, just call him The Rock. Just call your wrestlers the name. Give them the cool name. Yes, we know there's an actor. We don't fucking care when we're watching the show. It's like with VTubers. There's a reason they keep comparing it to pro wrestling. I know there's a girl behind. I know what Calliope Mori's real name is. I never use it. I know what her real fucking name is. I never use it. She's Calliope Mori. Just do the character. Stop being boring with your first name, last name bullshit. Be a character. No one fucking cares. But the internet. Ooh, what about the internet? They dox the VTubers all the fucking time. They still call them their fucking character names. If you're good, that's all that people care about. Look, I know that Ian McShane played Al Swearingen in Deadwood, but his Al Swearingen was so good, I see that shit, I think Al Swearingen. You know why? Because he sold it. I don't need him to be Ian McShane in Deadwood. Be the fucking character. So wrestling sucks now. They ain't got no balls anymore. They ain't got balls to do cruel, crazy shit, and they ain't got balls to do characters, because the internet.
Well, I think that's one good thing about AEW sticking it to WWE for so long, is that it forced them to change their model away from like the Vince McMahon, two big, meaty, beefy dudes slapping meat, to now they actually do some of the character stuff again. Now they actually, they're trying to bring kayfabe back a little bit, because AEW changed the game, because, AEW had Malachi Black, who's actually going to come back to WWE, and he played this sort of like otherworldly type character and had a whole stable around it, and it was very cool. And
I'm just saying,
he was just kind of
watching wrestling again.
Enough.
I'll start watching wrestling again when someone describes a match and I think they're talking about an anime. Like the Corruptor just like came in and just shot Jonathan Jokes-a-Lot in the face. But then Jonathan Jokes-a-Lot got back up because it turned out that he's like immune to bullets on a Sunday.
So you would really like NJPW, New Japan, because they just don't care. They're all about, and it's owned by Bushiroad, so
yeah. Well, like when like WWE or the big wrestling guys start doing that shit again, I'll start watching again.
Well, technically it's not WWE anymore. It's TKO, actually.
Yeah, actually, it's owned by the same company that owns the UFC now. Anyway,
yeah, I am glad though that
they did the merger.
I am glad that tonight's WrestleMania had at least one good match that people will be showing clips of, because as you know, it was heavily sponsored by my boys at SNK.
Yeah, I posted about that.
Fucking Fatal Fury City of the Wolves front and center on the fucking ring at WrestleMania.
And even had the DJ guy actually was there.
Salvatore Ganacci, yeah.
Yeah, Ganacci,
doing a set.
Yeah, and it was the central advertisement in the ring. So whenever you see clips, you're going to see the Fatal Fury City of the Wolves logo for like ever and ever. Like 20 years from now, when they show that spot, It's going to be there.
Yes, look. There have been FGC people complaining about the marketing for this game, but they're FGC people, so they don't deserve rights. So I don't fucking care.
So true.
I love this marketing because I think it's ridiculous, but it also makes sense. So it's like I can't begrudge you. I can only sensibly chuckle when I see Fatal Fury City of the Wolves show up somewhere that it doesn't belong. Like when two guys from New Japan Wrestling just came into the ring cosplaying as Terry and Rock. Into my veins. And like, oh, they put real life people as characters. They don't belong. I don't fucking care. They're not in the plot. They're just guest characters. I don't find that any dumber than when Akuma was in Tekken. I don't fucking care if Akuma's a fighting game character. Like, they had to give him a completely different game mechanics because he had to play like Street Fighter. So clearly he don't belong here either. Like, oh my god, it's not even the first fighting game to put real people in it. Fucking Marvel did it.
It was dope as shit when they put Geese in Tekken.
Yeah, it was. And they gave him, like, King of Fighters game mechanic. He didn't belong in Tekken. Who fucking cares? It's a guest character. They're not involved in the plot. You know, when the guest character isn't on screen, they basically don't exist. So who gives a flying fuck if the guest character happens to be real people? So, like, all this shit has... I have been more offended by the fighting game YouTubers trying to jump on the bandwagon than I have at anything of the fucking marketing for this game.
Monger is the worst
in the entire fucking scene. He is the biggest piece of shit YouTuber in the FGC, and I hate him. And he does you got a bunch of fighting game YouTubers doing. Everybody's got to do the Fatal Fury lore recap and it kind of makes sense. SNK fighting games are super story heavy. I
think your mic cut out so they didn't hear which FGC person you were talking about.
And City of the Wolves is like, hey, Fatal Fury ended on a cliffhanger 20 years ago, and now it's finally getting the resolution. So let's get a little catch up. I get it with some of them. And some of them, like, they're like SNK channels. They cover SNK games. So them, I get. And they do, like, a good job recapping it. And then, like, you get some motherfucker like Roofamonger, and it's the most... oh my god, insincere millennial. So this Kerry guy, he just keeps on beating Geese, and Geese Howard, he's not a good guy, so, you know, he don't like that. And it's like, why are you here? Fuck off, you fucking grifting piece of shit. Just say you don't care. And save me the time. What's your long-ass fucking video where he's just the worst... oh my god, it is the worst voiceover a man could give in a YouTube video. It's like, he just talks slow and clearly sounds like he's winging it because he's got the cliff notes in front of him after reading the SNK wiki, and he took down some bullet points, and of course half of his information is fucking wrong. It's like, just get out of my sphere. Get out of my hobby, you fat fuck, and your stupid mutton chops. Why are you trying to go out in public with mutton chops? You look so stupid. Shave that shit, you ridiculous retard, and never talk about fighting games again. You're terrible at it. Your advice is bad. You're wrong all the time. Just close your channel. I hate the guy. Like, that has pissed me off 1,000 times more than putting Cristiano Ronaldo as a character, because that's funny. That made me laugh. What's really spitting in my face is a fan of these fucking FGC grifters. Your entire fucking career was Street Fighter. Don't come in here with the SNK boys acting like you give a damn about this game because there's a lot of people talking about it because of the marketing that you're making fun of. No, fuck off, okay? And leave the shit to the people that give a damn. Go away with your, I've never played these games before. Oh, good. Continue not to. It's your grifter ass. I hate influencers. I hate them. I want to set influencers on fire. I know this is the second time
throw influencers into active volcanoes.
I'm going Beavis mode today. Set it on fire. I hate them. It's just set me off, man. Because, like, you get people bitching about the marketing, but the people bitching about the marketing are the people that deserve to be bitched about. Fuckers, you fucking grifting ass bitch. The FGC just end. I just want to play fighting games without the people that play fighting games. Can I do that? I hope City of the Wolves brings them in a whole new wave of normies, and just drowns out the FGC, because I don't want the FGC anymore. You're bad. You're bad, and half of you are pedophiles and sex pests and fucking weirdos, and you're psychopaths. Get away from my fucking hobby. Just go away. Just get. I feel the way about the FGC, the way VTuber fans felt when Brittany Venti started talking about Gargura. The minute she was like, Brittany Venti said the word VTuber, and just the simultaneous
Booze,
like a million guns
booze
cocking
and
in
tomatoes flying at the screen.
unison. That's how I
and-
feel when I see a fucking influencer talk about Fatal Fury. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
This is me when
Earn
Anna
your
Valence made
fucking
her value article.
Self-humiliation
I
ritual
got
money
so upset
elsewhere.
at that.
You fat sex fiend. Get the fuck out. I'm passionate, as you can tell.
Very, very true.
I'm done ranting.
Very, very true. Oh, we got two members. Noah Chi joined Anime
Oh God, I can't
Boomers.
hear anybody.
Cardinal Crimson joined. See, I figured Cody was. He kept going, so I figured that he didn't realize that his audio exploded. I figured that. I figured that's what it was. That your audio exploded because you clipped for just a split second, and then your audio like continued, but it like switched to the other mic for just a second. Oh, we had someone else join. It was Octera. Octera became a member. Thanks for becoming an anime boomer. We are getting closer and closer to our goal of 25 members, and then we will start doing monthly member streams. That's so cool that Stream Elements will actually post that in the chat. But speaking of the FGC, somebody from the self-proclaimed FGC member kind of stepped in it on X. I guess Cody's still trying to get his mic situated there. But this is a kind of an Offkai related thing. So Offkai's been doing like their announcements and stuff, and what ended up happening is this other VTuber called Powder, who's kind of been getting a lot of crap on Twitter, posted a tweet, like about sort of about like racism or whatever, and this guy, this Captain No Fun or whatever, replied to it with something pretty incendiary. And so Powder went and looked through their tweets and found them basically saying that they're going to be like the commentary leader or whatever for Offkai, and then found a bunch more tweets where they're being like overly politically brain rotted and racist. Yes. I'll show the tweets here. So this is what Powder said. She said, what they say, I want to foster an inclusive community. What they actually mean, I want to foster an inclusive community minus white people. And then Captain No Fun is G said, those white people did another, thing. I'm not going to say it because YouTube will definitely ding me for saying that word. But then it says, we know what kind of people you won't be selecting for your Offkai commentary talents. And so there were two screenshots here basically saying that he was going to be part of the commentary team for Offkai, and then another where he's talking about more racism basically, and saying oh well, if Offkai is going to be bringing these people on, then I guess there's no chance for me. And then he pretty much like confirmed, he said, yeah, bigots who hate safe spaces, thanks for making this fact known. And then Powder responded with LMAO. And this was highlighted.
This is your
There we go.
reminder that Marina VT was talent liaison for a year at Offkai, for
Can
one
you-
of the previous Offkai.
Can you hear me? Am I
We
back?
can hear you now.
Okay,
Yes, we
that was
can.
fucking weird. My pure unbridled hatred just caused my fucking equipment to fry out.
Yeah, pretty much.
I broke my mic and my headphones with the power of hate. I don't even know how much of that rant actually stuck.
We got all of it
before I cut
except
out.
for which FGC member you're talking about.
Rooflemonger.
Oh, okay. So we got it now.
He is the worst. Yeah, don't. I would say check him out to see how awful he is, but don't give him clicks. He's the worst.
Cody
He's
Wombo
awful.
comboed his own tech.
Yeah. My mic and my head's like I couldn't hear my voice, nothing coming through. Like what the fuck? I don't know what happened there, but I'm back.
Like
Oh,
Chris
we're
says-
probably gonna have to talk about Offkai too.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. He says, Cody, you can always come dunk on my lame ass in Sam Show via Steam.
I actually don't play Sam Show. I love it from a distance, but it's too slow for me. But I respect it. Actually, my best friend is super good. Like, he's pro Sam Show player. Like, he plays tournaments and shit. He helped test the new when they added rollback into it. He was one of the people that helped test that shit.
Oh wow,
so
that's dope.
I can hook you up with my friend. He's a pro Sam Show player. he'll whoop your ass. I'm more KOF, and I'm gonna be on Fatal Fury because I played that demo, and that gameplay is just right. And especially if Geese is unlockable, if he's in the game, that's all I'm gonna play.
Not just Geese, but he's gonna be Nightmare
Geese
or whatever.
Yeah, that's fucking cool. Nightmare Geese is fucking cool. Did you ever see what they made him look like in the KOF 14 skin? It's fucking undead zombie geese. Hell yeah. And if you know your history, Nightmare Geese was historically one of the hardest SAK bosses they ever made. So just the pedigree, even if obviously he's going to be balanced for play, just having that pedigree is still fucking cool. It's like the fear that aura around his feet creates. Like, you see that shit around his feet, you just get flashbacks to getting fucking thunderbraked in Real Bout Special. Anyway, I'm not going to start again.
Yeah. So we're talking about Off-Kai. We've kind of moved on.
Yeah.
So you missed a little bit of it where I was talking. I don't know if you saw Powder's tweet and the FGC commentary guy that she was arguing with earlier, but essentially, like, he's doing the Uki thing where it's like, actually it's okay to be racist as long as you're only racist against white people. You know, he's doing that whole shtick, and you know, being somebody that has, and this is the problem for a lot of companies now, is that people just can't leave their politics at the door. They always have to go out there and say some of the dumbest stuff imaginable. And it reflects Off-Kai already has issues with this sort of stuff. I mean, I have the Kirsha tweet up there where she's talking about, you know, what she experienced last year, where they basically banned her from being, not just hosting a panel, because a lot of people get this wrong. A lot of people say they banned her from hosting a panel. And while that's probably true, she wasn't going to host a panel. She was just going to be a guest on someone else's panel. And they didn't even allow her to be a guest on someone else's panel. The only way that she could have actually been at the convention was if she got in through like a vendor and did like a third-party meet and greet at like Kawa or Araculture or Uwer Market or one of the other various other third parties that were there. That was literally the only way she could get in there. So,
by the way, if I remember, she was supposed to be on Nyaruchu's panel, if I remember.
I believe you're correct. I believe, because that was like the hentai panel, if I'm remembering correctly, I think.
I'm not sure what it was about exactly, but I know it was with Nyaru.
I'd have to look back up.
For those who don't know her, Nyaru is a very idol-focused kind of VTuber.
Yeah,
yes,
but she's also kind of 4chan-y. I mean, she kind of, one of the things that blew her up in popularity when she did the Jannies Do It For Free dance.
Yeah,
I know that spread like wildfire.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a shit poster, but she's a little more wholesome.
Yeah, she's wholesome, but like she's like wholesome but based. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So like, yeah. So it's like she's not gonna do the edgy stuff, but she's.
It was the hentai dubbing panel.
Wavelength.
It was the hentai dubbing panel. Yeah. So I was right. It was.
I see.
Yeah. And they.
Yeah.
And see, the problem they have is that they didn't let Kirsha on that panel because, you know, it's like, oh, well, you know, Kirsha's a bigot or whatever. But they had panels with people that have said stuff like what this guy is saying, that were openly racist towards white people, and, you know, said a lot of the other, you know, left-wing political brain rot stuff. I mean, they openly had like the gender and inclusivity panels at Off-Kai, and And so it's just kind of like, this is my perspective on it. If you allow one, you have to allow the other. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to condone anything that that person says. And you can even counter program the panel so people like have a choice about which panel they want to go to. But a VTuber convention, any convention really, should be a neutral ground where people, because the talent themselves are the reason that people go to the convention. You should not stand in between people from wanting to see the talent, the creators that they enjoy. You know, there was at Anime Matsuri, there was always this panel until, you know, recent unfortunate events where it was the For the Fans panel. So Cody and I were very involved in this thing that kind of came to be known as Weeb Wars, which was, and we talked about a lot about the voice acting stuff at the beginning, where it's like these English voice actors really got full of themselves from going to conventions and being worshipped pretty much as literal gods by some of these people. And so they monopolized the, you know, I'm not going to rehash the whole thing because we already talked about it at the beginning of the podcast. And if people want to listen to that, they can listen back to the beginning. But they had a monopoly on the market, and they had these people that were literally worshiping them like they were gods. And so they gained this just massive amount of unwarranted self-importance. And it got to the point where they were forcing other people out. Well, one of the people that was forced out was Vic Mignogna, who Cody and I were huge fans of, you know, just not just from talent, you know, how incredible of a voice actor he was, but also from like a personal standpoint, because he was just a great guy, a good person. And so a lot of these voice actors and actresses that were kind of friends and buddy with each other, they gay-opped Vic Mignogna and came up with all of these false stories to boot him from the industry. And so Cody and I and another guy, Yellow Flash, we all went on Nick Recada's stream at the time and kind of talked about what was going on with the voice acting scene and what was going on with Vic Mignogna and how they were all ganging up to cancel him. And it spawned this new panel at Anime Matsuri, which was the For the Fans panel. The idea being that convention, because Vic Mignogna was banned from a ton of conventions after this happened. The idea was that conventions are for the fans, that a convention should not get between a creator, a talent, and their fans. They're just the facilitator. You should not pick a political side in any battle. You're a neutral ground. And that's the whole crux of what the For the Fans panel is supposed to be about. And I feel like Offkai is making this same exact mistake where they're allowing politically brain-rotted people to come in and make these calls. And last year we had the leak that came out from when Kirsha DM'd that member of staff, and we found out that the year before they had tried to do the same thing with Pippa and basically told Sakana, it's like, hey, you can't have Pippa at the convention. And Sakana said, fuck you. If Pippa's not there, then we're not there. And they had to relent. But, you know, unfortunately, Kirsha doesn't have anybody that has her back like that, or at least didn't last year. It might be different now with Mythic being involved.
Yeah.
And Gamer Subs too.
Sakana's the GOAT, man. Who would have thought that a fucking League of Legends player that is like suspiciously wealthy, like where did he get this money? I don't know.
He's a really good businessman. He worked in corporate for a while there, made bank.
Yeah, some fucking wealthy League of Legends player would come up and just be like the most based. They create a VTuber company and just be the most based CEO the fucking industry's ever seen. Holy shit! Like kudos to Sakana, man.
Just so that people understand how utterly moronic this was, Face Connect sponsored the entire artist alleyway.
Yes.
So they were one of the biggest sponsors for Offkai. And Offkai decided to go to one of their biggest sponsor and tell them, hey, you know your main talent, like your number one guy? Well, you can't have him at our convention. Well, because we decided so, because 1 and 2 of our volunteers cried because they think that Pippa is a bad person. Like, you realize that this is thousands, tens of thousands of dollars in sponsorship that were on the line and that could have been thrown out. Like if Sakana had pulled out, the artist gallery was utterly fucked. It probably wouldn't have happened. Like you shouldn't let your fucking volunteers dictate and create a risk that would lead to the entire event probably going kaput.
Here's the thing. They said it was a volunteer. They said it was a volunteer, but from everything, because I've talked to a lot of people, before, during, and after the convention, it wasn't just a volunteer. It was at least one staff member, possibly two. Now, the way that the Off-Kai staff is kind of built up, it's San Francisco. It's San Francisco, it's the Bay Area, so there's obviously going to be people that are like way too politically minded. And from what I've been able to gather, it's not the whole staff, but it is a small number of people in the staff that have an issue, but they have a disproportionate amount of control over this sort of stuff. And so because they do, and they made such a stink about it, that's why it happened. With FaZe in particular, because they had such a level of influence at the convention, Sakana could put his foot down and just be like, well, if you say one of my talents can't be here, then I'm just taking all of them out. And that pretty much like slapped that person in the face, was like, no, fuck you, eat shit.
Yeah.
With Kirsha, the problem is that she's kind of on her own and doesn't have somebody massive that's like sponsoring the convention that can kind of like back her up. Now, could Gamer Subs do something like that? Probably. Is Kirsha going to fight that battle? Probably not, because I think she's moved on from it. I think that she doesn't even want to be there at this point. Because she could very easily like, get in with a with one of the third party companies like I said, Kawa or Uwu Market, Ara Culture, one of those other like third parties or whatever. She could easily do that, but I think she's kind of moved beyond it, outside of calling out what she's seeing going on here. And it's totally an absolutely an unforced error. Because people were already going to be waiting for Off-Kai to say or do something to jump on top of them. And then this guy comes out here like an absolute shitbird and just, shows how ignorant and clueless he is.
It's you hear like, oh, would you want to share space with a racist? Yes. I don't care. I don't care. And I think I speak for 90% of any fandom. I don't fucking care. I don't care what your thoughts and opinions are. If I don't like it, I just won't go to your fucking pad. I don't need to like, oh my god, I don't feel safe. There might be a racist around the corner. What if he jumps around the corner and like holds his hands up like a spooky monster and says a slur? What do I do? I might hear a slur. My poor ears.
Well, and this is the crazy thing about it too, is because they have, in order to justify their own racism, they've gone back and tried to say, it's like, oh, well, you can't be racist against white people. How do you square that circle? Because racism is actually power plus prejudice. No, it's not. I'm pretty sure it says in the dictionary, at least until they change it, it says that racism is not liking somebody because of their immutable racial characteristics. Yeah.
No, well, see, they got to change the rules because they are racist. But it's this. I mean, I wish I could remember this quote, but
they're conflating the definition of racism and systemic racism.
Well, it's more, and I wish I could remember the quote, but it's something to the effect of there is no better treat for the soul in terms of like a not treat, but like an intoxicating junk food candy type of treat than being given the moral ground to hate someone. There is no better moral junk food that people just can't resist. They can't, you can't just eat one potato chip than being given the complete moral okay to hate. And people just can, and once you give somebody some kind of rule set, like, go ahead, follow these rules, and you can hate, and just hate. And it's okay. Completely morally justifiable hate. A lot of people cannot resist that shit.
No, they can't.
Cannot say no to that temptress. And I wish I could remember some quote from some guy. It's brilliant, and I always forget the actual quote, and it pisses me off that I forget it. But it's the same thing. You have, like, we'll just change the definition, and then you can hate an entire race. The greatest taboo in modern. I said before, this is why I think a lot of rich people, touch kids. I don't think, it's not that, like, being rich makes you a pedophile. It's that once you get that power, like, ooh, I can commit the greatest taboo known to man and get away with it. It is the ultimate way. It's basically the only way you could possibly have sex with your own power. It's the same thing. It's like you get to do the biggest taboo and completely get away with it. Special privileges all for you. They can't resist it. That's all it is. They have just been dangled, had that dangled in front of them, and they did not have the self-control or moral compunctions or principles to say no. They couldn't do it. They just couldn't resist, and they ate that shit up.
I like what Azahara said in the chat there. He said the defense is that white supremacists are mad at this, and he's like, bro, half of FaZe's fandom is Mexican. And it's true.
Yeah.
Very true.
I'm surprised they, of all people, have not been the first to do the Spanish division.
You know that there's that whole joke about you've never met a white supremacist until you've met a Mexican.
Yeah. It's kind of nuts. I've seen like a few. I've been watching this. I watch a lot of true crime stuff while I do art stuff. And there's this one channel I've been watching a lot. I really like. It's called Dire Trip. Really great narration. The guy's really good. And he's been doing a lot of like going through a lot of like the mass shooters from like internet shit. Like they get caught up in these incel groups or whatever. And a lot of them that are like racial supremacists are just like the brownest motherfuckers. Like it just keeps happening that like it's another brown white supremacist. It's the fucking Dave Chappelle joke. It's just that they're not black, they're Mexican.
Like, Never come between a racist and his girlfriend, and she's brown.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's less that there's this white supremacy racist thing. I think it's just the repression caused by political correctness. There's just this, it's like they're the people that just want to say slurs. They don't actually, but like you have forced togetherness on them so hard. They just need to hate to get back at you. Back at the forced togetherness. It's not that they're white supremacists. White supremacy is just how they express that. They're just so mad that they grew up on everybody. Sharing is caring. Everybody hold hands. Everybody's the same. You that has just been shoved in so many kids' faces that they just exploded. I guarantee you, they wouldn't have been racist if you didn't tell them not to be racist. That's why it's so weird that so many white supremacists aren't white. It's because it has nothing to do with white supremacy. It's had everything to do with you. You can't force any kind of propaganda on a child ad nauseum before they resist it.
Well, it's the punk rock argument. Like you said, yes. You're not allowed to do this because it's bad. Okay, well, why is it bad? It's bad because we say so. Oh, so you're telling me as a young person that if I do this, I'll get in trouble with the people that I already don't like. Exactly. So I'm gonna do this because I know it pisses you off.
Yep. That's where
and so
90%
poll became a thing.
Yes, I'm telling you right now, that's where 90% of modern racism comes from. Because let's be real, most people don't give a fuck.
They're just being edgy.
Yeah, and then like the most real racism you find is old people. I'm talking like when you talk about racial supremacists, they're just fucking nutter shut-in kids that are just like rebelling against what they perceive authority to be.
Never ask a groiper to take a photo of his hand. He will block you.
Yeah. Remember? Oh my god. Do I still have it pulled up? The fucking I had it pulled up to show somebody, and I don't think I have it. That fucking why are you black? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're referencing.
I'm pretty sure I've heard of that too.
One of the funniest fucking images I've ever seen in my life. And like, yeah, that's like, remember when someone showed a comparison between like a Reddit anti-racism meetup and a meetup between pole, and the anti-racism is all fat white women, and the pole meetup there was like 2 white guys and none of the rest were white. It's just punk rock to be racist, which funny to say, but that's what it is, man. It's just punk rock to be racist, and people are just racist to be punk rock. That's all it is. And it's like, I think most people know that, and I think that's why, bringing it back to Offkai, that is why the when people get pissed at cancel culture, it's compounded. Because I think deep down, most people know that racism and bigotry does not exist to the point where it matters anymore. The supply for racism does not meet the demand. We see it like 90% of racism. It's like when you get called a slur on Call of Duty, you know that's not a racist. It's just an angry kid trying to piss you off. That's most slurs are nowadays. It's a joke or it's trying to piss you off. Most racism, it's just bullshit. It's performative for some other reason. So like, when you say, oh my god, we have to get the racists out. The racists are out. Shut up. No. Who's racist anymore? Your grandpa? Like, oh yeah, no, let's really take seriously. Like, the mentally ill. Most racism comes from the mentally ill. If it wasn't racism, they'd just be saying they're Jesus. Like, who fucking is taking that seriously? No, that's why like you hear, oh, we have to make our space free of racism. Your space is free of racism. Shut the fuck up. No one's gonna know. Oh my god, did you invite Kirsha? Oh, is that a Klan rally? There's a reason why most of the Klan is federal agents. There's no real Klan
well, it's
anymore.
Like you said, the supply doesn't meet the demand.
Yeah. No one's gonna. We have to ban this person to make this a space base. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just gonna point out that, to my knowledge, most of Kirsha's fan base is actually Mexican as well. So, you know.
Yeah, because she has like not quite a 1-to-1 crossover with FaZe, but it's pretty damn close.
I'm thinking there's about to be a like a right-wing Mexican revolution in the coming years. Like, you see how much like the Mexican population and the Latino population is just not having this shit, bro. It was like, oh my god, the numbers Trump has with Latin Americans, like, bro, that's low compared to what it's about to be. I think we're about to see, like, I hear, it's like when you know it's like, oh, it's gonna rain, look, the sky's gray, and it's kind of getting windy. Like, it ain't rained yet, and thunder ain't come yet, but it's windy, and that sky's looking awful gray. And I think, like, you're seeing it, man. You see it, and there's a reason. I go back to the FGC. There's a reason that, that's why one of the reasons, bajillion reasons SNK is my favorite, that they don't quite have that FGC scene, that modern FGC scene. It's because they know if you try to bring your pronouns to a KOF tournament, a bunch of Mexicans are gonna laugh at you and call you slurs you don't understand because they know you don't speak their language. So you don't fuck with it because the Latin American don't play that shit. And God bless them. God fucking bless my Latin American brothers and sisters. Every time I see a fucking Goku painted on the wall or a fucking another KOF mural, I'm like, my fucking people. I need to learn Spanish just to be with my fucking people. But yeah, it's this kind of shit. And Offkai is just it's another one of these fucking cons run by these fucking it's weak people that like grew up hearing the stories of the civil rights movement. And like, look how important these civil rights figures are. We're putting all these civil rights posters all over the classroom wall just to remind you how important they are. There's nothing more important than being a civil rights figure. And then like, well, if I can be a civil rights figure, I'm doing something. I'm standing up against bigotry like those that marched before me, because I am utterly unimportant in my life. I don't have anything going on. But if I can make myself important, then I'm important. And the rest of us got to put up with you. And I think now we're finally reaching the point where people are like, shut the fuck up. No, you're not. Get away. Go away, rich child. We don't fucking care if your life has no purpose because you got everything handed to you by your rich ass parents and you never learned to earn anything. So now you have a void in your fucking life. Fill it with drugs and die in a hole somewhere. Go away. We're not impressed. Airbagged. Go away. Like, it's that kind of shit.
We don't care what you shove up your ass, airbag. Just leave.
Yeah. And thank God. It took fucking long enough, but I think the general public is finally abreast of this shit. And I think Offkai, you're having a bit of a come to Jesus moment because they just hired a fucking FGC. I stand against bigotry and racism, motherfucker, as like a key figure for this year's Offkai. And I'm like, you motherfuckers.
Well, he's the guy that gets to make
doing this shit.
He's the guy that gets to decide who does like commentary. So that's going to be a big problem because he's just going to fill it with, and this is something that you always see from brain rot people, is they're always going to bring in other brain rot people. So all of the commentary is going to be absolute dog shit at Offkai because this is the guy that's going to decide who does it. So you know what you're going to get? You're going to get like fucking Marina VT up there. You're going to get Nyara up there. You're going to get all those clowns that are going to be doing like having like official roles within Offkai when they shouldn't be allowed within 500 yards of that convention.
Yeah. Like, you know what? I'm fine with them going. If Kirsche gets to go.
And see, that's my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Is I will, you know what? I'll allow Marina and Nyara and even frickin' Bent and all these retards as long as Kirsche's allowed to go. All of these people, I'm okay with. I draw if you don't allow Kirsche, you shouldn't allow any of these other people or any of these other panels. You can't have it both ways.
The only thing that should get you banned from a convention is being a danger to others.
Right.
Like an actual danger.
Like actual physical danger.
Yes. If
like
you have been
Pippa goes Walmart.
People, yeah. Like if Vic Mignogna was actually molesting people and like committing rape and all the goofy ass fucking weird fantasies people were writing about him, then I could see him getting, like Damon Mills. Like if you're fucking trying to groom underage people, if you're doing this shit, you're a danger to others. Then you should be banned. But if you just have no opinion, bro, I don't care if you are racist. I don't care if you're a neo-Nazi. If you're a neo-Nazi and want to, why is anime, like I have an anime convention panel, but why anime actually is a weapon of the Jews? I don't fucking care. I'll go to your panel and laugh at you. In fact, I'm mad that you can't have that panel. You were denying me my entertainment. That'd be the funniest fucking panel to watch some fucking weirdo saying that he's the master race while looking like he's made of meth going up there talking about, anime and the Jews. And you're going to tell me I can't attend that? That's the funniest shit. I'm mad I can't. That doesn't exist now. That sounds like the funniest shit on earth.
You're mad you can't attend that Brittany Venti panel where she's going to tell you why anime is actually some Israeli plot.
Yeah. Let it all out, man. Everything is permissible. As long as it is not an actual crime, it is permissible. If it's the most schizophrenic shit in the world, that's just entertainment. Like that's what needs to be. And the problem is, like, I think a lot of this just comes back to the internet as a whole got fucking inundated with advertisers. The minute that this shit got as corporate as it did, that ruined everything. My advertisers might pull out. What if the advertisers pull out? Good. Fuck them. I wouldn't want them. In fact, who pulled out? I won't buy their product.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
This shit's got in.
I 100% agree. Advertising was the worst thing that ever happened to the internet because it, like you said, it gave an incentive and it gave a modicum of power to the worst possible people. So now they had a cudgel that they could use to beat people over the head with and say, hey, if, Procter and Gamble, for instance, are advertising on your website, I can go over to them and say, hey, Procter and Gamble, this person has an account on this website and they stream here and this is what they said. Do you agree with this? Because I saw your ad right next to, them saying whatever. Them saying, Street Fighter 6 sucks. Oh, we have a marketing deal with Street Fighter 6. We can't abide that. We're going to have to, contact the website and take our ads down. And this is what the internet basically became, is it just became this whole system where people, if they didn't like you, could try to go in and essentially delete your bank account. I mean, that's what we were talking about Kirsha. This is what happened to Kirsha. The literal worst people that were like all ganging up on her and trying to get gamer subs to like cancel their deal with her or whatever. Over literally nothing, just being right wing. That's it. Just strictly being right wing. And they couldn't allow a popular VTuber to have right wing opinions.
Yeah. Yeah, these people are scum. And Trump talked about an internet bill of rights. I think we do need that. I also think there honestly needs to be some kind of protective legislation or whatever. I don't know if legislation, but something that makes it that you cannot essentially discriminate based on ideals. So I want that to go to the complete extreme where you cannot cancel a contract over opinions. If you decide you're going to advertise on my platform for X amount of time and then you sign that contract and then right after sign a contract I just start saying death to insert minority group here, you have to keep advertising. And you know what?
Well, it has to be the extreme. It has to be the extreme because the extremes are really the only thing that matters. If you don't allow the extremes, then you leave way too much wiggle room for everything else in between. Because who defines what's extreme or what's not? It's all subjective.
That'll work out for the company. They can't get on the company for advertising with them. Like, hey, we signed the contract before they started saying the crazy shit. And then that way, when the contract's about to run out, you have time to prepare. Clearly they're not going to re-up on that contract.
Yeah, you just don't renew it.
Because I said, burn down all of this racial group. So I have time to find a new supply of income before the contract is over.
Well, especially because these rules they're being selectively applied. They're not being applied ubiquitously over everybody. Great example was Hassan Piker and Twitch. Hassan's literally allowed to espouse genocidal viewpoints on Twitch with full advertising. And, they created this entire new Twitch category, which, gives you less money. And guess what Hassan doesn't do? Hassan does not stream in that category and still says the asinine shit that he says all of the time.
Yeah, he is. His entire career, we talked about him before, he's a psychopath. His entire career is based on just other people. He is the biggest leech. His uncle, Twitch, the people that he's buddies with on Twitch, he has not earned a dime of any of the money.
No, it's all pure nepotism. Always pure nepotism. His connections with the influencer group out of LA, like you said, his uncle who owned the Young Turks, his connections with Twitch themselves. I mean, it's always been one thing after the other, after the other, after the other. And all of this stuff is really artificial too. When internet blood sports happened back in 2017, 18, 19, there was this thing that came out, which is, I'm sure you probably remember it, the Alternative Influencer Network. And it was, this whole stupid study about how actually Aiden Paladin and Sargon are leading people into, being the alt-right or whatever.
The saving Western civilization shit.
Yeah, and it was like, oh, all of the, all of this talking about, Gamergate is going to lead people to white supremacy and the alt-right or whatever. What YouTube did was YouTube actually sat down and tried to create the real alternative influencer industry. And what they did was they went back and took a lot of these obscure lefty channels and they boosted the hell out of them in the algorithm. And that's why you see so many of these these limousine liberal content creators that literally just kind of came up out of nowhere, all of a sudden got all of this clout and got pushed so much, because it's all smoke and mirrors. They pushed this stuff as like a counter to what was going on YouTube back in the late 2010s. And it's just all like people like Hassan and all of them. It's all cookie cutter. It's all smoke and mirrors. Their popularity is pretty much sustained by the fact that the platforms are designed to push them out at you and to be one of the first things that you see, especially if you're a right-wing person, because they're trying to, quote, deprogram you and de-radicalize you.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Hassan uncles a bit, I do feel obligated to point out, do you know where the name Young Turks come from?
Oh,
yes,
I do.
From the Armenian genocide, actually.
Pretty much. The Young Turks are also associated with an organization known as the Grey Wolf. I don't know if you are aware of that organization.
I remember hearing about it. I didn't retain it all, but I do remember. It doesn't sound familiar.
Basically, there's this small island in the Mediterranean called Chypre. It's like a Greek island. And the issue with that island is that half of it is owned by Greece and half of it is owned by Turkey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And well, the Grey Wolf are an militant organization who aim for Turkey to own the entirety of the island. And to do that, they have engaged in, various militant extremist activities. And, it's very funny how, the Young Turks and all of them are all in this together when it comes to like pushing the Greeks out, denying the Armenian genocide, all of that fun stuff.
Yeah. It's nice, though, it's knowing this kind of stuff for so many years and, being aware of this. Finally, everyone else is starting to, I hate using the term wake up, right? But wake up to this shit, too. And it's like, you know what? It's annoying that it took this long, but it usually takes a while for the general public to find shit out. And I can't even front. I mean, I was talking today with my girl about it's like, it's crazy, all the conspiracy theories that turned out to be true that I laughed at my entire life. To the point where now I don't laugh at anything anymore. You can tell me fucking aliens are actually the ones that like founded Nintendo, and they came from there's actually life on Mars. They're in underground bunkers. That's why we haven't found them. Like, fuck, man, I believe it. I can't say no. Everything else I said no to, thought was crazy, is real. I thought the chemtrails was bullshit. So like, yeah, everything's real. Everything's fucking real. But I mean, chemtrails are kind of bullshit, but still, it's kind of real.
Go back on the whole Kirche thing. It's pretty hilarious to me when they have all those talk about like Kirche being a problem, white supremacy, and all that. Where in California, I don't know, Norteños is still around. I don't know if you guys know of that funky group of individuals. But basically, Norteños, also known as Northerners, are like basically a gang that was originally made up of like Native American in prison, but it got taken over by like Mexicans, and they're part of like the Mexican mafia, and they're pretty fucking racist.
Oh
and
yeah, that guy. Yeah,
every year their story in like Cicero, in the Cicero suburb of California, about how you have Norteños member who just specifically targets African American, and they take them out of car and they beat them up because they're basically fucking racist. And
aren't they connected to La Raza?
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
know, Kirsch is the problem when you have fucking Mexican gangs who are specifically targeting black people in California. Like, come on, guys.
Well, because
There's bigger problems here.
the Mexican gangs in California are not a threat to the influence, clout, and overall power of
Yeah, because
mediocre people.
because they live in gated communities, so they don't have to live with them.
Yeah,
Right.
but not only that, like it's so much of this. It's just power, man. It's just mediocre people. These are the weak men that create hard times. These are mediocre people that have no business having any kind of clout, power, influence, that want it, and they don't have anything that makes them special. So that's why so many people hop on the identity thing, because what else are they going to have? Oh, I'm these pronouns, I'm this race or whatever. It's like, because you take that away, what are you? Nothing. These are mediocre people, and the reason they hate people like Kirsha is because people like Kirsha attract an audience on their own and have something to offer, and the ideology that they espouse is a threat to free power for the mediocre. That's all it is. It's just mediocre people that feel entitled to influence and power, and when you threaten it, that's like the whole the buzzword of a threat to democracy. Everything that threatens my ability to have and maintain power is a threat to democracy. It's always caked in some kind of existential threat, but it always comes down to the same thing. I have no business having power, and yet I want it, and you're a threat to that. And that applies in things like, Kirsha and Pippa make edginess okay. Edginess could breed people making fun of these people because these people are mediocre. We have to get rid of fat jokes. We have to get rid of jokes about people's appearance because I look like a fucking goblin, and we can't have people criticizing. It's the same reason that the furries became overwhelmingly leftist, because it had nothing to do with their actual beliefs in the way the world should work, and everything to do with this being an ideology that discouraged judging people. And I want to be a fucking degenerate with a million fetishes. So I need to promote the ideology that will disallow people from making fun of me. And that's most of this politically correct shit. It's, I'm a piece of shit, and I don't want to get called out on it. If I remove anybody's ability to call out anything or point out anything, I can do whatever debaucherous, fucked up shit I want, and no one can tell me no, and no one can criticize my behavior. That's all it is. And when you have someone like Kirsha pointing out that this ideology is fucked, that's a threat. She's an existential threat to losers trying to rewrite the rules to make them win. You know that JonTron bit where it was like a game, where it was like from the VR Troopers thing. It was like, you know what I call this game? I win. And he like takes it literally and has the game. And it's like, this is a lot less fun than I remember as a kid. That's the game they want to play. They just want to play a game called I Win, where they win. They don't have to try. They don't have to be anything, do anything. They just want to win. They just want to be handed, the title of winner. Special. They want to be special for no reason, because special people get special attention, and they want that special attention. And if you're a threat to that, even just by providing someone with an obviously better alternative than the fucked up worldview you need to preach so that you can be special within that worldview, you need to be stopped. That's why they're so emotional. You're an existential threat, because if the worldview Kirsha espouses becomes popular, then these people have nothing. And there is nothing they are more terrified of than being at the bottom, not being special anymore, not being exceptional. And since they're not actually exceptional, they need to sort of see. It's like Robin Hood, right? You had Prince John sees like King Richard, always depicted as like, ooh, he's the good, strong king. Prince John was basically a bitch. He was a bitch. But he took power, and he just wanted, ooh, I'm special now. I have the power. I'm going to take all your money. Taxes. Because he was a bitch. And he's just, ooh, I'm special now. I want to bask in my specialness. And then King Richard comes back. He's like, what the fuck you doing, bitch? It's the whole reason, like, the Lion King. Scar was he was the beta lion. He was the weak, sickly-looking lion. Mufasa was the big dog lion. So like that's kind of how the world works. And then the weak that suck just want to be special without earning it. Because earning it, that takes effort. That takes ability. That takes talent. That takes charisma. That takes something. And they have nothing. And this, one of the ways that they can feel powerful, and this is bringing it back to Offkai, is to worm their ways into positions of influence. Now, ooh, I have power. I mean something now. I control who comes through the gate. It is up to me. You have to get into my good graces to get into this convention. And if, no, I don't like the way you look. Off with him. Goodbye. This is why they act so smug. You see this with the FGC. It's tournament organizers. You saw this all the time. They would talk so much shit. They were the great and powerful. Oh, I don't like you? Deal with it, bitch. I decide who gets to play. Decide who gets to participate. Me, the powerful
Well, you see those
one,
same sorts of attitudes. A great example is Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil came out of the fighting game community, and he still literally acts like that to this day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Weak people want to be strong, but they don't want to do the things that are required to be strong. They just want it for free. Again, great example is the Lion King. Scar was the bitch lion. Mufasa was the alpha lion. And when the bitch lion the only way the bitch lion could take the throne of the alpha lion was to use underhanded tactics. And when he was in charge, everything went to shit. There is a reason that in reality, exceptional people achieve exceptional roles. There's a reason for that. Because like that's how things are supposed to. When you put unremarkable people in exceptional roles, everything goes to shit. Not all men are created equal. Some people suck. And when I say not all men are created equal, I don't mean like, oh well, races, oh well, classes. No. There are some people that just come out of the womb, and the way that their personality and their being is arranged, they suck. They have an awful personality. They are not particularly intelligent. They don't have any kind of skills or talents or anything worthwhile. They're just there making the lives of the people that interact with them miserable. And that's just how they are. And there's no sob story behind it. There's a tragic backstory, if only. Some people have a tragic backstory, but there are people that just know. They just suck. They're just bad people. Being around them makes everything worse. And those people should never be given the keys to anything in life, ever. They should not be given authority. They should not be given influence. They should not be given clout. They should not even really be given friends, because anyone that's friends with them, we've all had that guy in the friend group that just made everybody's lives, like, you had to cut him off. He was just making everything worse for everybody else. Those people just need to be cast aside. Like, go be a leech out of sight. Just go away. And again, Offkai did not learn that lesson, and they have given a lot of those people the keys. And I'm telling you right now, if they don't fucking stop, this convention's going to die real quick, because the VTuber scene is not something like the FGC that'll like bend over and gladly go along with it and parade how virtuous they are because they have to look like good people. No, they will call you a cuck and boycott your fucking convention and start like Based Con somewhere in like middle America and have like panels named after slurs if you push them. They'll do it. The VTuber scene, absolutely. It is full of like outcast, bitter. When I talked about the people that became racist to be punk rock because they're bitter at being like inundated with political correctness growing up, that is so much of the VTuber scene. It is so much of like bitter, angry millennials, Gen Z, like older Gen Alpha, that kind of thing. Like, you shove that togetherness shit down my throat, and now I just want to say some slurs, and like I'm just mad and bitter. I spell women with an asterisk. Tell me women are beautiful. But unless they actually got big titties, I don't want to fucking like that. Is like all over the VTuber scene. You are not going to push the politically correct, You're not going to push the activist shit on the VTuber scene. It's not going to happen. There's a reason. You want to compare Kirsha and Pippa's audience to Marina? I'm going to have a good laugh. A hearty chuckle. And there's a reason for that. Like, if you want to do that kind of thing, go do it in some other community that's just fucking lost at this point. And even then, like, something like the FGC is currently having a lot of come to Jesus shit. Like, it's not going to fly here off Kai. And if you keep playing stupid game, I don't fucking care if you just, for whatever reason, need to hold this convention in California. You keep playing stupid games, you will win stupid prizes. I don't know why you need to be in California, but you need to stop acting like you're California. Because I want this convention to succeed. I want there to be a big VTuber convention, and you are fucking it up with every fucking year at Off-Kai now. There's some kind of shit, and we are looking at another year that's going to be more shit because you've hired this guy in an important position. Anyway,
yeah, and this is the problem
that's
too.
another
and see, the other problem that's coming from this too is that a lot of the sponsors, like, they put money into Off-Kai, like FaZe Connect and Kawa, and, you know, Sox is going to sponsor the Maid Cafe and stuff like that. And what this is doing is it's causing people to, like, blame them partially for this, even though they really don't have anything to do with it. Because I saw a lot of people, one of the other tweets from Kirsha was talking about the Maid Cafe and how you have to be, you have to get the what is it? The jab.
yeah.
Yeah, so that was like obviously a major concern for people, because it's like, dude, it's like 2015. Or 2015, 2025. Why are we still talking about this thing? You know, 5 years later, like, it's over. Let it go. But, you know, I've looked into it myself, and I think it might actually be a requirement of the convention center, because the San Jose Convention Center has, like, a lot of really weird, like, dumb fucking rules. So that may not explicitly be Off-Kai, but still, it's a situation where it's like, you know, oh, you gotta be double vaxxed and masked to be a maid at the Maid Cafe. It's like, it makes you look bad. It like hurt. It like actively, because like VTuber companies are not going to put money into this stuff if they're going to get shit from people constantly because they think that, like, they're responsible when they're not.
You just stop having conventions in California. I don't know why. There are 50 fucking states in this union, and they all have really big centers you can hold conventions at. You do not need to keep having this shit at fucking California. You can't even use the excuse, well, it's close to Japan. Most guests are all fucking Westerners. Why are you in California? Why are you in California? Like, you know what? We could say that it was a problem for HoloLive, but I see why they set up a shop in California, because it's just a much easier flight from Japan.
Well, I think that's why, because because California's so close to Japan, the center of, like, anime pretty much was California for stuff coming to the United States. The problem is that, like, you know, decades and decades and decades later, it still kind of remains the center of anime, even though we live in a world where flights are not as big of a concern now. We have, you know, so much more, so many more flights available to us today than they had, you know, back in, like, the 70s. The problem comes in that it gives California a disproportionate amount of power over this particular industry because of its proximity to Japan. But I really feel like, because Off-Kai is kind of dropping the ball here, I feel like it's going to open up the opportunity for another convention to kind of, like, you know, plant their flag in another state, probably somewhere like Texas, where they don't really give a shit as much, and be like, hey, this is a VTuber convention, and we're going to still get, like, all the industry guests and stuff, and we're not going to, like, ban panelists because of this, that, or the other. So it's like, yeah, you know, you can have, like, the Marinas or whatever, but you also have the Kirshas, and we're not going to police based on like that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and the new one they'll start will probably be smaller, but it'll be very popular. I mean, you saw what happened with Anime Matsuri. So,
Yeah,
like,
third largest convention in the United States.
yeah. So, and I went, and like, considering Anime Matsuri, because of the fact that it wasn't like kowtowing to so much stuff, and like it had industry stuff, but wasn't as much. It felt more like a fan convention. It felt more like an old convention. Like, you had some presence. So it's not like, oh, well, they're completely blacklisted from the industry. No, they had some presence, and it was like actual Japanese studios. And it was like a lot of fan panels and a lot of fan stuff. So, like, it felt like an old school convention on a grander scale. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that prefer that vibe.
Honestly, I've been sitting down and I tried to actually get in touch with the Anime Matsuri people, but they're actually very hard to get in touch with. Because I had this grand idea for how to take the YouTube section and kind of like, number one, replace it with something because, it's not being used anymore. But I was like, why don't you guys just like get VTubers and bring them to Anime Matsuri instead of like the old YouTuber section, because like people got mad because they weren't being like comped or whatever. So they didn't want to go to Matsuri anymore. But like replace that section with VTubers and have like a ton of like VTuber companies and meet and greets and stuff like that. Like, I was like, that's like a no-brainer idea. I wish I could have gotten it, up with them and talked to them about it, because I think it's like a genius move. But barring that, maybe with this like off guy stuff, maybe I'll just say, fuck it. Let me just get in touch with the Anime Matsuri people, and we'll just start our own fucking VTuber convention with blackjack and hookers. Actually, you know what? Forget the hookers. Well, forget the blackjack too. It'll be mahjong instead.
Our own convention with mahjong and lewd tubers.
With mahjong and lewd tubers. Forget the lewd tubers. We just need mahjong.
Yeah. So, I mean, hell, they could probably do it easy. So,
yeah.
Off kind, we'll see, because it hasn't happened yet. We'll see, but I don't know. I
mean,
how it's looking.
I'm still going. But I'm gonna keep my eyes out. I'm gonna keep my ears out. Because inevitably, I'm gonna hear things and see things like I did last year. Because people talk to me. People talk to me. I hear a lot of stuff. I see a lot of stuff. I don't talk about it. But
I remember the secret stories. You told me something. I ain't gonna tell them, of course, but I believe you. I know that if there's some shenanigans, our boy Gator will probably uncover it.
Or better or for worse, the VTubing industry is very chatty. It's full of yappers.
It is. It is full of yappers, unfortunately and fortunately. But I'm just hoping. I'm hoping that Offkai kind of sees what's going, because and I want to say this because I have talked with people. There are really good people on staff at Offkai that they don't have anything to do with the brain rot, with the stupid stuff. They are legitimately good people, and if it was up to them, Kirsha would be there right now. It's a very vocal minority that's there that's causing problems because they're so politically brain rotted. And there's a lot of really good volunteers and people that work, with Offkai that are fantastic people, and if they had their say, Kirsha would be there. But, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, unfortunately, and some people have a disproportionate amount of power compared to other people in the staff at Offkai, and that's as much as I'm comfortable saying publicly.
Yeah. And I feel like this is going to be a litmus test, this Offkai.
Yeah.
I think if we get another, because there's been like a fucking controversy with every Offkai the last couple of ones. And if they do it again, then it's like, we can't trust this con anymore. Like, it's just going to be bullshit every time. and someone's gonna smell blood in the water because I talked about this on the AO account, like with the state of anime today. That's why you're seeing more of these like Korean and Chinese anime coming out. They smell blood in the water because Japan has just been churning out just like slop shonen and neat shit. It's like, oh I got reincarnated as a big dicked wizard, and all the elf girls can't keep their hands off me. It's either that or like my fighty fight, and like, yeah, that's the safe bet and everything, but people want more than that, and then these other countries are gonna make their own anime to appeal to that because they've heard the international markets complaining. And you can keep doing the short
I can
bets.
tell you that, people hype up Chinese animation, but it's not that good. Let's be honest.
Well, it doesn't need to be. It just needs to hit the right buttons to get the
It
international
doesn't
market.
because it's not good. I'm
Doesn't-
sorry, it's not there. No, it's
Look-
just not there yet, dude. They're still years behind. They're just not there yet.
Well, look, like that super
Because I see
cube.
people starting to hype China, but come on.
No, man. Look, you can be like, well, look, it doesn't have the memorable character. Doesn't need to. It doesn't have all the great stories of character. Doesn't need to. You know what it needs to do? It needs to go, whoa, look at that. I got 2 words for you, motherfucker. Michael Bay. You could go, well, Michael Bay's Transformers movies are terrible. How much money do they make? Oh, right, all the money.
Dude,
I
I hate
think-
Michael Bay. He's trash. I'm sorry, you're speaking to the wrong guy right now.
Doesn't matter if you
I
think
don't
Michael
like
Bay
a
is great.
single Michael Bay movie.
I
They're
think-
It
all
doesn't
garbage.
matter.
I
It
think
doesn't matter. We're
I think
talking
the
business
problem
here.
with Japan is that they had a massive head start, but because they're kind of coasting right now when it comes to anime, it's going to allow other countries to catch up. I think because
They're getting
realistically,
complacent, basically.
yeah, they're getting complacent, and it's like I don't think that China's anywhere near replacing Japan or even coming close to competing with Japan. But the problem is, if they stay complacent over the next decade, it's very possible that Korea and China both start going toe to toe with some of these large animation studios. And that's not a place they really want to be. So they need to like get off their butts and stop being so complacent and start being more experimental with the kinds of content that they're releasing.
Yeah,
And
it's
maybe start paying and treating their animators too. Looking at you,
Yes.
Mappa.
yeah.
Definitely.
But like I said, it doesn't matter if they're good. All they need is that hit that hits all the buttons, because that's what they're. You look at like that. I posted on the AO account the Super Cube. Like, yeah, you could tell this is deliberately they're zeroing in on the buttons, right? Like, okay, the guys are all pretty, so you're getting your female audience. You're getting your look at that crazy action, hyper animated. Ooh, the kids love it when the sakuga. They love that sakuga. We got a lot of sakuga here. Ooh, it's got superpowers. You know, shonen's big in the international market. We got some girls. We got some pretty girls. But hey, don't worry. They're not. Don't have to worry about any ages. You know, we don't have any lollies. Don't have any stuff that y'all think is weird that you'll complain about and you'll make whole Twitter talks about. We didn't do that. We got all this stuff. It's a soup. It's all, they're pressing all the buttons. They're like the obnoxious guy on the elevator, just running their finger down all the buttons. Like, it's obvious what they're doing. Like, Japan is faltering. It's like, ooh, well, we'll go for it. They wouldn't even be making these shows if Japan knew what was up. And all it takes is that one Chinese show that presses those buttons in the right order, that blows up, and Japan's in fucking trouble. Like, all it takes is one, and they're going to keep throwing these shows out, and they're going to keep trying to get something to stick, and something's going to eventually stick. And it doesn't have to be good. Again, these Chinese shows, they don't have to be good. They don't. Most shows that are huge aren't good. Most franchises that are massively successful aren't good. They just pander in the right way. Best example is the fucking Minecraft movie. That movie is dog shit, but it panders to children in like a laser-focused sniper scope Golgo 13, I'm calculating the wind speed kind of shot. And it's a massive hit.
A chicken jockey.
Yeah. You don't need to be good. That's why I brought up Michael
wouldn't
Bay.
call it extremely garbage, but I'd call it painfully mid.
It's the same shit with Michael Bay. That's why I brought up Michael Bay. Doesn't matter if his movies are shit. You put Megan Fox in short shorts, big explosions, CGI in an era where all the movies are bragging about their CGI. Ooh, look at the big things exploding. They're all exploding. Look, we got the music that you recognize. We licensed it for the trailer. More explosions and big giant robots. You're
Prime. What I've done.
Yeah, exactly. That's all he does. And he made bequillions of dollars, quinjillions, millions of dollars by doing that. It doesn't matter if they're good. It's the same shit with this Chinese and Korean anime stuff that's coming up now. It doesn't matter if they're good. It doesn't matter if they're trash.
Snobbish, but this is just beneath me. I'm sorry, dude. I just don't want to.
It's a business thing. We're talking straight business. And Japan is suffering right now because they've been too risk averse, and the industry is in a shitty place because they don't pay anybody, they don't make any money, and they're just making shows for either teenage boys or otaku neets.
Well, a great example of this is the fact that the creator of Serial Experiments Lane has been trying to get another work off the ground and can't because none of the studios, number one, want to take a chance on it, but number two, they're so full of like shonen slop and doing that, and if it's not shonen slop, it's like, you know, waifu simulators, that they're booked solid until like 2027. So like we can't get a new work from the creator of Lane because all of these studios are so backed up with slop that we can't get like what's probably going to be actual Kino.
And yeah, and all you need is one manhwa animated adaptation that presses the general public's buttons enough.
Well, dude, like, look at freaking Solo Leveling. Like, I know you're not a big fan of that style, but it broke all the pirate websites. It was so damn popular.
Yup. Solo Leveling is another, like, ooh, it's coming for your ass. Like, that's, like, it's nipping at your heels, man. I mean, this is still connected to Japan, but if these motherfuckers...
I mean, it's doing the stuff that they're doing, but it's doing it in, like, a totally different way that, like, captures people. They're like, oh,
because it's Korea, it's different culture, but Solo Leveling is pretty decent for what it is. It's a fun show.
Yeah, I like it for what it is.
It's good at what it is. It's a fun show.
Because there is a quality and popularity do not coincide. There is a bit of a what's that intelligence chart, that average intelligence chart, that like it goes up high, like it's low on both ends and then like crests in the middle. That same chart shape applies to popularity and quality. The quality is the chart. Because as things get less popular and more popular, the quality goes down. It gets rare. Like you have your Breaking Bads, you have your things that are massively popular and also excellent. But for the most part, things that are either massively popular or massively unpopular are going to be dog shit. And the massively popular dog shit, it's because it presses buttons.
If we look at the chart, I wouldn't agree. I'd say at least the most popular thing, at least decent and competent. They're not dog shit.
But no, it's not that the most popular, the most popular things are dog shit.
If you look at like some of the biggest like intellectual properties nowadays, now before they've been like psyops into garbage. Like if you look at, I don't know, Star Wars, like the first Star Wars movie, they were pretty good for what they were, especially at the time with the cinematography. If you look at Alien, it was a fucking revolution at the time. If you look at, I don't know, Call of Duty, it was definitely above average. Like most of the stuff that is the most successful,
and none of those
at the very best above average.
None of those things are half as popular as The Honeymooners was. None of those things are half as popular as Titanic was. Like,
well, Titanic is an above average movie.
Titanic was a disaster movie that got turned in production into a god-awful romance movie. Are you going to tell me that the writing in Titanic wasn't the worst slop you've ever read in your life? Or not read, but heard in your life? Titanic doesn't become good until the ship starts going down.
This is far from the worst I've ever read.
Titanic doesn't become good until the ship starts going down. People forget how
good,
bad.
But it's
how bad. People forget how bad, how unbelievably meaty. What What's your favorite character in Titanic?
You're just not the target audience. It's not for you. It's for
Target audience doesn't
teenage
matter.
girl.
Yeah,
No, it does matter.
target audience doesn't matter if something's quality, if something's well written. That's what I'm saying. If it doesn't matter if you're not the target audience. There are children's shows that appeal to adults because of the quality of their writing. A 30-year-old man was not the target audience for Batman the Animated Series. It was like a secondary audience, but they were not the target audience for Batman the Animated Series.
My favorite character in Titanic was the iceberg.
Yeah, like that's the joke, because the character writing in Titanic was dog shit. There is no character writing in Titanic. Everybody is an archetype just playing their roles. There's no what's the most memorable line in Titanic that isn't like a meme for being silly?
I just said it became meme.
Like what's on the level of here's looking at you, kid? Does Titanic have anything like that? It does not, because it is a bad movie that just pressed buttons and appealed to the masses. That once you get to the point of mass popularity, that's why compare the views on a really good YouTube video to the views on the biggest slop for children. Like it's not even close.
True, with like the Baby Shark song.
Yeah, compare now, not to say that if you have that amount that means you're bad, but for compare what has in the billions on VTuber, not millions, billions. And for every Michael Jackson, there's like 30 trash pop songs with the billions of views.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a reason that the only thing James Cameron has made since Titanic is just the fucking Avatar movies.
Yeah. And he used to be a legend.
Well, he made Terminator, he made Aliens, T2, True Lies. Like, he was one of the greatest directors, period.
Do you want to try to argue that Avatar was a good movie? Because that was incredibly popular.
No.
Quality and popularity work on that same kind of bend curve. Like, the more popular and less popular, then the rarer quality gets. When you get to that middle popularity, that's where you start getting a lot more quality, because like the newest Call of Duty is going to sell a lot more copies than Chrono Trigger did. And Chrono Trigger is an infinitely better game. And it doesn't matter about target audience. There is an objective level of quality outside of a target audience. And unless you have a hang-up, then you can get on board with a quality game outside your wheelhouse. So when we're talking popularity versus quality, it doesn't need to be good to make shitloads of money and completely overtake an industry. So all China has to do is just perfect the slop formula, and Japan is fucked. Korea, the same thing. All they have to do, and Korea's real good at slop. Of the East Asian nations, if anyone put their points into slop, it's Korea. Look at K-pop.
Look at their gacha games. They make infinite amounts of money with like very little effort, and then you rug pulled every time.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd say China is the one who have mastered the gacha system, but
China has mastered ripping you off. They have mastered like playing the game, so to speak. Korea specifically knows slop. And I bring up K-pop partially because I'm a music guy, so I can kind of like see what they're doing on like a more like I don't know what the word. It doesn't make me sound like an intricate level, but like I see under the hood. Like, because I would go to like a Korean place like a couple times with a buddy of mine, and I took my girl there on a date, and I remember like they would play K-pop on like a projector, because it's Korea. Look at all the Korea everywhere. Where's the Korea's pop? And it was like they were playing a YouTube playlist of K-pop songs, and you start to see the formula they're using, and it's very like, okay, well everybody's pretty. It's got a beat to it. There's just enough hip hop to give it energy, but not enough to where like the Asians smell black people. You know what I mean? Like, there's just enough hip hop, and then like just enough of a beat. You've got your dancing. You have to make sure that the dancing has a certain move to it. It can't be too sexual unless you're going for that, but it's got a lot. It's like Michael Jackson dancing. Bring back MJ again. Michael Jackson's dancing was a lot of hip moves, but you wouldn't really call it sexual. But like, if you wanted it to be, it could. But it wasn't inherently sexual. It's K-pop does the same thing. It's just hitting all the buttons with a shotgun. Of like all these, it's pandery. This isn't art. This is a formula. And formulaic gets thrown around a lot. No, this is a formula. You could see like dudes in a lab making sure that the beat is like, ooh, we got to have like a pop beat with a little hip hop. Not too much hip hop. Not too much. No, just a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit of a rhythm to it, so that you can move your hips to it. But no, not too much. This isn't hip hop. This is pop. It's just a little, and that's all it takes. And then massive. Music is another realm. Like the most popular musicians, by and large, are terrible. Terrible. Hip hop, one of the biggest examples, where like the biggest hip hop artists are among the worst. And they are instantly forgotten, but they make the most money. But then you have like the underground guys that have been doing it forever, and they're continuously successful, but not like, for as much as like someone like Future might put out something, or even though I don't like him, Childish Gambino at least tries. He will put out an album and it will continuously be successful. He is in that upper little area, but he is never going to make the money of the idiot mumble rapper whose music can be played at clubs to fuck to. This is and that dude is making quintillion times more money. And that's just how the entertainment industry is. It's a sad reality that trash sells as long as you know what buttons to push. And anime is the same shit. We're going through it now. That's why it's isekai, because the buttons they're pushing are the safe bet. Like, you know who buys all the merch that we make our money from? Neets. Otaku. Just press their buttons and we'll make the money. But that's not a lot of money, because for every NEET, there's like 30 well-adjusted people that can function in society. And the NEETs may be reliable, but they do not have the numbers to make a fucking gigantic hit. That's why like VTubing has currently been more interesting than anime, because VTubing has a larger audience. So it does not need to just make more NEET slop over and over and over again. You can have the funny dog girl that plays old ass video games from the 1980s and says the funny thing and everybody laughs. But like VTubing might be the only sphere where quality and popularity are pretty intertwined. It might be the only sphere. Because there's not a lot of really bad VTubers that are at the top of the game.
I mean, considering how some of the top independent VTubers do a lot of React slop, I would highly disagree with that.
Well, I mean, compare their numbers to Gura. Compare their numbers to, like, Iron Mouse, for as much she might do React slop, but she'll also do, like, just these amazing concerts and shit. Like, she does content. And I don't even really begrudge anyone doing React content unless that's just all they're doing. Point to Asmongold, like he has a structure for every stream. He starts off, he goes through the Reddit, he looks at stuff that people show him. He'll do reacts, and then once he's done reacting, he plays some games. And that's fair. That's a formula. You're reacting, and when he reacts, he's adding enough when he pauses and engages with chat, pulls a dude up, has an individual argument with one guy. He's like, okay, you're adding. So I don't care. Like, that's cool. If you're going to react in a way that's adding your own material in some way, that's fine. And look at Iron Mouse. Like, if anything, I would say her react content, I would actually give it a little shit to, because I've seen Iron Mouse react content and she doesn't add much. But then again, it just kind of recommends me her reactions to stuff that I like, and she most of the time it's just like her laughing at Djibouti dubs. Like, yes, I too believe it's very funny, Iron Mouse, but it's just a clip of Iron Mouse laughing at Djibouti dubs and moving on.
Of Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Like,
Oh
yeah,
god,
Djibouti
the
Dubs
cranberry
amazing.
sauce! I love Djibouti Dubs.
Djibouti Dubs rules, man. When they did the Mega Man cartoon, I lost my shit, bro. It's like, bro, is it my birthday? What happened? That was so surreal, but it ruled. But like for the most part, like the most popular VTubers are entertaining people. Like Corone, Guru, a lot of the top Hololive people. The top indies even, like, I mean, who's Doki Bird really is the queen of indies.
No,
And
she's not, dude. The queen of Indies is Fillion.
Yeah.
She, it's Fillion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but she's doing it.
Actually,
She's
no,
doing
no,
a very
no,
different thing.
no. Do you actually know the top like VTuber? Because they sound a bit clueless, my dude. Fillion is currently the queen of indie VTubing, and then behind her you have like I don't know, probably Shy Lily, I'd say. Like Doki Bird is successful, yes, but she's not at the top of the game, and like people overblown, are very overblown both Doki Bird and Nimi and Mint's popularity. Yes, they're big, but they're not at the top. And I don't know why people have
Yeah,
this
you
perceived
gotta-
illusion that they're this,
you
this
need to look.
influential.
You need to look at more than just their super chat money.
No,
like-
I'm
Well,
not
no,
looking
like
at super chat
concurrent,
money.
like if
I'm
you
looking
add
at
in
the
super
events.
chats concurrent, I want to say that
I'm
like
looking at
off the
events
top
they are putting out. I'm looking at the CCTV. Filian is putting an entire fucking award show for VTuber and has very high CCTV. It's just she's very influential, and she collabs with the top VTuber of like other language. She often collab with the top VTuber of the Spanish section. Like she's the
But you
queen
don't.
of.
She's collabing with people, but you're not seeing her make the business gains.
She does.
Like you're
She
not
does.
seeing. You're not seeing.
She made an award show, dude. What else do you
Well,
want?
it doesn't matter if you make an award show. It matters if like Doki Bird is essentially taken her like indie VTubing and made this corporate brand out of it.
They all do it.
Like she's getting
That's the point.
sponsors and shit.
Yes, Filian too. She's sponsored by Fansly, dude.
Fansly, sponsored by Fansly doesn't mean much. I mean, there's a difference between sponsored by Fansly
Dude.
and sponsored by like major actual corporations.
Okay, dude. Sure.
Like, you don't like sponsored by Fansly, like sponsored by OnlyFans. Really, that's not really making a dent on the industry as a whole. Because Fansly, it's just
Dude,
OnlyFans.
do you realize? No, dude. Do you realize how much money Fansly generates for the VTubers around there, and how many top VTubers on Fansly? Like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Come on, like Cottontail. You have who else? Bao. You have Cinder.
This is again trying to make.
Come on.
You're trying to make the argument that Rushi is bigger than Gura. Like by the,
No.
the porn site makes a lot of money. Oh well, what is that doing for the industry as a whole? What is she accomplishing by just she's sponsored by a porn site? I mean, meanwhile, you have Doki Bird out here going past the VTuber sphere, breaking into the general streamer.
I think we're talking about
getting
we're kind of talking past each other here because, like, what you're talking about is you're talking about cultural impact. What ZAN-VT's talking about is he's talking about pure raw data. And like, for instance, like Iron Mouse, I want to say is probably like unquestionably like the #1 like English VTuber in terms of like concurrent viewers and super chats and all of that stuff pretty consistently. But if you're talking about cultural impact, like Doki Bird is up there because she's starting to cross over and like collabing with people that are like, fighting game community guys or like regular YouTubers, and she's like part of their teams and stuff. Like she was a part of a huge like the Twitch thing with Cody and all those people. So
yeah.
So it's like we're arguing different things here. But like
it's like
if you were to put her in like if you were to like build like a top 10 between YouTube and Twitch of like which VTuber is like the biggest or whatever, like pretty unquestionably it's going to be like Iron Mouse and like Zentreya and at the top, and Henya and Shy Lily and Bao and Fillion, and then you're going to have like Nimi and Maid and Doobie and them are going to be there, but it's going to be like a little bit of a step off.
Like, it doesn't matter if you're, oh, well, my super chat revenue, my Fansly. Like, if you're just like, it's like you're trying to argue that a business owner is somehow less successful than an OnlyFans whore because the OnlyFans whore has all that simp money. It's like, yeah, but the business owner, his business will, like, I've heard of his business even if he makes less money than the OnlyFans whore. Like, you're not going to convince me that the owner of of a multinational company is less successful than a girl on OnlyFans because the girl on OnlyFans makes more raw money than he does. Like, call me back in 10 years. Call me, like, let's see who knows who. You know, who knows how many people know Gura versus Fillion? Like, how many people know Doki Bird versus Fillion? Like, it does. You're.
I don't know. People know Fillion more than Duckkeepers, I think.
I would heavily disagree with that. I mean, people, again, Doki Bird has gone out of the
You're
VTuber sphere.
underestimating Fillion's influence in the Spanish-speaking community.
Fillion, see, the thing is that like Doki Bird is a little like Doki Bird's becoming more like well known among normies now, but Fillion crossed over into like normie land a while ago. Like her shorts still show up on like normie YouTube for people.
Yeah, because she also does VR chat and all that. So
Yeah, well, yeah, because she came from the VR chat landscape, which was more like normie centric, and so that's why like a lot of her content tends to like cross over with that stuff because she sort of came from there, and then only discovered later, oh, this thing that I'm doing is technically VTubing. I should be a VTuber. Yeah, and Azahara's right. She's had more time. Yeah, she had a head start.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, you compare the track, the rise of these two, and I mean, there's no contest. When your biggest sponsor is fucking Fansly, that's not really a good sign.
No,
That's
she has
not a
more
good
than
sign.
just that. It's just that Fansly. I remember this one precisely because they sponsored the award event, but she's got more than that.
But I'm saying, like, if that's your biggest name sponsor, it's not good. It's not good. That when the porn stuff is always the I guess the bottom of the barrel sponsor.
Hey, it makes a lot of money, dude.
It might make a lot of money, but that's not. You got to think about long term. I mean, again, it's like you're going to try to argue that the OnlyFans girl.
That's the good thing about VTuber doing Fastly stuff, because most of this is ASMR and voiceover and stuff. So there's no preemption date on that because there's no physical part of it.
Oh no, there is always an expert. If you make a career out of cock teasing, if you make a career out of sexualizing yourself, you will always have an expiration date, even if you have an avatar.
I mean,
you
like any content creator, same for content creator. Remember what Metokur said: 5 years. You know, it's not unique to that industry.
Not content creator. If you can just do regular quality content, you can go on for a long fucking time. I mean, look how long JonTron's still going, and he with his crazy ass upload schedule. Like, if you know what you're doing, you can go. The parasocial shit, that shit is on. Yeah, you don't have long. I mean, just look at Rushia. You try again. You brought her up as an example. Look how's she doing now.
She's still doing stuff.
Yeah, but how's she doing? How she doing?
There's some ups, there's some downs. Sometimes she's at the hospital. Sometimes she's okay.
It's not great. That's what I'm saying. It's not great.
I mean, it's not specific to the industry. It's more to do with her as a person.
But that's like you don't.
She's a mess.
You don't get into the industry of being the commodity if you're okay. That's just not how it works. You don't make yourself. There's a reason that there's no healthy ex-porn stars. And the ones that are comparatively healthy had to get over something, had to overcome something. You don't get in that industry if you're good. And that's why, like, it might be immediately massively successful, but you are a firework. You will burn out fast. And if your biggest sponsor is porn shit, that's not a good sign. Even it doesn't matter how much money you make in the immediate. For the long term, that's a bad sign if you're taking porn sponsorships. It might be haha the memes, OnlyFans, Fansly, for your brand, that's not good. like Doki's got a much better long-term strategy. She's got a much better business plan. She's on a much steeper incline. Like you can argue like CCVs all you want, but like how like where this like, it's trending things like what's the CCV trending at? Where's the like you have ones that have higher CCV but lower super chats. Or the inverse. Look at Flair in Hololive, Notorious. She has lower CCVs than a lot of her contemporaries, but her super chat earnings are way higher than they are. So there's all these factors to consider when we're talking about success. And as big as Fillion is, I would not put her on the same level of success as Doki Bird because of that steep incline. Like, she did have a head start, but like when your biggest sponsor is Fansly, you can put on all the award shows you want if you have the means to do. I mean, like, look, I love Nyana Banyana, right? But she's smaller, and she was able to put on multiple concerts. And I'm not saying that to disparage her at all. I'm saying it's demonstrated that you can be smaller and put on a big show. So putting on a show is not an indicator of where you're at. It's a variety of factors. It's like I was talking about before with the business side of a show. It doesn't matter about quality. It matters about, what buttons you can push. There's a lot of factors involved, and there's a macro view you need to take when you're looking at success. That's why Rushia was always doomed to fail. Because she might have been such a big super chat earner, but how was she earning those super chats? That shit was always going to be on a razor's edge, and of course it fell. The current earnings don't matter. If you're judging someone's success, you got to look at like the 10-year plan. That's why, they got the stereotype of the job interview. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? They're asking you that because they want to know if you're going to be a valuable commodity to the company. Because if you're going to make them some money for the next year and then fall off, or the next 2 years and fall off, doesn't matter if you made them super successful in that 2 years, they're still going to exist in that third and fourth and fifth year. Like, a company isn't only going to exist for 2 years. So that's when I say the queen of indies is Doki Bird. It's that incline. Like, as big as Iron Mouse is huge. She's had massive accomplishments. I would put her above Fillion. I don't know if
I'm pretty sure I'd put Shy Lily even still above Doki Bird.
I wouldn't put Shy Lily.
Like
Shy Lily is, if you know
I mean,
VTubers, you know Shy Lily. How many people that don't know VTubers know Shy Lily?
She owns parts of Gamer Subs. She's participated in Twitch Rivals. Like, no, I'd say she's still fairly normie. She's still fairly normie accessible.
No, she's got owner in Gamer Subs. That's okay. I'll give her that. But in her VTubing activities, I mean, that's like saying I'm a successful artist because like I bought stock in Google.
Well, she's she's probably like the third most watched, I'd say, on Twitch VTuber. When it comes to like the English side.
Well,
and she participates in a lot of events that are normie accessible.
But would you put her at the level of Gura? Would you put her like?
Yeah.
Well,
I think you're absolutely off base. I think like
if we're talking about peak, no. But if we're talking about now, like before Gura came back, then yeah. But I mean, that's not really a fair comparison.
I don't think I would like.
But nobody's near peak Gura.
And here's the thing too.
Yeah, nobody's near peak Gura. True.
How often do you see Shy Lily? Like I could say, like I see Doki Bird come up a lot, like in the wild. I see her appear in things. I see her mentioned by people, like not like outside of my paying attention to Doki Bird, like following her on Twitter and stuff. My choosing to interact with Doki Bird, outside of that, I hear of Doki Bird. I have
outside of that, the person I hear the most about is Bao, honestly.
I have never heard Shy Lily mentioned outside of other VTubers bringing her up. Or something to that effect.
Bao does a lot of work with IRL streamers, so that's the one I hear about the most. Outside of
Bao, I would not invest in Bao coin. I think she's got that Rushia vibe. Like you're.
No, I mean, dude, she was a very well-known singer even before she was a VTuber. Like she's been doing content creation for a very long time.
Yeah, but
She's a bit hectic, sure, but
she's getting very involved in like weird shit, fetish shit. She's getting like she's breaking the VTubing thing a lot to do IRL stuff. It's like it's the cracks in the wall. Like, and it's I wouldn't invest in that property. Yeah, like when she was an accomplished singer, she was not going all in on weird fetish shit like she is now. So like you like a career.
I mean, dude, I think you're thinking that she's serious, but a lot of those are just community jokes, like the Bowberry stuff. Like, not that damn seriously. Why are you taking this joke seriously?
It goes beyond that, man. She's very into like fetishes. Just keep coming up, like especially like I don't know how much of a joke that Bowberry shit is, because it's one thing. It was like it's like one time's a joke, twice is a bit, three times is telling you something. And
It's because it became a community joke, so you know.
Well, it's like with
because of our audience.
It's like with Bandman and the Band Milk thing. Like, it's not serious. Like that started as a community thing.
Joke.
But she's going into more fetish content, and she's been very openly horny in a way that she was an overly sharing, as Ghost Dog puts it. She's oversharing now.
Always been overly horny since the debut of her career. We watched the same Bao, dude. 2 years ago, Bao was telling story about how she was going off on herself while in a traffic jam. Like, have we watched the same VTuber? Bao's always been overly horny. That's not new, dude.
It's look, 2 years is not a long look. Don't get Gen Z on me. 2 years is 2 years. It's only 2 years. Like, yeah, I'm
taking this example in particular because it's egregious, but she's always been like this. Always.
You can only give me the it's a community meme bit for so long before like you do it so much that now, like, you know, Takamori eventually put that shit to bed. Yeah.
Well, you should say the same thing about Band Milk then, because he's engaging with the Band Milk being pretty big. Why aren't you saying the same stuff about Band Milk?
I'm saying, like,
come on, you're being unfair.
I am. It's like if you like, there is a point where you're doing it so much, I don't think it's a joke anymore. And she's outside of the Bowberry thing. Like every other time I see Bao in a clip, it's like some fetish shit, or some like, oh my god, my vibrator. Like, once you get that hypersexual lewd tuber shit, you have immediately, it's the same thing with like any other kind of medium. Once you're getting hypersexual, you've ghettoed yourself. That's what you are now. No one goes from porn to like serious shit. You don't. You're doing porn forever. The only way you can kind of do that is in Japan with Dojin, and even then, it's because it's like the pipeline is built differently. And even then, the people that start porn dojins are always kind of horny, and you're never gonna be at like Ichiro Oda level if you started doing porn dojins.
This is a point from Azahara in the chat. He says, Bao now has a problem that people are bringing up all of that stuff during her regular streams, and she's trying to move that away to her not safe for work account.
And even having an NSFW account sends a signal. Once you do that, and I say this as an artist, and it's the same thing in the art. That's why I, for all my ability to draw sexy ladies, I will never do porn. Because once you draw porn, you are a porn artist. That is what you do. That is all you do. If you try to leave that, your audience isn't going to stick around. They were here to get off. There's no true loyalty to you in your work. If you get that when you are an entertainer. That's like if a lewd tuber that's why Rushia, once she stopped being Rushia, is done.
Well, I'll give you a great example of this outside of Rushia, and it comes from the girlfriend experience thing. When the whole thing with Riro Ron happened with Idol, the company took a pretty like
they pretty much taking the wrong example, because Yuko Yurei would be a more appropriate example.
Well, that's what I was trying to get into, was that when the Riro Ron thing happened, Idol got away from the GFE stuff, and Yuko Yurei, like, that was kind of her whole thing. And when she went away from the girlfriend experience, her audience had this massive revolt and like pretty much like just harassed the shit out of her because she went away from that. And so, you know,
Actually, there's a bit more to it. I don't know if you've heard the whole story.
I'm kind of
we
well,
talked about it before. But...
Yeah, we've talked about like the full detail because there's a lot more there. I'm just kind of being
insulting her audience and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot more to it. I like Yuko. I actually I supported her making that change, but I think she handled it poorly.
I think she handled it poorly because she had some of that like deep down loathing that kind of came out.
I mean, she drank her piss on stream. Like,
Yeah, that was kind of not so good.
Yeah, that's out there, you know.
Yeah, I think when she left that shit. I don't know if that was tied to the Riro Ron stuff. I think that was like bubbling within.
It's like Riro Ron happened, and then a lot of change subsequently happened at Idol.
There's a reason that I would discount much of the success you find on Twitch VTubers, because it is not only a different, like, Twitch is a very insular kind of world, but also lewd tubing, cock teasing, horny posting is a lot like, and just doing the porn stuff. Monetarily, it's a lot like, and this is gonna sound weird, but follow me here. It's a lot like like selling drugs. Man, you can make a lot of immediate money, but it's not safe money. It's not a long-term career that's gonna find you success. And you might be making more than, you know, the guy running his own business and busting his ass. But that guy has a lot more security in his job. He'll probably still have it in a few years. It is nowhere near as volatile, and he will, as long as he does his job well, he will be on a continuous incline. If you start on that horny shit, your incline, you are gonna firework real quick. You are now making your business a fuck ton more volatile, and that's why I put Doki above like anyone on VShojo, any of these Twitch indies, except for Philly. I don't think Philly really thirst traps. But, like, because if you thirst trap, you are now unbelievably volatile. And it doesn't help that to be a thirst trapper in the first place, you've probably got some kind of issues. And those issues are going to come back to bite you in the ass. Bao is already teetering between getting weirder and more degenerate as time goes on. She's gotten weirdly political. She's going more and more IRL, like, you know, almost abandoning the VTubing. Like, it feels like she's just sticking to VTubing because, like, the character makes her popular. Like, she's barely here at this point. She's got a foot out the door.
To give a counter example, I think Valier is doing pretty great at doing the lewd to base professional stuff.
But again, like, it's like saying, oh yeah, the OnlyFans girl is very successful. Like, you know, that's on a razor's edge, man. Like, all it takes is one. They seem fine because they're essentially wrangled. Like, they've taken all the horny girls, but you put them in a company that's going to have, the managers will keep them from stepping on their own toes. And I'm telling you, that's not. And by advertising that you are, because you need the reasonable doubt that, oh, I'm clearly a horny tuber, but I'm not saying it. I just happen to be, ooh, I'm such a horny sexual single girl. If you put up a sign, flashing neon sign saying girls, 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 then you're advertising that only sleazy people are going to go here. So if you have self-respect, don't go over there. And so Violor is basically the girls, girls, girls neon sign in the red light district. Oh, it's going to have people going in. It's going to make some money, but most people are staying out of there. I can't even name any of the Violor talents. Gator, can you name one Violor talent?
I can name Cody, and that's about it.
Yeah. You know why you can't? Because you don't go into the building that has the flashing girls, girls, girls neon sign. And horniness, sexuality, whoring yourself, it will always be tantalizing because it brings a lot of immediate success. But in the long term, it is extremely volatile, and it is has a fucking shelf life.
Yeah, of course, as a horror, I can name all of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Emmy.
Emmy.
I do know Emmy.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you looked it up.
Because no, he didn't. Because I know he's
no. It's Azahara.
Because like
he's King Gooner. He knows.
I'm trying to give the motherfucker an out.
Stronny streams up to 3 times a day. Like she's a fucking workaholic.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, if you're going to see a lot of immediate success if you do the lewd shit, but it's got an asterisk. And if you're gonna say raw money numbers to say they're as successful as like other big indies, or they're more successful, as I say, let's have this conversation again in 10 years, 5 years, 3 years.
But as of anyone, I think that Valure is the best way of doing it because of the manager, the corporate environment, the wrangling.
I think Valure is
doing this seriously.
I think they've got a shelf life. Because you look at I've been on the internet since the internet was in people's homes. And I can tell you any company, corporate entity that attempts any manner of pornographic material. You say, what about Pornhub? Because Pornhub is the one I've known all my life as a Zoomer. I'm telling you, they don't last. Anyone remember Suicide Girls? Because Velour just smells like Suicide Girls to me. Fucking nobody is saying shit. You know why? Because that shit's dead. And that shit was omnipresent on the internet back in the day. Suicide Girls was everywhere. That was the place to find whores on the internet.
Well, they also blew themselves up because, like most things, they became very weirdly activist.
It's just like this shit always has a shelf life, and Velour is no exception.
I mean,
you cannot make
everything
a viable long-term...
technically has a shelf life as far as internet companies go.
You can't make a viable long-term business on boners. Because even if other things die, they can transition to something else. You can build something that lasts forever. You can build something that lasts just until you think, you know what, I calmly decide I'm done. PewDiePie. He was around for so long and he said, you know what, I win. I'm good. I'm a retire. A good, clean retirement. You can say, yes, technically, nothing lasts forever. But when you say lasting, we're talking till good, clean retirement. Not a burn, not a crash and burn, not a collapse. Just good, clean. I'm done.
I mean, if you want my honest opinion,
done what I set out to do.
I don't think that Velour is really, as a company, intending to last for like 20, 30 years. Hell, I don't even know if Phase Connect will be around in the next 10, 15 years. Like, let's be real here. Like, the whole thing is that, like, they're just kind of
all of
flying
by... New, right.
Yeah, they're kind of flying by the seat of their pants. They're doing something like they're openly a lewd kind of company, and they're just like not being apologetic about it. They're just like, yeah, they are what they are. We really won't be able to see like how effective it is until we look back in a couple of years and we're like, oh yeah, well that was, it fell apart. It was going to fall apart, or actually did a lot better than everybody expected it would.
It's been going on for a year now, and I remember where because Astroni was originally in another company as a corporate VTuber, and when she left, because the company was garbage and it was quite a mess, she started floating that ID, and I started talking with other people, and I was like, she's a bit of a mess, sure, but like her ID could definitely work if, there was a big if, on the condition that she surrounds herself with competent people who can help her actually manage such a company and build it up. And while, that asterisk has been cleared, she's surrounded herself with very competent people. And in 1 year, Valure has been one of the fastest growing like new agency, which makes me upset that Mythos won the award, by the way. But that's just me. I'm butthurt.
Man, don't get me
And-
started on some of the VTuber award stuff because I was
Yeah, I
there
know.
was some questionable.
That shit was a joke.
There's a lot of, it's like, oh yeah, Enya won New Rising Star, not Cinder. Okay, sure, dude.
There
But,
was a
yeah, whatever.
lot of like questionable stuff, which made me wonder like how
I
much
got
of
ASMR of the year. Oh, that's good.
I don't want to say rigged, but like Twitch was involved on a corporate level, and
Yeah, definitely.
I don't want to say 100% that it was this or that or the other, but I did notice something very curious was how many creators won awards that had partnerships with Twitch. Just saying.
It's
Yeah.
funny how Dan Clancy was on the show, and weirdly a lot of Twitch
Dan
VTubers
Clancy
won compared to the
cosplaying as
previous
flamenco
year,
for some reason.
where in the previous year there was more YouTube winners, but it's just I'm just my pattern recognition sense are tingling.
That VTuber awards was such bullshit, man. I'm not just
But
saying, oh, my favorite didn't win.
to-
Nah, it's
To go back
didn't-
on track, after a year, Valor has already been doing pretty good, and I'm pretty optimistic considering how against the heel of a walk that was. Now it was a bit of a Sisyphus task to get where it is at already today. I'm pretty optimistic about it.
I'd say see where they're at in I think 4 or 5 years is with the current view that we have of VTuber companies, because VTubing is kind of new. There is no VTuber company that's been around 10 years unless, well, technically this one. No, VTuber companies as we know them, there is none that is even over 5 years old. So I think Hololive is older than 5 years.
Yeah, Fauna did win ASMR, by the way.
Yeah.
She won best.
But
Yeah, I remember because I watched the show.
She won best role play, I think, and best ASMR.
Yeah. It's like we'll see in 5 years, but I'm telling you, like I've been on the internet long enough to see this play out again and again and again and again and again. And if you try to make a business on boners, you have now entered the most volatile business you could have possibly started because of the immediate
Just
gains.
because it's volatile doesn't mean you can't make it work if you, work hard enough for it.
No one's made it work.
Well, I guess we gotta still try until someone make it work.
Nobody's made it work. There is not a
Someone's
single.
gonna make it work one day. I believe it.
It's
I
like-
believe in dreams, dude.
It is not a business.
VTubing based on dream.
It is not a business you can make work. You cannot monetize brain worms and make that a viable business strategy.
Watch me.
People don't. Women don't.
Beer.
Women don't become whores because they're okay. Like,
Nobody
you don't-
becomes a VTuber because they're okay, dude.
But there's different kinds of okay. There's
No.
like
Nobody
there's-
becomes a VTuber
there's a
because
difference.
they're okay.
There's a difference between I have autistic brain worms and my uncle touched me and I never got therapy over it. Like there's a big difference between the two. Like that's you don't become the latter and then make a successful career out of that. It may be the oldest profession, but it is not a what's the word? There's a specific business term for it's not a it's like keeps coming in my head and then leaving. When a business is slated to last forever. Like you don't. Yeah. Okay.
no
So we're
business
close
lasts
to 10
forever.
years, but we're not 10 years yet for any of them. So you don't monetize your daddy issues and make a successful, long-lasting, evergreen career out of it. It
But
just
that's
doesn't
all
happen.
VTubing. They all have daddy issues.
No, they don't. Pippa and her dad are great together.
Yeah, Pippa
Pippa
got
has
mommy issues.
totally
That's
different-ish set of issues.
Yeah, like there's not all issues are the same. There is a difference between fucking autism gremlin hyperfixating on some niche interest and the crack addicted prostitute on the street corner. There's a big difference. And like the crack addicted prostitute might make more money than you do at your 9-to-5 job, but she ain't gonna probably be there in 10 years because she might be dead. And obviously like the lewd tubers aren't gonna be dead, but you just sex is not a viable business strategy in the long run unless you are the CEO corporate mastermind manipulating the whores. Only the pimp makes it out alive in yeah, pimp is the bit from Metalocalypse, yeah. Only the pimp makes it out alive in sex work. Only the pimp. The prostitute, never. And it's the same shit with lewd tubers. If you try to make a bit, it's the same shit with OnlyFans girls. Oh my god, look at all the millions and billions and quadrillions of dollars I made from OnlyFans. See me again in 5 years. Where are you gonna be in 5 years? I've already seen this play out. I've seen this play out with all the girls that guys were simping for in the 2000s. I was there for that. I was there for all the big porn stars, all the big, like, was that one girl that was doing some social experiment where she was recording herself 24/7, and then she really started blowing up when the camera caught her masturbating one night, and then she became a cam whore, and she got bajillions of dollars, and then her life spiraled and out of control, and then she had to just retire from the internet. This happened before over and over and over and over. This is not new. The only thing new is the avatars. That's it.
This is probably a good time to segue since we're talking about this sort of LootTuber stuff. VShojo, everybody.
Oh, VShojo. So it does say something that VShojo, in order to have a larger presence and a more viable business strategy, has had to move itself away from being the hoe tuber company. It does kind of go toward further proving what I'm saying, that in order to be viable company in the larger sphere, VShojo has had to move away from that. So just saying.
Well, I think it's good that you had more people like Henya that, you know, are totally not that kind of VTuber join the company and create kind of a nice little contingent of VTubers that are more like they make the content, making funny noises.
That's still present. It's still present, but it's not their identity anymore.
There's no unity in VShojo's branding, and that's why there's no group art. I'm Matara.
Which reminds me, I gotta put my Matara fan art in the fan art queue. But like, yeah, there's no group unity, but it is still a company, so it's got like the company image, and you could tell they've had to.
Oh no, that's the point. It's not there because there's no unity.
Yeah, there is a company image, because for a while, if you remember, they were looked down on as the hoe tubers. Like, they're a bunch of hoes over at VShojo.
Yeah, back then, but now they're barely a company. They don't have a brand unity. They don't have a denominating factor between them. There's nothing.
Oh, they tried. Oh, they absolutely tried.
But it's not there right now.
But I'm saying, in order to make that try, they had to move away from being VHosho, because that's what I remember. Everyone called them VHosho for the longest time. And in order to be somebody, basically, they had to move away from that. So I think with the VShojo segue, that does go further into my greater thesis, that it may be immediately successful to be a whore, but it is a very poor long-term business strategy. And that includes lewd tubers.
So anyway, Giga had a really hot take about Gura's graduation to kind of segue this topic here. So this is what Giga posted on X. Said, graduations can be sad, yes, but some act like the person is dying a tragic death and it's getting kind of weird. And then followed up with, grieve the character in the area as much as you need, but be aware that sometimes the wording of things makes the person feel that they're not good enough if they're not doing exactly the same thing forever. People took kind of exception to, because the first part.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. People.
No one thinks this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Giga just kind of invented a fictional character and then just like argued against that character, because it's like, and
Here's the thing. I see what she's trying to say. There are some people who exaggerate, like their joke about, "Oh, I'm gonna self-delete because my Yoshi graduated." There's some people who do take it a bit far. But here's the thing. Between the way she said it, the timing of when she said it, and more about the optics of what that discussion entails, the issue is that she's managed to put against her both the Gura fans and the Fulgur fans. And so Giga has done the impossible of uniting both Hololive and Niji Sanji against Bishoujo, which is hilarious.
It's the Easter ceasefire for all of live and Niji Sanji.
What would you knock over? Knock some over.
So yeah, Easter miracles are a thing, people. We're saying a truth.
Oh my god, yeah, the truce. Like, everyone can agree you're fucking stupid. Like, there is a degree, I think there's more sadness in someone like Mume quitting, because she's probably not going to reincarnate. Because a big reason Mume's quitting is health problems with her throat.
Yeah.
Like, she can't reincarnate.
It really is. Yeah, it really is the end of the era for her.
Yeah, whereas everyone knows Guru's gonna come back as Senzawa. Everyone.
And Fulgur has already set up a YouTube channel. Is coming back too.
But there's still a level of sadness that era of their career is over. You're not gonna get those collabs anymore. You're not gonna I'm sad because Gura has an excellent singing voice, and she will probably never do something like Ash again. Maybe she will, but probably not. Now, I'd love to have the shitpost song back. I love her shitpost songs. I love Cowboy. I love OK Boomer. She's probably just going to do more of that. I don't see Senzawa coming back and having this big collab. Now, maybe she might. She's got more money now, more clout. But I don't see her coming back and getting together with someone like, the composer of Devil May Cry.
I'm also pretty sure it's because she's never been much into that.
I mean, she played the Devil May Cry games.
Yeah, she liked it.
The whole love. She had
the opportunity. It's not that she went out of her way to actually get those giant opportunities, because she's just not into it. She'd rather do her stuff if she can.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why that is sad, because we won't get any more of that. Because clearly, when she is put in a position to do stuff like that, she makes amazing music. And I say this as a music snob. Like, outside of just, the VTuber kind of music. No, she just makes good fucking songs in a vacuum. They're good fucking songs. And I don't think she'll do that anymore as Senzawa. I hope to God I'm wrong. And it makes sense to be sad about something like that, where, you're probably not going to do it's like the biggest example, Coco into K-Son. Love Coco. As K-Son, she didn't do half the interesting things she was doing as Coco. I'm just going to say it, man. I am so happy she's successful. I'm so happy she's in Yakuza. But as K-Son, she's boring as shit. And as Coco, she was the GOAT. And there's merit to being sad about that. But at the same time, most of the time, what you liked about the character is the performer. And so I personally don't get too broken up about a graduation if I know, they're just going to be back. Like, even if Pippa graduated, she's probably just going to be her past life again. She loves this too much to stop. If she leaves as Pippa, it's because Face Connect went to hell. She's just going to go as her old persona. And my Pippa fix continues.
She would probably start a new persona, I would imagine, because
well, she has her previous one, yeah.
Well, yeah, she has her previous one, but I'm pretty sure she'd just start a new one.
I don't know. She's kept that previous one alive. She posts on her past life a lot, but she uses it as
it's like a shit posting account.
Yeah, it's her shit post. I feel like she doesn't want to let that character go, just kill the character. For she likes being Pippa, but this doesn't mean she hates Uni Luna. So, of course she's gonna occasionally make a shit post song about migratory birds or whatever.
To further that point of trying to disprove Giga a bit, Here's the thing. I don't think I've heard anybody else talk about much. Is that when a VTuber graduates, it's some not all the time, but sometimes it's just never the same. I loved Nina, but I don't watch much of Matara. I don't know, the
I
vibe
actually
just
like Matara
dead for
more than
me.
I like Nina.
Yeah,
Actually,
same.
Yeah, well, me it's the
Same.
inverse. I loved Nina, but I don't like Matara.
See, as Nina, you felt her being shackled and like not being in the clique, so it was harder to get. And she's a very sociable person. This is the person you want to be in collabs. You want sociable people.
Yeah, I
to be in
loved their
collabs.
collab with the Luxiem boys. Those were pretty good collabs.
But now she can collab with more people and just have more conversations than the handful of people in Niji that'll talk to her. And you just feel that she's more open and free, and her being an extrovert, a rare extrovert in the scene, someone like that being open and free, it elevates their content. And plus, it doesn't help the fact, and I say that I mean this as an artist, as a character designer, from the space of someone that gives a massive amount of shit about this. She has the best character design in
Yeah, her
all of
character
VTuber.
design is cool. No, sure, yeah. I do agree with that. Her character design is pretty good as Matara. Here's the thing, that doesn't change the fact that I liked her more as Nina, and I don't like her as much as I used to anymore. And that can
Well,
never change. That just it's not good or bad. It just is.
and that happens sometimes. I think I don't agree with Matara as an example, but that does happen where like, oh, it's not the same, because I think Kason is the example.
Because look at, I don't know if you've heard this name, but I'm sure Gator has. Kilia Kuroyami.
That
the
sounds
name does sound
Who is-
familiar.
Who is that again?
She was from EIN. She was the Orca.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Because she's graduated, she's reincarnated, and I've talked with like some of her fans, and some of them, well, they kind of don't watch her as they used to from her previous persona, because well, things are different. She went from corpo to indie, so it feels very different now. And that's kind of very similar, where when the talent graduate, like Azarara just said, a part of them died, and well, if you are very attached to the part of them that died, well, it just doesn't feel the same anymore.
I think
Just
it depends. Like you
yeah, of
have
course it depends.
to bring Doki Bird, like it feels like Selene never left. And even forgoing the that she got so much back, essentially, like the old character designer and everything, and like it's clear what she's doing. Outside
Right, she
of
wanted
that,
to reclaim.
it's
She
the
wanted to
same.
reclaim all the
Yeah.
stuff that she lost. But
Yeah.
another
It's the
example.
same vibe.
Another example is Mint.
I was just about to bring up Mint.
Because
Like,
Mint
just about to bring it up.
Mint kind of went back to what she was doing before. You can see bits and pieces of Pomu, but she keeps Mint. She's very good at kind of compartmentalizing and separating the characters. So there's a lot of stuff she did as Pomu that she did carry over into Mint, but there's a lot of stuff that she kind of left, for Pomu.
The people that missed Mint got Mint back, and the people that loved Pomu, well, they lost Pomu. So it's a very personal experience. It's a very case by case basis and fans basis. But the fact that every time I talk to someone, they share that they've had a similar experience, I think it does says a lot about the fact that why also many people are reacting poorly to Giga's comment, because it touched on such a personal experience that everyone can feel to an extent. That, yeah, people are of course gonna take that very badly when they feel like they might just have lost their Oshi because they might not be the same after they reincarnate.
Well,
And
that's the thing. Like,
to act such dismissively of their feelings is not gonna bode well with
I
them.
think a lot of it is, to be perfectly blunt, I think a lot of it is brainworms on behalf of the person, because a lot of times, now this is obviously not always the case, and I brought up Kason as an example, but a lot of times when you reincarnate, it's the same person, their same vibe, their same material. I think there are some people that do thrive more in an environment that pushes them or restricts them, or like Ame is another one. Azahara brings up Ame. Doobie does have the Ame vibe, but I feel like being Ame pushed her to be more creative. I think she was very creative as Doobie in the beginning, and now is comfortable. Now, that might not still be the case, a few months from now, a year from now, wherever. But right now, it does feel like she's a little bit too comfortable, and whereas Hololive would have pushed her in some way, either management doing it directly or just the environment of Hololive inspiring you to do more. So that's a person-to-person thing. But for the most part, if someone was your favorite because of their content, they will continue to do that content. Mint's a great example. I watched a lot of Pomu. I watch, honestly, more Mint. And I liked Pomu's design and name better. Pomu Rainpuff. That's just, look, I'll just say it. That's a cute fucking name. That's such a cute name that gives me cuteness aggression. I liked the Pomu design as a character better. But Mint is just Pomu. The only thing Mint really doesn't do is like the kind of weird streams Pomu did. And I do miss those. Like the quote unquote dating Pomu stream, if you remember that. That was fucking brilliance. That was absolutely brilliance. I do wish she'd do a little more of that. But everything else is just Pomu. But everything else is just Pomu.
That's my whole point. That's your experience. But another Pomu Rainpuff fan might feel like Mint isn't Pomu and they lost their Oshi. At the end of the day, we can't like speak so broadly on those topics because everyone is gonna have a different experience with it, and because I can see the pattern is why I'm talking about it. That everyone has a different experience with it.
Well, that's why I say, to that, I think it's an individual person's brainworms. Because I ask you, how much did you?
I don't think it's brainworm. I think just an individual experience. There's no brainworms.
How much did you like the content? Because they're doing the content over here. It's the same with the same.
They don't always
sense
do
of
the
humor.
same content. It's a person by person case.
Yeah.
Like look at Kesson. She doesn't do the same content as Coco that she did as Kesson.
I brought up, but a lot of the times it is just the same content, especially if someone left a company because you weren't. The company was getting my way or something. Especially now, with a lot of reincarnations now, it's just like a almost direct transition. It's just I changed models. You're seeing that happen more often.
Kuroyami, she doesn't do the same content either. Just not. It's just again, it's a case by case basis. You can't generalize it.
Well, Nimi Nightmare's not doing the same content that she was doing when she was Fauna.
Kind of.
It's kind of
I mean, Fauna, she's not doing a lot of the ASMR stuff, but everything else, Nimi stream, the vibes, the humor, if you're not looking at it, it just feels like a Solana
it's
stream.
The same person, so there's gonna be those elements there, but especially with a lot of the Hololive girls, they, once they leave and graduate and they kind of start doing their own thing, they bring new aspects and leave some of the character aspects behind.
Yeah, the character aspects thing, but I'm like, if you're a fan, I feel like if you're a fan of the content, not the specific, I need my ASMR, if the general content is what you were looking for, and you like their vibes and their humor and their abilities as an entertainer, then chances are, unless it's a case-on situation where they just get complacent and stop doing fun things, you're probably going to still be, you're going to be okay. It is very likely that Gura's going to become Senzawa unless she's so burned out, which is possible. And I think that's another reason for the heightened reaction to the Guru graduation, because I think there's something in the back of people's heads man, she might just be so burned out. It might not be the same. She might
she put a Twitter blue mark on Senzawa, so I'm pretty sure she's coming back.
Oh no, she might, but will it be the same? That's what I mean.
It's never gonna be the same. That's the point.
She's not gonna be. She's not gonna just be Gura as Senzawa. She's gonna.
If you remember, she was doing stuff as Senzawa and streams as Senzawa before she was Gura, and the vibe was not that different. I mean, it was different in that Hololive was making her engage in more stuff. But the humor was the same. The all those great comedic timings. That's all her.
Yeah, but the character isn't the same. It doesn't feel the same. That's my point. Again, I just think we shouldn't generalize this because it's an individual experience. We're going in circles here.
But I think if anything, it's a potential admonishment. Did you not like this? It's the VTuber is at the end of the day a person, an entertainer behind the character. Were you not here for them?
Yeah, but a VTuber is also a whole group of stuff. It's the character, it's the persona, it's the person, it's the content. It's such a wealth of things that, just dismissing it to just it's just a person. Just no, it's so much more.
But no, all that stuff comes from the person. Like
No, not
the
necessarily.
content, the humor, all of that is the product of the person and their sense of humor and the content that they want to put out and that they pursue. It's the entertainer behind it, behind the character. So acting like they're the same sense of humor, the same taste, the same everything, but they're now playing a different character. Why is that so much a problem? Again, I bring up the Made Mint thing. Like, she might not be doing Pomu's performative streams, but if you're watching a Mint stream, you're watching a Pomu stream. You put dangle Metal Gear in front of her face, and she gonna freak the fuck out just as much as she did when she was Pomu, because she's the same person and the same entertainer. There isn't a drop of difference between Selene and Doki Bird. Like, if you're there for the entertainer, then a reincarnation shouldn't mean much unless the entertainer, again, drops the ball like Kason did. And that's an absolutely valid criticism in that case. But if you are elevating the graduation to such a depth, even in the face of an obvious reincarnation, then you might have been a fake fan. Like, it's kind of like the Nemi Nightmare thing. Like, yeah, okay, she ain't doing the ASMR. I can see that. But man, you put a Nemi Nightmare stream on and you turn your head, not look at the screen, you couldn't tell me that ain't a fauna stream. Everything else is the same. The vibes, the humor, the everything. She didn't start acting different. She didn't stop doing the fun things that made a fauna stream fun.
You're misunderstanding. It's not that she's acting different, that it feels different. That's the point.
But at the end of the day, you're still here for to be entertained by an entertainer.
Yes.
So it's like, to bring up another entertainer, JonTron, right? JonTron goes from talking about video games to talking about general stuff, but it's still JonTron, still funny. He's still doing incredibly quotable shit. He's just not talking about Dino City anymore. He's talking about Flex Tape.
Well, it's different because JonTron hasn't changed name and become Tron John, who I don't know is his evil twin, who is exactly the same but has different presentation.
His presentation. The only thing he's kept is the name JonTron. Like, the only thing, his old stuff and his new stuff is vastly different. Like, the vibe is vastly different, but it's the same humor. It's the same sharp writing, and so it persists to be funny. If anything, I think that is the sort of the litmus test where, like, yeah, he changed everything but the name. He's still the same. He's the same guy, same humor, but fucking everything else changed. Even the format of his jokes changed. Like, so if you're talking about different vibes, there you go. But yeah, there's still, like, what I'm saying is this vibe thing is just brainworms. Unless they actively change their content, again, Kason, then it's brainworms. Because it's the same person that was entertaining you before. They have not changed. Their sense of humor that you thought was funny has not changed. Their tastes that draw you in, like, you play the games I like, that has not changed. The only thing that's changed is the character they're playing. Like, yeah, all that's still.
I'm in the beans.
Like, that is a very new JonTron joke too. Like, that's a very new JonTron joke too. Like his jokes were very different, but he is still funny, and he still has that sharpness that. It's like, even if his jokes are different, the sense of humor is the same. Like, a lot of, like, if anybody wants to see what I'm talking about, watch the new JonTron, the Animorphs episode. Go back and watch the Nightshade episode. Watch those two back to back. Like, wow, he's different. But it's still funny. It's still the same funny guy, even if he's doing different things differently. So, like, it's the same thing where it's the same entertainer that was entertaining you So if they need to be this character for you to like them,
Because it's a part of being VTubing, it's also playing a character. Like you're focused on the content creator side of thing. I'm focused on the VTuber side of thing. I just think we're talking about different things at this point.
well, it's part of being
If
a
you like
VTuber,
the person, sure, yeah, no problem.
but the
I
person's the most important part.
I'm a call me a purist, but I think the character is also a very important aspect of it. I
Nothing.
think that's what makes VTuber VTuber.
I
And
think
so to
nothing
me,
proves-
when the character changed, there's that high risk of just it not feeling the same. You can call it brain worm, but it's just part of VTubing culture.
I've nothing proved that it is all about the entertainer than the Kizuna Ai shit when they tried to swap her. Like, no, it's the person behind Kizuna Ai.
Yeah, the person and the character are both important. Of course, if you it's the same problem as what I'm talking about, changing character. If you change the person behind the character, it also screws everything under. It needs to be the two are intrinsic,
But again, all the lore that you're associating with the character came from the content creator.
Not
Like aside from
necessarily.
their kayfabe lore, which if you're thinking about any given VTuber,
there's
you're
the
thinking
kayfabe
more.
lore.
You're thinking more of their in-stream lore than kayfabe lore. Like how much of Amelia Watson was all about time travel? That came from a joke she told. That was not initially part of her character lore. That was an on-the-fly joke she told to not look like a boomer because she knew about something from the 80s. That's from the content creator. Like everything that you remember, the running gags, the moments was the content creator. Like the character is
It's
part
also
of VTubing,
because
yes, but it's
the character evolves in an environment, because a lot of those aspects of the character is gonna work out of like collabing with chainmail, bouncing off joke off of one another, and you lose all that when you change character. No, you can't make the same jokes you used to anymore about certain aspect of your character.
I mean, you still can, if it's something that's part of you, that doesn't go away. The best example, it's not like Mint reincarnated, now she can never talk about Metal Gear again. Because, it's so associated with Pomu.
I mean, do you want an example? Pomu Mint can't make the Pomu jokes anymore. Like that's dead. Or any of the jokes related to or some of the other Niji member.
Pomufication and
Yeah.
But how important was that
Like,
versus the show she was putting on?
It was part of her character, and we lost that, and I think that's sad.
But it's still
because
like
some people might have been very attached to those jokes.
like you may have lost on Pomu, but like the woman that came up with it is still doing it.
we lost
Like,
Diamond City
not that
Lights
joke.
too.
Not that exact joke, but
it
yeah,
doesn't
it's still
change the fact that we lost Pomu. You know what I mean?
like it's still the same person doing the same kind of humor. And again, I point to JonTron again. Like Jock isn't on his show anymore. He doesn't have the bird on anymore.
It's because John isn't a VTuber. It's
No,
something that's
Well,
it's
there's a
very-
lot of stuff that
it's-
John can't reference any. Like he can't reference any of the stuff from Game Grumps like anymore because
Yeah.
like that's Aaron's thing, and
Or
he wants
you want
to.
a better example? Meriwether can't talk about that interview with with fuck, the Sonichu medallion person.
Christian.
Yeah, Meriwether can't talk about the Christian interview anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like it doesn't matter if like something like that is lost if the core remains the same. Like if the important thing from which it is literally missing the forest from the trees. It's like saying that forest sucks because they cut that one tree down. Like the person that gave you all those things is still there and is still the same. They're just playing a different character now. Although Azahara does make a good point, the autistic hyperfixations. But that's why, occasionally you need to be reminded that, that might have been lost, and they might be, in a different skin suit, but it's the same person. The same exact person.
It's the same person, but it doesn't feel the change. The same. Again, this is an individual experience. Like you can't. You keep just move on to another topic because we're going in circle.
Well, I think
I'm just saying, if individually, I was going to be blunt. You're wrong. If that's a hang up, then you weren't truly a fan of that person, if that's all it took for you to bail. Because you have this whole content creator and all their ability and all the way that they've entertained you and how all of that shit that you remember they did naturally, and that didn't matter because you need the window dressing.
Well, we're not really talking about people bailing on a creator because they've changed
I'm saying the people that think like, oh, it's the vibes are different, I can't do with this anymore. Like, okay, well, you weren't much of a fan because they're the same. They're not wearing that suit anymore. They don't have those bells and whistles, but it's the same shit.
But see, we're talking about what Giga said as far as like people being sad that a VTuber is graduating, and it's because there's very likely that there's going to be a vibe shift between their current identity and their their past life they're going back to, or the one that they create afterwards. And so it's like Giga's just it's total. Giga just doesn't seem to understand. And I guess maybe it's because Giga comes from a different walk of life, and is on the VTuber side of the industry, not the fan side. So is just completely like tone deaf to like what the fans are like. But Giga doesn't seem to understand that it's the fans feel sad because they know that character that they grew an attachment to is gone, especially if it's a true graduation like what Gura's gonna do, which means that the Gura character is effectively dead. Once Gura graduates, that's it. Gura's gone.
Yeah, she doesn't get that. I do get the sadness there, right? And I think she's even farther than I'm at in this, because Mike, I'm just like, it shouldn't. There is something to be sad about, but it is not a death if they're going to reincarnate.
This is fucking cursed, Azahara, and I'm putting it on screen because you deserve to be shamed for this. You deserve to be shamed for this. This is the worst thing anyone's ever written in this chat. And I'm pretty sure people have posted the N-word at some point.
Are you saying this is worse than the N-words, SMH?
Yes, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yes, it is.
It's awful. I don't even want to think. Some things are
truly unforgivable. But again, that's like the complete change of content. That's the Kason example I gave before. A lot of times, especially with a lot of modern graduations, they're mostly just doing the same shit. They might stop doing one thing, right? Like Nimi Nightmare not doing ASMR, okay, but like the vibe is still fauna. It's still the humor, the core, and that's what I'm saying. It's the core of like, did you not love the core of this entertainment, or were you only here for like the free, were you only coming to visit this museum for like the kitschy souvenirs at the souvenir shop? Were you only were you just here for this side thing, or were you not here for the core of the experience? And if you're here for the core of the experience, then our graduation isn't that big a deal. But because the whole reason I went into that is provide context, because like, oh, would that not be Giga's point? Well, no, because that is you're still losing something. Even if the core is still there, like even if JonTron is still funny, you can still look back on his old videos and like, I do really like those jokes that he doesn't do anymore. I do kind of miss that weird delivery he had, even if he doesn't do that kind of humor anymore. That kind of weird, like random drunk kind of thing he used to do. That he doesn't do that anymore. And I thought that was funny. Even if he still, at his core, is very funny, and I continue to watch and love his material, I can still look back and say, I miss that. And you can still miss that. And I think that's what she misses. That, like, there's a lot still associated. As you were arguing, there's still a lot associated with the character and all that is going away. Now, yes, there are people that act retarded about it. Especially, let's be real, Gura had a massive amount of creepy fans, and I think she was aware of it, and I don't think she much enjoyed it. You know who I'm talking about, the certain type of chum bud. And they are especially sad. And because they were creepy and weird, and they are losing their weird fixation, let's say. Because I don't think Senzawa will be quite the same in that. And like there's always like a shame, like, oh, it's a shame, it's sad. A graduation is sad, but it's not the end of the world. And if you're, like I said, if you're a real fan, you should be able to bounce back because they'll be back. But I think Giga is hyper fixating on that.
Well, I think Giga. I think Giga's one guying. Like she saw like one person have like a weird ass reaction and meltdown, and was just like, ugh, I can't believe people would like be like this. I can't believe all of these fans would be like this. And it's like, no, it's not all. It's like a very small subset of fans are like this. And you're just like it's Giga doing this thing where she like, just like with the interview with Dan Clancy, where she like thumbs her nose at just like regular people in the VTubing industry. And it's just like, just because you got the free pass of being in VShojo, and so therefore you pretty much had it easy, doesn't mean that like other people don't have like serious shit invested.
Yeah.
Dare I say, there's also a way to turn that feels a very superior, snobbish kind of way. When you keep in mind that if Giga graduates from VShojo, she will keep the Giga persona, but
Right.
Senzawa is not keeping Gura, and Fulgur is not keeping Fulgur.
Yeah.
Right, that's a very good
there
point.
Really should be.
So, you know, when you put that into account, it feels very entitled and very snobbish and very dicky of her to do that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think
like you have it better, that's for sure.
Yeah.
good way to shove that into other people's faces.
Yeah. I think sometimes I think maybe some of these companies should give the offer to release the IP of some of these characters and let's let them go indie and keep the character. Because what are you gonna do with the character when they're gone?
I've tried explaining it for years, but nobody is willing to listen. So I guess I'll go again. Number one thing is that you can write it in your tax write-off as a loss, which means you can recuperate a lot of money through that. There's also that a certain amount of royalties and YouTube revenue and ad revenue you can still keep from the IP. Certain people will also keep them as assets for when, if it's ever sold or something, the company can keep, a certain amount of value. There's also egos that play a lot of things, but that's more to smaller companies where, CEO will be butthurt and won't release the LP out of ego because, you think is all that important or something. It's also something that's like needs to be taken into account, and I've seen it before where CEOs just take professional things in a personal manner and decide to not release the IP just because they want to be dickwad. So that's a thing that happens.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's also, what else could I talk about? Well, there's also the sense of like brand legacy in a sense, because who knows what the talent will do with the IP once they release, and how that might affect the name of the company or their legacy if they're dead. So that can also, because many CEO will try to jump into other project or new stuff, and so if the talent of like their past company does something bad, it can have repercussion on them. So they just don't want to take that risk and erase any possibility of association. There's just, the more I look and think at it, the more there's reason for it being the case. And I just think people like aren't willing to understand that. And then they just boil it to, oh, you're gonna do nothing with the IP, just release the IP. No, it's not that simple, guys. This is business. It's always complicated.
I feel like there should at least be the option to buy it out.
It's very, it should be a case-by-case basis. Some companies do it, some don't.
Yeah.
Some people straight up release the IP and take the loss. Some people
Like
leave the offer on the table to buy the
like
IP.
Pippa talked
Some
about this the
people
other
let
night.
the IP die. It depends, case
It's
by case.
Pippa talked about the other night where it was like, if a company dies, they should just release, like, let the people keep their characters. Like, if you have a wave and then of a small company and the small company goes under, just let them keep the characters.
Yeah, but
Uh,
by keeping the character, when the company goes down, they can write off taxes and not lose as much money. That's why they don't do it. It's money. It's always the crux of the issue, money.
Yeah, I just think there should be a buyout option, and I think for something like Gura, like where if you're like leaving, like, oh well,
I mean, the
eventually.
Guru IP would be crazy expensive though.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't think it should be cheap. I think it should be crazy expensive. But if she can scrounge up the money, I think she should have the option to do it. Because I think like that should be like, if I'm moving on, and for my fans, I want to keep what I've built, because I have built a lot into this character. Like, I'm the reason this character is the way they are. I'm the reason that they're popular. There's some leverage there, I think, that should be able to, factor into a decision. Like, I just want to buy the character. What's the rights? How much for the rights to the IP? And, make a business deal there. Like, I don't think they should just give it to him. I don't think they should give it to, like, sell it to him for a pittance. But if they can, I think the option should be on the table. Because what are you, like, yes, write it off and everything, right? But like, on the long term, especially if your company is not going under anytime soon, what are you going to do with this character? This IP is effectively dead. Just it's sitting there collecting dust. You might be able to make some money initially from like Guru Nendoroids shortly after she graduates, but there's going to come a point where Guru's just sitting there as a memory, making you no money. And like, you could probably make more money if the girl behind Gura and all her Gura money comes up and is like, I want to buy Gura, and continue to be Gura as an independent. And they could work out some kind of thing, like, you can be the character, you can't have the lore connections that we wrote for you. Yeah, like Michael Phelan, would have bought Rushi in a heartbeat. And I kind of think she should have had the opportunity. Because firing Rushi, they effectively
don't know about
unpersoned her.
that because she was terminated. So
That's
that
true.
might
That's
be a
true.
bit
The
complicated
termination.
when it comes to that.
But
Yeah.
because of the termination, effectively Rushia was scrubbed. So that's another case of not making any money.
Because you honestly, business-wise, if I terminated a talent, I'd probably want to like erase the IP in its entirety, and I wouldn't want it to lose in the wild. That'd just be bad business.
I mean, is it if it's no longer your property?
People will still associate it even if it's not your property.
I think that's at that point it's getting
You're still the person who created it. You're the person who owned it, and even if you released it, it's still associated with you, and you wouldn't want that in the wild. Like, this is public relation. This is my 100% my topic, and I'm telling you, no business will ever do that of terminating a talent and let the IP walk away. That's never happening. It'd be such a optics-wise, it sounds good to do, but optics-wise and the potential consequences of that action would be so horrible that it's not worth even entertaining.
I can see where you're coming from. I think if they did, there might be some medium where, like, you can have but you have to change it. Like, you have to make it very clear this is yours and not our Rushia.
You pretty much have to do the Doki Bird route, where it's like you can keep some of the same thematic elements, but it has to be like a unique
like,
enough.
You can hire the same artist, but you need to remake a model, quote unquote.
Yeah. Like, you need a new model. You can still be Rushia, but you can't use any of the assets we made for you, and you need a new model. But you can be
exactly
Rushia.
That's basically what she did.
Would it be worth buying an IP like that? No, just remake your own model and remake your own stuff.
I mean, you could make money off someone like
no way.
Rushia that wants to continue to be Rushia. And in fact, there's a lot of Rushia simps that would, the new coat of paint on Rushia wouldn't matter to them. Like, it's still Rushia. So I think like that there would be something to
You know,
gain for
the the only
certain parties.
option would be the Selendo keyboard route. Like just don't like just you're terminated. The IP is dead. Just if you really wanna still like the character, just get the same artist that did your original character and remake something that's like ints or slightly akin to what you used to have, but you cannot just get the IP or do one-on-one.
Basically, what I'm saying is they could sell it to her, and she could do like sort of an inverted Doki Bird. We're keeping the
I
name
think
and
it'd be
changing
a
everything
waste
else.
of money, honestly. You just invest so much money and it'd be so different. It's just not worth the hassle.
Well,
Just make a new stuff. Just don't bother.
well, remember who we're talking about here. And you know
So
there
you're
would be
buying what the YouTube channel? I mean, yeah,
yeah you buy the YouTube channel.
yeah, I guess you could buy the YouTube channel. I
You buy the
guess.
YouTube channel. You buy the like you're so associated with that name, and you have fans that associate with that name and that character. You know, you were talking about the importance of a character in VTubing. So effectively, you would still hold on to that, even if like VTubers change models a lot, and they change artists, but
I mean,
there's still that
generally
character.
they don't fully change the model. It's rare that that happens. Generally, they just get updated version or they slightly remodel it.
I
No,
mean,
you can tell it's
they do
still the same
alts.
model, but
They do
you
alts all the
know.
time. They do like chibi alt or different art style. Or I mean, you have situations like with Iris where she got
Yeah, but
redrawn.
it's the style. It's still the same character, you know.
But yeah, but she got redrawn in a different style. I'm saying like you could do like you could sell the Rushia IP, but like with the contractual like in the contract that you cannot use the Rushia assets,
Hmm.
and then so she would have to and you can't use the same design, but she could do like a Rushia with a new look, and then
But I'm
continue her
curious
content.
if it would be worth spending so much money to just have the YouTube channel and
Well,
the name.
that would be Rushia's decision, or Michael Katz's decision. For the company, I think that would then cut off the brand risk of the terminated talent and what they do with or even without the termination, just what they might do with the IP on their own. If you're like, here, you can have the IP, but not our version of the IP. Like you can let's say the Senzawa wants to buy Gura. Okay, but you have to give Gura your own model. She can have the color scheme and everything, but you're gonna have to make character design alterations and a new art style.
And I'm
And then
not
you
even
can
sure
take.
you can keep the name realistically because the name is still going to be associated with the company.
I mean, Gura might be an exception to that just because of the size of the name, but I think in a lot of cases you probably could make that offer.
I
Even
mean,
if again, if it was a lot of
I
money,
mean, if someone says Gura, I automatically think Hololive, and I think most people would too.
I think actually more people know Gura than know that she's a part of Hololive. I think
True,
she's kind of
because
reached.
of the
Yeah,
normie
I
attention
think.
she's gotten, but I
Yeah,
still think the name is too intrinsically associated with them for it to just be let go, you know?
I think you could break it if it was a big enough announcement, you know, and again you stipulate that when they're indie they've got to make X amount of changes. And again, I don't think it should be cheap. You can add. You wonder would it be worth the money for the person because the company would be selling it, and then again put in the
I think
stipulations that it has to be different
the
enough.
best thing to do would be what Sky Stanford did from EIN, where she changed her last name after she left with her IP. Because like you can't keep the same name exactly, but you can keep the first name and then change the second name to mark the change between the indie persona and the corpo persona.
Yeah, as
Because like
Ghost Dog
you,
brings up, Suisei did it the reverse. She joined Hollow and
yeah,
kept all her stuff. And if she leaves Hollow, she keeps all her stuff.
yeah, but because she joined with her IP, you know, it's different.
Yeah. So I just think again, not just give it to him, not that kind of. I know a
'Cause
lot of people
I
said
don't
that.
think Gargura could still be Gargura, but she could be, I don't know, Moshpit Gura or something, you know?
Yeah,
Just change the
or
first name to really mark the change,
or
and then they change the
do
model and they can keep the rest, you know?
yeah. So a thing like that where it's like it's still the character, but it's no longer like let's for Hololive for this example, it's no longer Hololive's
Yeah,
iteration
because
of the character.
Gargura is all alive and Moshpit Gura would be indie.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Even if it's a name, if it's like, oh well, we can keep it's whatever business deal was struck. Just think, and you can do different business deals for different characters. I just think that option for that kind of deal should be on the table. In a general sense, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's going to be concessions made. That's in any business deal. And because yeah, you were 100% right. If they just take it as is, it's still going to be associated with the company, even if they're not. Even if people have to be no, they left. Like, people are still going to think. So yeah, they would have to make some kind of finagling. But I do feel like a lot of times that option should be there. And like, there's a lot of times like you could just sell this IP to the person. They probably has more attachment to it than you do. Yeah, it's again a case by case kind of thing, and I think it should be. It shouldn't be for $20, Azahar. Like,
Oh yeah, no, it's a story because Blaze allegedly got her model for basically a McDonald's menu, and some of her other genmates got it from far more because there seemed to have been a certain amount of favoritism within their company, which was the IEN, and
that's some shitty shit. That's absolutely
yeah,
shitty.
yeah, there was a certain degree of favoritism, and what has happened recently is that basically there's been Nemo, Nevermore, and Blaze who have been like shit flinging at each other, and sure, Nemo is a bit of a very very anger prone mess, to say the least, but as much as she is a bit of an idiot at time, the real idiot here, oh, by the way, she's at me blocked, I'm pretty sure. The biggest idiot here is definitely Blaze threatening lawsuits over what amounts to silly Discord messages from a third party. So I know, yeah.
Yeah, like I know it gets brought up a lot, and you're absolutely right. Like, you can't just do it like that, like a clean giveaway or clean purchase.
Yeah.
But again, I think
it's one of those things that sounds good and will appeal to fan, but does it make sense business-wise, or is it a wise decision? Absolutely not at all. Just because something sounds good doesn't mean it's good.
yeah, you gotta think about this shit.
This is business. We're talking serious here. This is money.
This is like we were talking about earlier with what you want, what you like doesn't matter. Is about the business. It's about the money. And no, you're right. Like, you can't just do it. Like, you couldn't just be Gargura and the same Gargura. Just, oh, I bought it. But again, like, it's just, I feel like there should be, as this business, this medium is evolving and growing. I think just more the way things are done should be
standardized.
We should have more options about the way things are done. Like, yeah.
Well, it's because VTubing is a neophyte industry, and there's like no standard set precedent or like rules and code of ethics.
Yeah.
I'd personally love to be a part of like implementing that, and I'd definitely push for something like that personally, the best way I could. But the issue is that no one is really willing to tackle those questions a lot because they make people uncomfortable. You kind of have to talk about like a side of the industry that may not be as bright, fun, and dreams. Money is talking about dirty stuff. Because VTubing is built on dreams and it's a career, and everyone is there to make money. But some people might not like to hear that because it's entertainment, and we'd love to think that everybody is here to make good content and have fun. But some people are might not be there for just that, and personally, I think that's fine.
There's nothing wrong with being in it for both. Like, I'm here to make money and good content and have fun, and I think anybody can respect that.
But it can be a bit of a sensitive topic at times.
I think anybody that's that sensitive about it though is it's kind of like what I was saying before. Kind of a fake fan. Get out of here. It's like, do you not want people to succeed? Do you want people to just I'm just streaming on my free time? Like, of course they're here for money.
The issue is that we've had a lot of scammers and bad actors going around.
That's true. People get gun shy.
Gunpie happened. Do I need to bring that up again?
Yeah. I think people. Yeah, I get people being gun shy. Yeah.
By the way, this is her third time doing this, and she's back, and she'll do it a fourth time, and then be back a fifth time again. It's
Of
a
course.
eternal perpetuating cycle.
It's like that what was that one girl, the one VTuber that was like doing fart fetish shit and then just keeps coming back, being
what?
even more degenerate. Yeah, there was like a VTuber. She was doing fetish content, right? And she got chased off. Then she comes back, makes a new persona, and she's also like, of course, because she makes fetish content, she's fucking.
I was about to say we should ask Azahara because he probably knows, and he knows.
Yeah. So it was like she was like fucking absolute psychopath woman, right? Worse than Rushia. And I don't remember what she was doing first, right? She gets driven away, comes back, starts doing like fart shit or burping shit or something like that kind of weird fetish shit. Chased
Drake
off
was
again.
being
Comes...
Ichi-Sachi. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, she gets chased off, comes back, and then she starts doing crazy shit again and hey, weren't you the fart girl? Leaves. And I think she's tried to come back. She keeps doing it. And it's
Oh no, not her.
And it's like, you know what? I would be fine with you trying to come back.
Her.
Like, I would be fine with you trying to come back if you like came back after some therapy and you were being normal, and then like then it's like, oh, weren't you the fart girl? Man, shut up. Like then, like don't bring that up. She's fine now. She overcame her demons, But no, she. Oh yeah. Let's see. She had cut herself. Yeah, she ain't overcoming no demons. So them demons got a hold on that girl. Them demons stuck their claim.
I don't know if you realize how much of a character Mel Nekomata was Gator. Because if you type her name on YouTube right now, the first thing you will see are fetish compilation. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, literally farting and pooping compilation. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That
Like
girl,
I said, quite the character, right?
She don't need sim. She needs therapy. She needs some medication. Play the Pomu clip. Everybody take your meds.
Everybody take your
meds.
She's had 3 different persona after this. I don't know if she's had more since then.
I think it's about 3, yeah. Because I don't even think Mel Nekomata was the first. I think that's the one.
I mean, I think it was the one that really blew her up.
Yeah,
and then I know she had 3 other after that.
That's where she was farting as Mel Nekomata. That's when
I think it was
started.
like Ames, Ichigo, and Nerissa. Funnily enough, another Nerissa. Ooh.
Yeah.
Not the Nerissa I like.
Getting that SEO all fucked up.
Yeah, not the Nerissa I like. The Nerissa I like is Midwest, and she'd make a great wife.
She's probably in the market. I think she's the only one of her sisters that's single.
Yeah.
What ZAN-VT is saying is that he wants to stick out his gyat for Narizzler.
You son of a bitch. I'll kill you.
I would. If Nerissa asked me, I would.
I'll take your fucking life, the Gator Gamer. Don't tempt me. But yeah, that's what I was like.
And I have paid my Bee-Boo taxes, chat.
Have you declared your Bee-Boo taxes? I declared my Bee-Boo taxes yesterday.
Why are words allowed to escape your face?
Remember, this is Bee-Boo tax season, guys. Don't let the IRS take your Bee-Boo money. Declare your Bee-Boo revenue.
I'm bringing it back to JonTron. I'm slinging all the fucking JonTron reaction images right now.
And since we're talking about Advent, we got some wholesome content here. Coefficient found the Mr. Donut. Bow bow.
Let's go. He got married recently, by the way, so congrats to him and his beautiful wife.
Yes, he did. He's currently in Japan with like everybody, like all the cool people. Like Sayu's there, Rima's there right now, Parrot's there.
He's part of that?
Yeah, there's like a bunch of people that all went to Japan at the same time.
I know about Rima, Parrot, and Sayu, but I didn't know Coefficient and Faith were also there.
Yeah, apparently so, because he's at the Mr. Donut.
Yeah,
Noasagi also arrives pretty soon.
Ko seems like such a nice guy. I would totally hang with him. I cannot stand his content, and I feel bad about it. But he annoys the shit out of me.
I mean, he makes good cosplay.
It's not. No. Whoa,
I
it's so
am
funny.
Mogogo.
It's so
Mogogo.
funny that the big man in the beard with body hair is dressed like a woman. Oh, it was so funny when Man-Faye did it 10, 20 years ago, was it? How long ago was Man-Faye?
But it's
Ugh.
funny because it's Mogogo, it's VTuber, it's new, it's fresh, it's different.
He just tries so hard to be funny, and I can't. And I
I'm
feel
sorry,
bad
but
'cause he seems like
the Coco one was actually really funny.
Yeah, the
Because I
Coco one
should
was
have
very
expected it. I should have expected it, but I didn't. And then the stream started, and I just like hit my head on my desk laughing because I was like, I should have expected this. I don't know what I was expecting.
Look, Azahara, you're telling me a joke I heard 10 years ago, and you're expecting me to laugh again. I heard this one before. The big bearded man is dressed like the girl. It's funny. Like, look, he seems like the nicest dude. I would hang with him. I can't do with his content. And I feel bad about it. I feel bad. Because he seems like a good dude. But I just,
Yeah, Azahara's right. His
like,
content's more like normie friendly stuff. Yeah.
yeah, like when
He's just a chill guy.
and
Yeah,
when
he's
he
just
interviews,
he's just a
life
guy.
with his chill wife.
when he
having
interviews
fun.
VTubers, it feels like there are times he tries to make funny moments about himself. Like
You know, I'm actually curious if you have difficulty with coefficient. What about nags?
Nags is all right. I'm like, you know why Nags is all right? Because like a lot of his bullshit is just him bouncing off his chat, and I think that's a good dynamic to have. He's almost doing a Boca Sukomi routine with your chat because that's chat engagement. But I don't watch a lot of Nags. I'll watch some of his React clips because they'll actually have good clips, and it's funny to see a normie man react to some of the stuff. But I skip half of it because let me say, if I see a Twitch thirst trap thought going on, I'm skimming the timeline until the next VTuber I give a shit about. So there's Nags has probably had a lot of insufferable content I have skipped because if I see like, oh, is that a Twitch thought with her tits out? I can click in that timeline. Okay, there we go. So I am
Oh,
a
it's Twitch. What did you expect?
I am a very casual consumer of Nags.
Speaking of Twitch, recently Dan Clancy was with one of those Twitch streamer who gratuitously moaned, and Dan seemed to really enjoyed it. So it's pretty clear that he enjoyed sexual content being on this platform.
Oh, Dan Clancy's a fucking like that. Everybody at
I'm
Twitch is a
pretty
fucking
sure
simp.
he's a gooner.
Every day we have
Yeah.
we have more proof of it. And,
Yeah, that is
the more proof, the better.
that is Gooner TV over there. But like Ko, example, the thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. He had Tenmo on, right? And he's like, now Ko aligns with my interest because he's also a fighting game guy. And he's got Tenma on, right? So he's like, I want to get Tenma Miami's reaction to fighting game characters. And 80% of it was just characters that Ko thought was funny. And it's like, you have Tenma on. You know what her bit is. You can get funny out of
Big
Tenma.
burly man.
Yeah,
Yes.
which is where you should be getting your funny out of. But like by like, oh, isn't it funny that this fighting game, one of the characters is a car, and Tenma's barely reacting. And
He should have showed Zangief from.
you know who you should have showed her, and I'm going to say this as an SNK simp, Antonov. That would have been hilarious. Google image Gator, see if you can pull him up. Antonov specifically from KOF 15.
Yeah.
Because that would have been hilarious to see Tenma react to a giant burly man with like his introductory cutscene is him crying at a children's movie about a dog. That would have been a funny reaction. If you're a fighting game guy,
that reminds me of Green Line.
Yeah, that's Antonov.
Okay, yeah, definitely see Tenma reacting interesting.
Yeah, you show that character to Tenma, she's going to give a funny reaction. She's either going to, oh my god, macho man, she might thirst over him. Maybe his like Randy Savage drip is going to distract her. You're going to get a reaction out of her because that's... But no, it's just characters Ko thought was funny. like, oh, this fighting game had
Macho Man Randy Savage.
yeah, like, oh, this character had a car as a character. Isn't that crazy? And she was just like, yeah, that's pretty weird. And it was like, this is painful. Yeah, she could have. He didn't even bring up that Kratos was a character in Mortal Kombat. You could have, like, you might know this. There's a character from Mortal Kombat. Maybe you recognize him, and then like
Kratos was in Mortal Kombat?
yeah, Mortal Kombat 9.
Like, are we talking about the same Kratos?
Yeah,
Yes.
from God of
Because the
War.
one I know, yeah, God of War. That's
Yeah.
the one. I know.
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
guest character.
Is it
in the,
really so
PlayStation
strange for Kratos to be in Mortal Kombat when like the
Absolutely
T-1000 is now in Mortal Kombat?
movie. Well,
And
it was before-
Homelander and Omni-Man.
Predator.
Yeah, well, that was before that.
No, but
yeah.
I just didn't know. You know?
Yeah. But yeah, Azahara, he doesn't really know how, like he's a super nice guy, but I think he's got to work on his content a little bit and not just he tries to, and I who am I to say, right? He's successful and everything, but man, if to people like me that are put off by him, and I know I'm not alone, it might help to like dial it down. Not have to. You don't need to force yourself to be a wacky character, and if you're interviewing someone else, you don't need to take over. Like, you don't need to be the funny man, especially if you have someone on that you know is funny. You should be trying to bring the funny out of them. Like, that's why you see, if when Norm Macdonald was on Conan O'Brien knew to shut the fuck up. Like, let Norm be Norm because he's a legend. Like, you have very funny people on. Let them be very funny people. You don't need to be funny man. And if you're bringing someone into your world, again, like fighting games, like, oh, Tenma, react to these fighting game characters. Okay, well, what does Tenma react to? Okay, well, she drools over muscle men. I should put in some muscle men, but let's get some goofy muscle men to, like, test her, you know? Like, how far does the thirst go, Tenma? And I think, like, that one buff chef was a good one that he brought up. I was like, well, what else? Well, Tenma had that PTSD from frogs recently after playing that Star Wars game. I wonder if it's a game with a frog in it I could just get her reaction to and see if she brings that out, you know? Like, that's what you do, and Co don't know how to do that. And that's why, like, I love the guy as a person, would hang with him in a heartbeat if Gator was like, yeah, I got coefficient for the show. Hell yeah, he would probably be fun to talk to. Cannot with his content. Cannot with his content.
Yeah, Coefficient would be someone fun to bring on the podcast. You know who else I would love to bring on the podcast? Asmongold.
Yes. He'll never do it, but
He'd never ever be on the podcast. But it's funny to shitpost about.
Yeah. I thought you were segueing into something. Did Asmongold do something?
No. I mean, the only other real topic to talk about was the fact that Alyssa Mercanti decided to dox a bunch of random VTubers, or not VTubers, but YouTubers. Yeah. Well, I guess one VTuber, including
Rev, yeah.
Yeah. Well, on the subject of Asmongold, this was interesting. Now I watch a lot of his YouTube channel. I'm gonna be real. I enjoy getting my news from Asmongold because I like he's gonna pull up something from the news and then you're gonna get like a pause and then like either a take or goofy Twitch shit, and that's entertaining to me. So I've been watching a lot of his YouTube channel, and he talked about Gura's graduation, which surprised me but didn't. Yeah, I'm with Azaharo. Asmongold is my new news YouTuber. Yeah. Which is why Hassan is seething at him so much, because me and Azahar were not the only ones. He talked about the Guru graduation. And, kind of expected, but still kind of surprising. Like, wow, it feels like the streams are crossing, even though logically this makes sense. And he actually did a really good job being fair about it, and, like, actually calling out and talking shit to a lot of people in his chat. Like, who gives a fuck? Who cares about some VTuber? And he's like, no, this is like clearly a big deal for XYZ. And if you don't understand that, you're being a fucking boomer right now, because this is a big fucking deal to a lot of fucking people. This is a major company, a major talent and a major company. Like, he had a very measured take on it too.
I
So it was
think
like,
one of the only things that rubbed me the wrong way is when he talked about this graduation being sudden when we've known about it for a year now. That
yeah, but he didn't
Gura
know
was
that.
definitely out.
Yeah, he didn't
Yeah,
know all the backstory
that's
that
my
Gura
point.
hadn't been
He said
really
it was
streaming.
sudden, but it just wasn't. Like, come on.
To an outsider, it looks sudden because, like, oh, isn't this your biggest talent? Like, isn't she all over everything? She's your number one, and then all of a sudden she's quitting, and she's saying she's quitting because of management, and all that stuff.
I just think
I think
he's a
it's
bit out of it comfort zone when it comes to VTubing. But it was, I liked how he, called off his chat saying dumb shit.
yeah, it's like he's out of his comfort zone, but he's not stupid. It's he's at least got an open mind about it.
At least.
Yeah, even when I disagree with Asmongold, I at least give him credit that he came to his conclusion logically. Like, I can respect his conclusion, even if I think there's some things I think he's dead fucking wrong about. But I don't think he's crazy or stupid. I think he's just misguided. Like, I think he's wrong about corpos, but at the same time, he's obviously coming from a regular Twitch streamer point of view on a company. Like, he's thinking of a VTuber corpo like it's Machinima.
And not to mention, he was part of OTK, and all of that happened.
Yeah.
So his opinion is definitely a bit biased and influenced by his environment.
Yeah, he's thinking of these VTuber companies from the standpoint of a completely different kind of business. And yeah, I'm with Azahara. Even if you don't agree with him, you see where he comes from, and spurging at him. Just like I have a lot of respect for the guy. Even making fun of the mold shit. Yeah, okay. I mean, the guy had problems. I mean, he cleaned up his house. But I do respect the fact that he's a million billionaire and still lives a middle class lifestyle and doesn't spend it. Like, yeah, when things get out of control, he cleans it. He lets things get out of control, but he does clean. To be fair, he cleans his shit. He just waits till the last fucking minute. Like he waits until a roach falls on him from the ceiling to clean his shit. He cleans his shit. So I do have a lot of respect for Asmongold, but he's also very easy to make fun of. I fully agree on that. But yeah, he had a really good video. I would actually recommend people check it out because he basically stuck up for VTubers in an environment that would, like, an environment that essentially heavily disrespects them.
I mean, it's very easy to make fun of him, especially when you consider the fact that, have you seen that clip of him trying to drink water? I mean, come on, dude. If you can't drink water,
He has the most horrified look on his face, and then immediately chases it with soda.
Yeah,
I can't
dude,
shit on him
water.
for that. I can't shit
water.
for that.
Fucking Americans, I fucking hate you. Water, drink, motherfucker.
I can't shit on him for that. I don't like the taste of water either. I can't look. My girl don't like the taste of water.
You guys suck.
It's like
you drinking down with so much sugar that you can't even enjoy the taste of plain water.
Oh, look, I love a good freshly squeezed fruit juice. I just need
fruit juice is full of sugar. What are you talking about?
It's fucking, who cares? It's fruit juice. You can freshly squeeze it in front of me.
It's food of sugar. That's the point.
You can put a fucking fruit in the fucking blender and you fucking squeeze the orange juice out in front of me, and that's fine.
And it's full of sugar.
I like nice cold water. I have one of those big ass iron. I have one of those big ass iron flasks that I take with me to work, and I drink. I drink too much water actually, because I'll go to work and I'll like drink like half the daggone thing when I get there, and then I'll just be peeing the rest of the day.
Good peeing on company time.
I mean, yeah, at least it's on company time, so boss makes dollar, make a dime.
Yeah, like
drink water.
As Zahara pointed out, Asmongold is a VTuber parent, and yes, he did help blow up Kasi, and she deserved it. She's great. I love Kasi. It's absolute.
Also, she did give a shout out to Juju Banana, which definitely helped her gain some attention.
Yeah, but yeah, I have a lot of respect for the guy. Warts and all. Like, you know what? If you're gonna be fucking weird, I've known so many fucked up weird people in my life. I can't even oh my god, he lives in his crazy thing. Man, I grew up fucking poor and in shitty neighborhoods. I don't fucking you know what? My grandmother had more problems, and she didn't even live she isn't even dirty, but she's in a row home, and her neighbors are 10 times worse than Asmongold, to the point where her immediate next door neighbor is like a biohazard, and shit would just migrate into her house. And even the migration is like, yeah, that's so, you know, Asmongold, oh, the roach, oh, he's got a roach. Okay, well, live next to a biohazard. You know, who fucking cares? I mean, yeah,
I love how you call it the migration, like it's this big event.
I mean, it's kind of like, because it's I'm not shitting you. The people next door to my grandmother are so fucking nasty that the nasty things that live there leave. The
What the
rats
fuck?
will leave that to find greener pastures.
That's hilarious.
And we'll be in like because I remember I was staying with my grandma's place for a while while I was looking for work in that area. And haha, grandma's basement. But you know, fuck you, my grandma was great. And I'll never forget. I'm sitting there chilling, and I could hear in the ceiling, like, oh, you're fucking kidding me. And hear it move, like, no, you fuckers. It took everything in my power not to march next door and commit a felony. Like, my grandmother and I had to chase the fucking thing down, trap it, and get it out of the house, and it died. Fucking fell from the ceiling and killed itself. And then we had to clean that shit. Yeah. So like, yeah, I have seen the depths. So Asmongold there's much worse than Asmongold. Now I'm very happy that, you know, people making fun of him got him to, and you know, that switch suspension made him fucking clean his house and shit. You know, good people should live good lives, you know. But like, let's not pretend Asmongold is like some kind. I have seen the biohazards. He is nowhere near a biohazard. I would go in Asmongold's house in a heartbeat. I would never set foot even near my grandmother's neighbor. I've heard the horror stories, and I've already seen like some of the shit that goes on. Like that shit's out there.
I like cleanliness.
Asmongold is just messy.
I wouldn't go in Asmongold house either.
Asmongold is just messy. There's worse than messy.
I get what you're trying to say, but I just can't personally. I like clean places.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it was a topic, but I thought it was worth bringing up because I thought that was. I would recommend people check it out because it is weird to see the streams cross, and even though he is a little bit naive, it is very cool to see him because a lot of that video is him going, hey, like, because of that kind of like almost boomer adjacent, like the I'm too cool for school Twitch viewer. It's like, this is VTuber stuff's for nerds. Like, man, don't be a stupid boomer. And
VTuber for nerds? What the fuck?
Yeah, like don't act like
Who
you're
the
fucking.
fuck unironically says that?
Yeah, don't act
I'm
like
a
a fucking.
nerd.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
a
act
nerd,
like a
sure.
fucking. Don't act like you're too cool for school Twitch viewer.
Yeah, true.
What site are you on again? No, you're on coolkids.com where everybody hangs out and drinks beer underage and has all the sex vaginas. You know, shut up, shut the fuck up, Twitch viewer. But yeah, I mean that's essentially practically what Asmon himself said. So I thought that was very cool and worth bringing up.
Twitch chat SMH.
We gotta end soon, man. We are pushing it.
Yeah, we are at. It's been going for, according to my recording thing, 5 hours and 21 minutes.
God damn.
Yeah, we've been yapping.
Just do some closing words on that Alyssa Mercante stuff, since we did talk about it just before the podcast.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll let you. I guess really to kind of summarize it. So what Alyssa Mercante was trying to do is she was trying to essentially dox a bunch of YouTubers that she didn't like by tangentially including them in her like latest filing and trying to say, oh yeah, well they've talked about the case, so therefore they're you know, interesting to the case and they're people that, you know, she plans on like pursuing or whatever. But it's obvious, and especially from like the things that she and her associates have said, it's obvious that the only reason why she included that in the document was so she could broadcast their personal information in a legal setting in a document that's publicly available, unlike a website like a Kiwi Farms or something, where people are more averse to go to that website because it's full of shitheads. But you can just literally it's a public document, so that information is just always going to be there. You know, Kiwi Farms may not be there in like a year or two, but a legal document will always be part of the public record.
And you know, just because they've commented on a case that is publicly known doesn't make them interested party in the lawsuit.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of that's the important thing too, is that just because you've like tried to bring them into a lawsuit does not mean that they're actually a party of interest in a lawsuit, because they can also file a motion to dismiss if she's actually like going to bring them into the suit. And the other issue that she has, there's laws against abuse of process. What abuse of process means is that you're trying to use the legal system to get one over on somebody else and completely going against the nature of why the system exists. And that would be a very low bar to prove in this case, because she's an idiot and because she can't keep her mouth shut.
And because she may or may not be influenced by some of her associates who wanna, get back at some of their critics.
Right.
Yeah, it just goes to what I said before about like it's mediocre people who are going after people because they threaten their ill-gotten prestige. You know,
As much as I shit on Grubs and feel whatever about Smash, that's just such a low blow and low bar.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many good things to call out on Grubs especially, and you're really gonna go for that? Like some kind of like fake lawsuit and bring other people into it? Like, wow, good way to like screw over your own case and make Grumps into a martyr, which only gonna further his points and bring more attention and to his platform, when instead there's so many good things to call him out on for being a knobhead.
Well, see, this is the problem with Airbagged and his whole orbit, is that they focus on the single dumbest criticisms that you can have of Grumps, and they make Grumps look better just simply for the fact that it's like they focus on the stupidest things, and so people obviously, like me included, are going to defend him because I'm like, wow, that's retarded.
People are gonna see this and think this is stupid, like, and it's gonna turn them into a martyr, where he's being unfairly prosecuted and how could I say this, misrepresented, and well, yeah,
it's I mean, like Grumps. It's Grumps, Smash AG. It's just this collective of people that's just, yeah, they're technically on our quote unquote side, but they're cringe as fuck. And that's like
there I'd say they should be pushed out because they do more harm than good.
I guess. I mean, they are good megaphones at the end of the day. They're useful megaphones.
Sure, they're useful megaphones, but again, they do more harm than good. And it's pretty clear that Smash and Grumps have sometime, even, what's his name again? Numerilion or something like that? I forgot his name right now. He's also part of that orbit, whereas they will like not look at like actually getting better games, but making unfair criticism toward a game that even tries to be like accurate to some points. And it just does more harm to the game industry than actually pushing it for a positive strive or accurate representation. Just like they did with Kingdom Come 2 when they severely misrepresented the game. Now, the game director was a knobhead idiot who went at it the absolute worst way with garbage PR, but it doesn't change the fact that these two have lied about the game, the content of the game, and when it was actually, fairly well implemented the way the representation in that game was handled, and they've never apologized for it.
Well,
It's just the same.
they strike me as the when all you have is a hammer type. When all you know is anti woke, every problem looks like woke.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
that's mostly the issue with those two, and the fact that they're absolute cringe. But this is not the way. Like the fixation that some people have on them astounds me. Like Grums lives rent free in so many of these idiots' heads because these mediocre people, I guess they view him as the great threat.
Yeah.
But him, of all people,
I mean, there's so many things to make fun of, just like Pirate Software. Where's the game, Grams? The game's still not out, Grams. How many
Yeah.
people are paying for the game, Grams? When's the game gonna come out, Grams?
Yeah.
Just that is simple enough to like erase a lot of his reputation and dismisses a lot of his opinions. Yet they are never bringing it up. Why? Because, well, it doesn't work for their ideological thinking. Because they're also scammers. They can't call out a scam if they're scammers too.
yeah,
It would be bad for their business.
yeah, it's just political cultism, and it's just my cult is at war with your cult.
Exactly. It's all motivated by ideology and not genuine desire for improvement.
Yeah, it's very cringe. The whole thing is very cringe. Thank you, for the word cringe. Whatever younger generation came up with that, so I don't have to. We finally had an English word for Fremdschämen.
Yeah.
Because we had for the longest time we did not have our own word unless you knew Fremdschämen, you didn't have a word for it. So thank you, cringe.
I mean, if there's a person that really embodies the word cringe, let's be honest, it's fucking Alisa Mercante. Like, she
Oh, yeah.
went on TV and asked for a girl to fight her, and then when it turned out that that girl was actually, if I remember, she was an MMA fighter, or a martial artist. But basically, she was capable of defending herself. So realizing that, she immediately backtracked and went to hide in her ID hole.
Yeah.
She engaged in countless various yellow
pulled a-
journalism. She
Alyssa
used
Mercante pulled a Tonka
Yeah.
saw.
Yeah.
She put a Samai that's a biker.
Fight me, bro. Okay. Wait, no.
Wait, no, not like that.
Let's wrestle,
but like, what-
Let's wrestle in
Yeah.
Knoxville. Oh shit! I got that.
what I was saying is that Alisa Mercante has done, when she was like chief editor, I think, at Kotaku, she's done like countless like action of like yellow journalism. She's done countless time of like lying about people on Kotaku. She's taken personal beef into her journal article about Elden Ring, of all things. How people were being mean to her. And, using the journal like a fucking, like it's like her personal notebook or something. I don't know, or a personal journal where she
Using
writes
review
about
like a
all of her
journal, yeah.
woes and how the internet is mean to her, and using the journal like it's her property when it clearly isn't. And she's transformed Kodaku into a fucking rag, and I'm calling it rag because even tabloids have the decency to actually excuse themselves to say, "Oh, we're just looking to give the people the truth about those social celebrities," Like, even tabloids and paparazzi have more professionalism and more etiquette and better optics than Alissa Mercante. She's
least-
ruined the entirety of gaming journalism for everyone.
At least the National Enquirer can say they broke the John Edwards story.
Yeah. What has Alissa
True.
Well, Kotaku has broken some interesting factoids, especially about the Blizzard whole milk stealer thing. But here's the thing: I'm pretty sure Alissa wasn't a part of that at all, and it was
Yeah.
actually the few journalists at Kotaku who actually care about the game industry and doing their job correctly. Sometimes there's some good article on Kotaku from like a very small group of journalists who does really seem to care, but like even before she was fired, still at large, a lot of Kotaku was just rag, trash-filled rag. No better than Vice and Anna Valence and all of those people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're mostly irrelevant now. I think the Kotaku exists just to be hated. Like
Yeah,
no one
Kotaku is on live support because they've
Yeah.
been bought by a media company, just like Vice.
Yeah.
And Alisa Mercante, well, she's basically irrelevant now, and so outside of like that lawsuit and being associated with Airbag. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you're aware, but she tried to like I don't know if it was before or after Kotaku, but she tried to rebrand into like a +18 content creator, and well, that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Isn't that like part of the big deal with the lawsuit is that Smash JT found all that stuff and like publicized it, and then she got mad and was like, "Oh, that's defamation."
Here's the issue. You've posted this on the internet, sweetie. It's already public knowledge. You just brought a megaphone and shared some. Well, it depends. Is it paid content? Because if it's paid content, then he illegally distribute paid content, then sure, you might have a lawsuit, but not a defamation lawsuit.
Yeah, it wouldn't be defamation. Calling somebody a prostitute that did in fact sell nude pictures of themselves is no court in the entire country would be like, yeah, that's defamation. Defamation's a high bar in the United States.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, for real.
But yeah, I think with that, I think we should wrap it up. I'm going to die.
Yeah, the Craig bot can actually only record 6 hours. So we had about 26 minutes left as of me saying this anyway. So we definitely do need to wrap it up. We almost
Craig forces us to shut up.
Yeah. Here's the kicker. We started slightly after Armchair Expert because he had to move his stream to tonight. And I think he's like nearing the end of his stream to just kind of explain how long we've been going. As a horror chat, armchair is still going. Yes.
I'm riding a little bit of that high. City of the Wolves comes out basically tomorrow because I got it early access. So I'm like the day before Christmas. I'm a little kid the day before Christmas, so I got a lot of energy.
Oh yeah, I feel you there. Well, I slept in a little bit today because I was like tired as all hell because I stayed up late Friday.
Sleeping in tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you. You had to get up really, really, really early for this. He's like 1 or 2 hours to go. So that's how said. Well, that's good because that's who we're going to raid. We're going to send everybody over to Armchair Expert.
Yay!
Who we had on last week?
Yeah, we had on last week, and I have not. Just to let everybody know, I have not booked a guest for the episode in 2 weeks. But I will work on that. Probably not tomorrow. I'm gonna rest tomorrow, but I will work on that.
Summer content.
You know what? You know what might be fun? We've been talking about the KOF thing. What if we start that on the show?
We could.
As like an event, and then like after the first one, it'll go do its own thing. But like the first one, as an event.
Well, we could do that
on the show. Yeah. Unless you find somebody like super interesting, then we'll do it later. But like if you can't, that's an idea.
I wouldn't mind like maybe doing like a quick pre-show and then like raiding into the Gator Time channel because I've kind of been dropping the ball on streaming on there because I've been so tired at work.
We frame it like a sporting event. Like the Anime Boomers podcast, the next episode, that's like the Super Bowl pregame show, like the football pregame show. And then we go into the main event. Into
the KOF. Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, Grungy Sprosi says, "Oh great, I was going to go to him after this." Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't always get to raid him because a lot of times we'll be on like Saturday and he's on like Friday. So this was kind of one of those rare moments where it's like, oh yeah, Armchair is actually live when we're live.
Yeah.
Because it's like either him or Sayu's like usually still streaming at this hour. It's like one or the other. Yeah. You can raid.
Yeah.
I mean, Sayu does so many marathon, to be honest.
Oh yeah, and it's always at like she starts at like midnight our time, so it's like if you're awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's like it's why you weem time.
It's Gacha Brainrot time with Sayu.
Exactly. All right. Well, that
now the question is, Sayu Tecton collab.
Oh God, no!
Oh God, no!
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
That'd be something, eh?
Something is the word we're gonna use.
I would not wish. I would not wish that on poor Sayu. She's suffered enough. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's gonna do it for us. I want to thank everybody for the new members that joined the show. We're doing a thing where if we get 25, which we're actually pretty close, I think we're at 16. Yeah, 16 members. When we get to 25, we're gonna start doing monthly member streams where we can just talk about literally anything. YouTube is actually kind of trying to incentivize us to do memberships, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna push the memberships. We're gonna, especially because I can't do it on my other channel right now because I'm still trying to get it remonetized. But if you do want to go to the other channel, it is youtube.com/thegatorgamer. I occasionally stream on there. I've been playing through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I really need to. I really need to start doing that more on that channel. I've been letting the being tired from work be an excuse for me to be like, oh, I'm tired tonight, I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm just gonna stop being a bitch. Just stop being a bitch and just do it.
I gotta do it. Just do it, bro.
Yeah, like Nike, just do it. Just do it. If you like the podcast but you hate video for whatever reason, or you're like a trucker or something, you can go to the audio version of the podcast, which can be found anywhere podcasts can be found: Spotify, Apple, I guess Castbox, whatever other podcast apps there are, but it's available. If it's there, you can listen to it. And I continue to slowly but surely update the podcast feed. We'll eventually catch back up someday, maybe, possibly. If you are somehow listening, and like it's like 2037 and Unix hasn't exploded yet, and you're listening to this audio version, and you want to watch the podcast live and like we're not like dead or something like that, you can go to youtube.com/animeboomers, where we stream these episodes live, usually every other week, unless at some point it got really, really big and we started streaming it every week. I don't know. It's going to be really weird if like we're still doing this in 2037 and I'm listening to this and I'm like, and I finally catch up to this episode and I'm like, damn, I can't believe it. I predicted everything that happened. Wow, that's crazy. I doubt it. I think that's all the shilling out of the way. So we're going to send you guys on over to Armchair Expert, who is already in progress. Thanks everybody for the super chats, for the memberships, and we will see you guys in 2 weeks. Same bat time, same bat channel. And let me make sure I've got the music set up, ready to go. I actually do. I actually have it ready. Holy shit. It's a miracle. Christmas miracle. All right. Good night, everybody.